Reggie Fils-Aimé is a figure in the gaming community unlike any other, a fact perhaps best exemplified by the very first words most gamers heard come out of his mouth.
My name is Reggie, I'm about kicking ass, I'm about taking names, and we're about making games.
Ever since that fateful introduction, Reggie has evolved into a powerful industry leader, one who isn't afraid to embrace the community's love, and one who carved a powerful path against conventional wisdom, all with a straight face and confident tone. This is the story of how the son of two immigrants became one of the most welcoming faces of gaming's biggest publisher. This is Reggie Fils-Aimé. Reggie Fils-Aimé was the son of two immigrants, born in the Bronx, New York. Both of Reggie's parents were from Haiti and left for America because they weren't allowed to marry in their home country. During the 1950s, Haiti was embroiled in a conflict between its democratic government and military dictatorship, and Reggie's maternal grandfather was a member of the Haitian government, while his paternal grandfather was a general in its military. Despite being well educated, neither of Reggie's parents knew English and had to learn the language in America. His father found work as a mechanic while his mother sold jewelry. Fils-Aimé was raised in Long Island, and as a child envisioned himself pursuing a career in the sciences. He later said that he bought college-level chemistry textbooks while he was still in middle school. From an early age, Fils-Aimé also took an interest in sports, playing both varsity soccer and basketball while attending Brentwood High School in Long Island. Reggie attended Cornell University in New York between 1979 and 1983, where he was the president of the school's chapter of the Phi Sigma Kappa fraternity. Reggie graduated with a Bachelor of Science in Applied Economics. While attending Cornell, Fils-Aimé was chosen by Procter & Gamble as an undergraduate to enter their brand management program, something typically reserved for postgraduate Master of Business Administration candidates. Reggie used this opportunity to follow a path into employment at Procter & Gamble, and worked in their food and beverage division from 1983 to 1991. However, he left Procter & Gamble to work at Pizza Hut as their Senior Director of National Marketing, a position he held throughout the 1990s. During this period, Reggie helped launch and market the Bigfoot Pizza and the Big New Yorker Pizza, and he credits this time at Pizza Hut as an educational experience. Reggie explained, "In the restaurant business, you learn how you're doing the next day." Interestingly, Fils-Aimé was working at this position when Pizza Hut partnered with Sony to launch a line of PlayStation demo discs. How much involvement Reggie had with these demo discs is unclear, but this was his first professional experience with video games. After his stint at Pizza Hut, Fils-Aimé jumped around to several other jobs. This included the head of marketing for Guinness, where he was responsible for all of their brands in the United States, as well as the company's foreign relationships in the United Kingdom, Jamaica, and the Czech Republic. In the early 2000s, Fils-Aimé moved into entertainment-focused businesses, joining MTV Networks as the Senior Vice President of Marketing at VH1 in 2001. That same year, Reggie laid out and executed the marketing strategy for the Concert for New York, a charity fundraising concert for the victims and families affected by the 9/11 terrorist attacks. The concert took place in Madison Square Garden on October 20th, 2001, and generated more than $35 million for disaster relief. Though Reggie was able to boost VH1's ratings by 30% by shifting its focus to younger viewers, his time at the channel taught him a great deal about advertising to different audiences, particularly VH1's target demographic of 25 to 49-year-olds. This perspective would come in handy during Fils-Aimé's next job. In December of 2003, Reggie joined Nintendo of America as the Executive Vice President of Sales and Marketing, where his initial responsibilities included all marketing for Nintendo products in the US, Canada, and Latin America. However, rather than being a behind-the-scenes executive, Fils-Aimé was about to make a much larger splash as a face for the company. Leading up to E3 2004, fans became concerned with Nintendo's performance. Though in no true financial danger due to some intelligent investments and a war chest of assets, the common perception of Nintendo had become one of childishness and immaturity in an industry that conventional wisdom said was increasingly geared to adult and mature themes. Additionally, the GameCube was underperforming compared to the Xbox and PlayStation 2, and the Game Boy appeared to be in danger after Sony laid out plans to enter the handheld console market with the PSP. All of this depressed fans in an era where the so-called console wars were driving the industry. These fears were squashed when Fils-Aimé walked onto Nintendo's E3 conference and opened with,
"My name is Reggie, I'm about kicking ass, I'm about taking names, and we're about making games."
Everything about this was a stark contrast to Nintendo's image, previously a very reserved company with conservative, dry conferences. Especially while under the leadership of Hiroshi Yamauchi, this new assertive style immediately resonated with fans. The rest of the show was equally aggressive, with Reggie directly calling out Microsoft and Sony, and the reveal of the Nintendo DS, which subdued fears of the PSP taking away Nintendo's handheld market share. The show ended with Reggie revealing a trailer for a gritty, realistic take on the Zelda franchise, something hardcore fans of the series had wanted since Ocarina of Time. Again, this was a drastic change from Nintendo's conference the previous year, where their big reveal was Pac-Man Versus. Perhaps the most important thing Fils-Aimé did during Nintendo's E3 2004 conference was call out the people who wanted Nintendo to exclusively target the same audiences as their rivals. He said, "We're not going to run our company just for hardcore gamers. There are gamers out there who aren't as knowledgeable as you, gamers who aren't your age, gamers who don't have your tastes." This would become the defining ideology for Nintendo for more than a decade, and remains one of their core values as a game developer to this day. Ironically, Fils-Aimé did not write his now iconic opening line about kickin' ass, and actually had to be convinced that it was the right direction to go in. This speech was instead written by a contracted strategist and speechwriter from a PR firm Nintendo hired. It was indeed the right decision, and even had other industry executives praising Nintendo's move. Peter Moore, former vice president of Microsoft's Interactive Entertainment division, said, "It was so out of left field and it was even a little cheesy, but it was so unusual for a Nintendo executive. I think he's exactly what, at that time, Nintendo of America needed." For his performance at the conference, Fils-Aimé was immediately embraced by the gaming community, and given several nicknames from fans. The most famous of these was the Reginator, leader of the Nintendo Regilution. Even if he hadn't had a direct hand in the creation of any of the games Nintendo was making, Reggie became the face that was selling them, and he'd brought excitement and hope back to Nintendo fans. Funnily enough, Fils-Aimé did not know that his performance had become so popular until his then 16-year-old son called him and told him that he was famous. In the time after his debut at E3 2004, it became clear that Reggie was not nearly as outwardly aggressive as that pre-scripted on-stage persona was. As the years went by, he became increasingly soft-spoken and warm, but that didn't mean that he was a pushover either. Behind the scenes, Reggie was working hard to redefine Nintendo's relationship with retailers. Before this, Nintendo had to meet the demands of retailers to guarantee favorable placement of their merchandise in stores, a practice that was perhaps a relic of the era when Nintendo had to convince stores to carry their products at all. Reggie, however, flipped the script, renegotiating so that retailers would only be given inventory if they agreed to Nintendo's terms instead. This was a risk, but the strategy worked, mostly because retailers saw how much consumer demand there was for the Nintendo DS, interest that would only later be rivaled by the Wii, Nintendo's next home console. This success did not come without hard work, however. During the mid-2000s, Reggie commonly worked 70 to 80-hour weeks, and regularly got to work before 8 a.m. Fils-Aimé explained, "I push people really hard. I push our agencies hard, and I push our business partners hard. But I think folks respect is that I do what I'm asking them to do. Long nights, weekends, whatever it takes to get the job done." This hard work paid off for Fils-Aimé, as on May 25, 2006, he was promoted to President of Nintendo of America, and what followed was a time of unprecedented success for the company. Though Fils-Aimé would be the first to tell you that he was not the architect of Nintendo's boom during this period, that was Nintendo President Satoru Iwata, Reggie was still instrumental in that success. He was the one who outlined and executed the marketing strategies that would propel the company's success in the Americas. Though video games had traditionally been aimed towards boys and young men, the DS, Wii, and the 3DS were all marketed with broader appeal. Nintendo wanted people who didn't consider themselves gamers to buy their consoles and play their games. Reggie pointed out that the industry is becoming more and more insular. We're becoming more and more a group of players who are spending money on new systems, but are we growing the industry in total? Arguably not. Fils-Aimé's time working at MTV and VH1 gave him a unique perspective that allowed him to both tap into younger audiences while also appealing to older people that may not have considered buying video games for themselves before. He even pushed Nintendo to advertise casual games like Nintendogs and Brain Age at conventions and events held by the American Association of Retired People. Over the next decade, Reggie worked tirelessly to market Nintendo's consoles to anyone and everyone, whether they thought they might have been interested or not. And because of this, the company saw sales figures unlike anything they'd seen since the Game Boy in the mid-90s. In the Americas, the DS saw just under 60 million lifetime units sold. The Wii sold over 48.6 million consoles, and the 3DS moved almost 23.5 million units. What's more, Reggie welcomed Nintendo's fan community just as much as they embraced him. Fils-Aimé frequently acknowledged and riffed on jokes and memes that were born from his onstage performances or gaffes, like claiming that
my body is ready,
while demonstrating the Wii balance board at E3 2007, making him even more likable to fans, journalists, and industry analysts. In 2011, Nintendo began producing a series of online news conferences known as Nintendo Directs, and Reggie was a frequent presenter and host of the program. During these directs, he would also take part in short comedic skits to help advertise games or entertain the viewers, leading to some quotes and moments that are still referenced often by Nintendo fans and pundits to this day.
And really, if you're neither one yet, what's wrong with you?
Fils-Aimé also broadened Nintendo's online marketing, often partnering with influencers and internet creators for more interviews, stylized debates, and satirical sketches. The amount of communication and transparency from both Nintendo and Fils-Aimé during his presidency of the company is access that fans had never had before, and something unique for a company and an executive even amongst the gaming industry. However, this isn't to say that Reggie's run at Nintendo progressed without any issue. The Wii U, their home console released in 2012, became the company's first major blunder in over a decade. This was due to a bad choice of name and poor marketing that failed to differentiate it from the Wii to everyday consumers. As a result, the Wii U failed to reach the heights of the Wii, selling just 6.49 million consoles in the Americas during its lifetime. However, even in the face of these disappointing sales, Reggie was not one to wallow. In the words of his longtime girlfriend, he is not given to any sort of negative thinking. He doesn't worry, he doesn't waffle, he doesn't waver, he doesn't agonize. This unrelenting positivity would unfortunately be tested in 2015, however. On July 11th of that year, Nintendo president Satoru Iwata passed away due to complications from a tumor in his bile duct. The loss of his boss and mentor affected Fils-Aimé deeply. He gave a speech remembering Iwata at the 2015 Game Awards, during which the cheerful persona Reggie had become known for cracked, and viewers could hear him choking back emotion more than once.
The man was fearless. Finally, on a personal level, he was my boss, and he was my mentor. And he was my colleague. But most of all, he was my friend. And I'm a better person for it.
Still, his forward-thinking ideology led Fils-Aimé to focus on marketing Nintendo's next console, the handheld home console hybrid known as the Nintendo Switch. According to Fils-Aimé, Nintendo needed to be crystal clear in our communication about what the product was and what the product could do, as to avoid similar issues with the Wii U. From the beginning, the Switch was marketed as its own independent handheld device that could be linked to a TV, and its trailers were designed in a way to let consumers know everything that could be done with the console. Bloomberg described the strategy in trailers as unlike anything Nintendo had done previously, and Nintendo even booked a Super Bowl ad for the first time in the company's history to market the Switch. This strategy was successful, and the Switch has already been heralded as a success fewer than 3 years into its life cycle. It has sold just under 13 million consoles so far in the Americas alone. Though Fils-Aimé has never gone on record to say he was directly involved in the development of any games during his time as president of Nintendo of America, he did influence some games that would release, and some that wouldn't. Reggie was at least partly responsible for the inclusion of Star Fox content in Ubisoft's Starlink for the Switch. While attending a closed-door demo for the game with Ubisoft, Reggie was impressed with the potential of the title and invited the developers to personally present it to Shigeru Miyamoto. Earlier on in his career, Fils-Aimé voiced distaste for the Wii title Disaster Day of Crisis, slamming its voice acting as laughable and claiming that it wasn't worth its $50 price tag. The title never reached American shores, partly because of its poor European sales. Finally, Reggie has also acknowledged several fan campaigns to get other titles localized for American audiences. His supposed refusal to have Mother 3 brought to the West has been a running joke since the mid-2000s, and the joke has even been part of skits during Nintendo Directs through the years.
Come on, Reggie, give us Mother 3!
Though Reggie has said that fan petitions do not affect Nintendo's business decisions, he did acknowledge Project Rainfall, a fan campaign to get Xenoblade Chronicles, The Last Story, and Pandora's Tower released in North America. All three games were eventually localized for the North American market, though how much of that decision was impacted by Project Rainfall is unclear. On February 21, 2019, after nearly 16 years at Nintendo, Fils-Aimé announced that he was retiring in that year. Interestingly, the position of president of Nintendo of America was to be taken on by Doug Bowser, the head of marketing and sales, Fils-Aimé's previous position. Reggie recorded a video announcement that was posted on Nintendo's Twitter account, where he thanked fans directly for being so passionate about both Nintendo and about him, once again embracing the nickname Reginator. The news of his departure was met with both sorrow and well wishes for Reggie in his retirement. The very fact that such a farewell video talking directly to his fans and consumers was recorded for a company CEO, usually a very invisible position, speaks volumes to how well Reggie communicated with the fans of Nintendo during his tenure as president. And the fact that people were lamenting his retirement shows how beloved a figure he had become. It is unquestionable that without Fils-Aimé and his marketing genius and approachable personality, Nintendo would not be the powerhouse that they are today. Because of Reggie's work, now everyone, young and old, knows that Nintendo is about making games.
Gunpei Yokoi. Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto called him his mentor, and Pokemon creator Satoshi Tajiri said he was like a father and a teacher. Yokoi's famous for Game & Watch, Game Boy, and inventing the D-pad. But that is just the tip of the iceberg. When Nintendo was struggling in the 80s, he wiped out all their debt with a single invention and quadrupled the company's revenue. His philosophy was to take old technology and use it in fun ways no one had ever thought of before. To compete not on who's got the best microchips, but the best ideas. Nintendo adopted his philosophy as their own, which is why nowadays we're playing the Switch instead of the Famicom 7. In fact, there never would have been a Famicom 1 without him, let alone Mario, Zelda, Pokemon, and all the rest. Nintendo would probably still be a little Japanese company no one had ever heard of, if it would even exist at all. Miyamoto said it best as he gave a tearful eulogy at Yokoi's funeral. He made Nintendo what it is today. There's a saying to never write an autobiography because it will shorten your life, and that's exactly what happened. He wrote one in the summer of '97 and died in the fall. That biography is where much of today's story comes from, along with his various writings and interviews over the years, and what those who knew him best said after he was gone. Understand the man, and you'll understand Nintendo, past, present, and future. This is Gunpei Yokoi. He was born in Kyoto in 1941, 3 months before the Japanese Empire declared war on America in World War II. The atomic bombs dropped just before his 4th birthday. Growing up, his father was an office worker at a chemical factory, with Gunpei the youngest of 4 children. Their father forced them to learn piano. His older siblings all shared a tutor, but Gunpei had to learn on his own. In the post-war era, it was common that families could only afford cheap toys made from tin, or none at all, which meant as a kid, Gunpei had to be creative and make his own toys. He preferred making them from scratch with his neighbor's tools, rather than rely on a kit with step-by-step instructions. Firearms were a particular fascination, and he spent a lot of time swimming in the nearby Wakasa Bay, making harpoon guns to catch fish. He believed he inherited his sense of craftsmanship from his grandfather, who long ago had written the entire Japanese national anthem on a single grain of rice, and presented it to the emperor. In high school, Yokoi joined the judo club, but he quit after 2 weeks when he got his collarbone shattered by a black belt. While he was recovering, he learned ballroom dancing from a neighbor, hoping it'd make him popular with girls. Soon after, he enrolled at Doshisha University in Kyoto to study electrical engineering. At college, he indeed was popular with girls. Too popular, in fact. His dance partner fell in love and wanted to marry him. Yokoi wasn't up for it though, and saw it as a sign he should give up dancing to return to his true love, tinkering. Oftentimes, he'd be up well past midnight, whittling away at one thing or another. In the early 60s, he built his own car stereo with a cassette player. It was probably the world's first, he remembers. At the time, cars only had radios. It impressed all his friends, and it wasn't until years later that car tape decks was something you could buy off the lot. Every week he would drive that car a couple hours to the seaside and catch fish with his harpoon guns, to everyone's amazement. There are two kinds of people who like making things: the ones who do it for themselves, and the ones who like to show off and surprise others. Ever since I was a kid, I was the type that just loved making other people happy. In 1965, he graduated and went looking for work. Unfortunately, his grades had been embarrassingly low, and he got rejected by every major electronics company, one after another. He didn't want to leave his hometown, so he took a local job at a small company called Nintendo, who mostly made playing cards. My friends asked why someone with a degree in electrical engineering would take a job at a card company, he remembers. But honestly, I had no idea what I'd be doing at Nintendo. He'd soon learn that the only reason he got hired was because of a new law that required a company of Nintendo's size to have an electrical engineer on staff. Yokoi, as it turned out, was brought on solely to meet the law's requirements, even though, really, he wasn't needed. He ended up as a maintenance worker tasked with fixing glue machines and stuff like that. Most of his classmates did end up at big electronics firms, and he was embarrassed to run into them. He figured he'd just keep his head down, toil away in his menial job for 40 years, and hold out for retirement. But day to day, there really wasn't much for him to do, so he filled his time using company tools to perfect his harpoon making and kept making toys. One toy was actually something he'd made as a kid, but now improved upon: an extending hand for grabbing things out of arm's reach. One day, Nintendo's president, Hiroshi Yamauchi, discovered him playing with it on company time and summoned him to his office. Yokoi thought he was about to get fired, or at least chewed out. But to his surprise, Yamauchi said, "You know what? Let's sell that thing, but not as a toy. Make it a game instead." He had a thick Kansai dialect, by the way, which in English equates to something like a southern accent. The two men would eventually grow into a sort of father-son dynamic, but that wasn't till later. For now, Nintendo's card business was in decline. Yamauchi tried branching out to food products, a taxi service, and even love hotels to try and bring in more money, but with little success. Big toy companies had a stranglehold on the toy market, but Yamauchi did see an opening in the games market. So the stretchy hand was bundled with a rulebook and balls, and became Nintendo's first successful step into the games business. 30 years later, Yokoi looked back at this moment and said, "I realize now, this was the beginning of my life, and in a sense, it may have been the first step in the transformation of Nintendo the card company into the Nintendo you know today." Yamauchi named it the Ultra Hand, which went on to sell over 1 million units at $2 a piece. That was big money for Nintendo back then, and the profits essentially saved the company. The president set Yokoi free from his boring maintenance job and started a new section of the company, the development department, where Yokoi could tinker full-time. Yamauchi was like, "Alright, college boy, have at it. Think us up some more $1 million ideas." That stressed Yokoi out to no end, though. The Ultra Hand was something he made as a kid, but now he was expected to pump out hit after hit from scratch. So he thought back, once again, to his childhood. Long ago, he had a rich friend with countless toys, but what he loved more than anything was other kids throwing ping pong balls at him so he could whack them with some bamboo. Yokoi couldn't have cared less about baseball, but figured if that rich kid liked it more than any toy in the world, maybe that was an idea worth exploring. So he invented a miniature pitching machine for ping pong balls. It was dubbed the Ultra Machine and sold 2 million units, even more than Ultra Hand. Yokoi saw his toys on an assembly line, rolling down conveyor belts one after another, then loaded onto trucks to deliver all over Japan. It was spectacular, he recalled. That's when I began to feel confident the world would accept my ideas. I was really happy at Nintendo. The company bought everything I needed and paid me a salary to do all the tinkering I would have done anyway. Even on my days off, I couldn't wait to get back to work. In 1969, Yokoi's philosophy of making creative use of cheap materials began to form in his mind, which would serve as the basis for the rest of his life's work. It's usually translated as lateral thinking with withered technology, but perhaps a more easily understood translation is thinking sideways with mature technology. Cutting-edge tech is expensive and sometimes breaks down or glitches when it gets to market because it hasn't had years of experience getting used by millions of customers. Old technology, on the other hand, is cheap to make and already proven to work. By thinking sideways, Yokoi could come up with new ways of using old tech to make stuff that's inexpensive, reliable, and fun. On that playing field, it's all about competing on who has the best ideas. Thinking sideways went hand in hand with the blue ocean strategy to make things no one else is selling, so Nintendo would have the market all for themselves. With all that starting to rattle around in his head, one day he was using an ammeter, a 100-year-old device for measuring electricity, when he noticed it detected electricity in his own body. Suddenly, he realized it could be used as an excuse for a boy to hold a girl's hand and measure the romantic chemistry between them from 1 to 100. Getting a girl to hold your hand was no easy task back then, so a lot of boys bought one for just that purpose. Yokoi called it the love tester, and to sweeten the deal, claimed it's more accurate when a boy and a girl kiss. One day, Yamauchi left work and took one with him. Later, Yokoi got a phone call from him saying, "Hey, what's going on? We kissed, but the needle ain't moving." The boys back at Nintendo got a good laugh out of it. In his book, Yokoi says, "I used a love tester myself and held many women's hands, but eventually just holding hands wasn't enough for me anymore." Once he'd gotten all that love testing out of his system, it was around this time Yokoi met the one, got married, and before long, welcomed a son into the world. What's interesting is Yokoi never mentions them in his book. You won't find much record of him ever having a family online either, even in Japanese. His wife and son are incredibly private, and out of respect, we were asked not to show their photos in this video. Also, out of respect, and because it's an interesting story in itself, we want to talk about our sources. Yokoi's biography was authored by a guy named Takafumi Makino, who interviewed him for days on end. The book's about half Yokoi's own words, while Makino summarized the rest into a chronological narrative. It was published in June '97, but no one bought it. Everyone knew Yokoi's creations, but no one knew his name, so only a few hundred copies sold. Then the rest got destroyed. After Yokoi died a few months later, suddenly everyone wanted to read it, and the few surviving copies shot up to $1,000. Eventually, Nintendo Dream Magazine's Europe correspondent Florent Gorge managed to get his hands on one. With Makino's permission, and after meeting with Yokoi's family, Gorge translated the book into French with extra chapters and photos. Makino saw all the improvements and was inspired to write a new biography in 2010, with more from his Yokoi interviews that weren't included in the original book. Over the next decade, Gorge went on to conduct more interviews with surviving Nintendo staff, to write 4 volumes on Nintendo's entire history, which of course include a lot of stories about Yokoi. Most of the video you're watching now was compiled from all Makino and Gorge's books, and we want to express our utmost respect for their work. Without them, most of the world wouldn't know much about Yokoi beyond a list of his inventions. Gorsh was personally involved in the making of this video as well, and we can't recommend his books enough. They're the definitive tellings of Nintendo history. If you like reading, you'll love them. Okay, now back to the story. Throughout the 1970s, Yokoi had a few misses, but a lot more successes in what's now considered his second golden age. He'd had a fascination with firearms since childhood, so his next inventions were a series of light gun games. The way they worked was each gun had a light inside with a guillotine shutter tied to the trigger, while targets were fitted with cheap solar cells that acted as light detectors. After a while, Yamauchi asked if there was a way they could design a competition around them, and bought Yokoi an actual rifle to brainstorm with. Eventually, he came up with a game based on clay shooting, a sport where you shoot what are essentially frisbees that fly in all directions. Bowling had become a fad in Japan, and at the height of its popularity, a bowling alley could be found on practically every street corner. But by 1973, the fad was waning, and all those bowling alleys were going out of business. So, Yokoi sought to take advantage of the situation and establish laser clay as more than a game, and turn it into a proper sport. Empty bowling alleys were converted into laser clay centers, and everyone loved it. Yokoi got so many pats on the back for his genius idea, he practically needed a chiropractor. But then a recession hit, just as things were getting going, and a huge earthquake struck Nintendo's headquarters. As a result, they were never able to fully realize their goals for laser clay and ended up losing a fortune on the venture. Unbeknownst to them at the time, this would mark the start of a 7-year dark age for Nintendo's finances. To try and save the company, Yokoi spent the next few years trying his luck in the arcade business. His first game was Wild Gunman. Using a pair of film projectors, it showed live-action cowboys you've got to shoot before they shoot you. There's a sensor in the holster that won't let you draw too early. Then, when the light flashes, if you're quick, you'll kill him, but too slow, and you lose. Arcade players were blown away, because keep in mind, this was back when you were used to more primitive games, like Pong and old-fashioned pinball tables. Yokoi also made a version of Wild Gunman called Fascination, where you shoot the knots off of a Swedish model's clothes to make them fall to the floor, till she's in nothing but her undies. Everyone loved these ideas too, but Nintendo was deep in debt and in such dire financial straits that they only managed to produce 100 Wild Gunmen, and it seems only 1 or 2 Fascinations. They made a little money, but not nearly enough to make back all they'd lost on laser clay. Yokoi made a few more shooter cabinets, but after failing to find fortune in the arcade, he turned his guns on people's homes, starting with Duck Hunt in 1976. Using a series of lights, mirrors, and light detectors, it projected ducks on a living room wall. Players would shoot and watch them tumble down to the floor. How it worked is pretty ingenious and hard to explain, but simply put, it was another example of sideways thinking with old technology, and the whole system sold for about $35, to considerable success. But it still wasn't enough. Nintendo was drowning in debt, and Yokoi was desperate to save it from bankruptcy. So, he kept on inventing, like walkie-talkies that communicate with light, an RC race car that sold for 1/10 the price because it only turned left, a remote-controlled vacuum cleaner, and he even resorted to jumping on the Rubik's Cube craze with a puzzle game called The 10 Billion. Funnily enough, he didn't even know how to solve the 10 billion. In his book, he admits some random customer had to teach him the solution. Then Yokoi later pretended he figured it out himself. He was pretty embarrassed about it, but he was doing everything he could to save Nintendo, and although most of his inventions were profitable, it still wasn't enough. Then, one day in 1979, he was sitting on a train and saw a businessman so bored out of his mind that he had resorted to playing with a calculator. Yokoi thought, what if I made a little game a guy like him could play to kill time? But the thought was soon forgotten. He didn't think it was a very good idea, and besides, he had other ideas he figured were better. Fate took a turn though, because soon after that, Milton Bradley released the Microvision, the world's first portable game machine with interchangeable cartridges. As described in one of Gorge's books, Yokoi and another Nintendo employee got their hands on one and loved it. But it was gigantic, and the 16 by 16 resolution made all its games look the same. After some brainstorming, they realized they could make something like a Microvision, but with more readable graphics if they used a literal calculator screen, and the machine could be smaller if it only had one game. As they were mulling that over, Yamauchi's driver got sick and didn't come to work one day. The president's Cadillac had its steering wheel on the left side, and the only other person in the company who could drive it was Yokoi. A big meeting was coming up, so Yamauchi said, "Sorry, I know it's not your job, but I need you to be my driver today." On the way, Yokoi told him his idea. Then, when they got to the meeting, Yamauchi just happened to sit next to the president of the world's biggest calculator manufacturer, Sharp Corporation, and Yamauchi mentioned the idea to him. A week later, someone from Sharp showed up at Nintendo and said, "You know what? Let's do it." Most of Nintendo's sales and marketing staff opposed the project, but Yamauchi gave the thumbs up, and that was all that mattered. So Yokoi got to work and thought, a businessman doesn't want to be seen playing games. It's embarrassing. On the train, it's customary to sit with your hands folded, so we'll make the game wide rather than tall, and small enough to hide in a pair of folded hands. Holding it like that, only the thumbs would be usable, so we'll make it playable with just thumbs. And it should have a clock too, since businessmen need to know the time. Nintendo had played around a little with arcade and video games, but this next invention, the Game & Watch, was the beginning of the Nintendo we know today. Yokoi originally thought he'd only make one game, but Yamauchi told him, might as well do a few. To everyone's surprise, they sold millions around the world and finally broke Nintendo out of its 7-year funk. The year before Game & Watch, the company had $75 million in revenue. The year after, it quadrupled to $300 million, and the profits allowed Nintendo to pay off every cent of its past debts. Their financial dark age had come to an end, and the beginning of Yokoi's third golden age had begun. Every now and then, Yamauchi would be like, "Okay kid, time for you to come up with some more game ideas." To which Yokoi was thinking, you know, it's really not that easy for the guy who's gotta make all those ideas. But of course, kept those thoughts to himself. Yokoi would later say in his biography, if the driver wasn't sick that day, he would have forgotten about the idea and Game & Watch never would have happened. And if Yamauchi hadn't sat next to Sharp's president at the meeting, it wouldn't have happened either. Perhaps it was fate. Of the 60 Game & Watches Nintendo released over the next few years, about 50 were games Yokoi thought up himself. At least the broad strokes, though often the finer details were worked out by his staff, especially the programming. Yokoi was more of an ideas guy and organizer of other people's talents, and didn't have the technical know-how to do his own coding. Now's a good time to mention that although the development department started as basically just Yokoi, it had slowly grown over time and now employed a lot more. Mostly younger guys, who Yokoi was keen to break out of their shells and unlock their full potential. When he started, there was no one there to poo-poo his wild ideas, and he wanted the new guys to feel that same sense of freedom. Oftentimes in meetings, Yokoi would speak up and say something silly to encourage his staff, to do the same. When they thought up a new idea together, half the time he'd put their names on the patent instead of his own. That boosted their confidence and made them better contributors to the team. He did his best to tear down all hierarchical structures as best he could, and make it known that ideas from general managers, section managers, and ordinary employees were equally worth considering. Everyone was encouraged to think outside the box, and by organizing their pursuits all together, he was able to consistently generate millions upon millions of dollars. People called his management style Yokoism. There was undoubtedly a lot of what today we'd call crunch, but despite that, most everyone was having fun and looked forward to work every day. Secretly though, as the operation grew and grew, Yokoi was getting stressed under the mounting pressure. He also butted heads with other higher-ups, which he attributed to office politics he was able to avoid the worst of, since he wasn't driven by money or fame. Despite those difficulties, he did his best to hide them from the lower-level workers. Water your seeds, give them sunshine, and they'll grow into fruits. That was Yokoi's thinking. In 1977, one of Nintendo's new hires was a young Shigeru Miyamoto. For the first few years, he was assigned unmemorable tasks like package design, but got his chance to shine in '81 after a Nintendo arcade game called Radar Scope failed to sell. At this point, the development department was split into two halves. R&D 1 was still Yokoi's, while R&D 2 was under Masayuki Umura, who'd come over from Sharp back when Nintendo was buying their solar sensors to make light guns. Radar Scope was made by R&D 2, but when it flopped, R&D 1 was tasked with salvaging it in any way they could. The stakes were high, as the newly formed Nintendo of America had bet big on Radar Scope, and was now sitting on thousands of unsold arcade cabinets. As a result, they were essentially broke, and close to going bankrupt. So together, Yokoi and Miyamoto set out to design a new game that could run on the same cabinets. Initially, they based it on a Popeye cartoon, where Olive sleepwalks through a construction site. The rights didn't come through though, so the characters were changed to a giant gorilla, a gorgeous babe, and an old man. Yokoi said to give the old man overalls since it's a construction site, and Miyamoto threw a mustache on him. Miyamoto suggested barrels roll around, which the old man could dodge by going up and down ladders. In practice though, it was frustrating, so Yokoi said a button should let you jump over the barrels, and thus the world's first platformer was born. The old man that Yokoi and Miyamoto designed together eventually came to be known as Mario, while the game itself was named Donkey Kong, after the gorilla. It was a collaborative effort, but by analyzing Donkey Kong, we can best understand Yokoi's philosophy of game design. Simply put, the graphics should wordlessly tell the player everything they need to know. Maybe that sounds obvious nowadays, but a lot of 80s games demanded you consult outside material, like a manual, to learn its story, how to win, or even perform the most basic functions. In Donkey Kong, you instantly know who the villain is, because it's a monstrous gorilla that grabs a pretty girl, and drags her kicking and screaming to the top of the screen. Then you see a little man who you intuitively understand has to climb up to rescue the damsel in distress. The construction girders, ladders, and barrels tell you everything you need to know along the way. Simple, fun, and easy to understand. That was the Yokoi way, and Miyamoto adopted it as his own in the years to come. Donkey Kong went on to become a huge success, not only selling thousands of old Radar Scope cabinets, but tens of thousands more, making Nintendo hundreds of millions of dollars, and allowing Nintendo of America to buy 27 acres of land to expand their operations. It's not a stretch to say NOA's what it is today thanks largely to this one success. The following year, Yokoi's team converted Donkey Kong into a Game & Watch. By now, they were making them with 2 screens, similar to what eventually became Nintendo DS. The arcade game used a joystick, but that wouldn't work on a handheld. So, after some tinkering and throwing out a boob-shaped alternative, Yokoi invented the modern D-pad, mostly because it was cheap, and allowed 4-direction control with a single piece of plastic. It also had the added benefit that players could feel the direction they were pushing without having to look down. Again, to someone who wasn't alive back then, D-pads might seem inevitable and obvious. Of course that should be the standard. But back in '82, video game controllers looked like this. At the time, D-pads, platforming, and so many other Yokoi ideas actually weren't obvious. And you can't argue with the results. Donkey Kong sold 8 million units, making it the most popular Game & Watch of all time. And D-pads have been on practically every controller and handheld since, though a lot of them use a cross in a circle to avoid stepping on Yokoi's patent. Not long after, Yokoi asked Miyamoto to make another arcade game based on a turtle he happened to see in an anime, which led to the two of them making the first Mario Brothers. Miyamoto later became world famous for Mario. Yokoi's staff asked why he didn't publicly attach himself to get some fame too. He told them, "Doesn't matter. If people like the games, I'm satisfied. And when it comes to who made it, it's fine if only the people in the know know." That was a running theme throughout his career. He seldom did interviews, especially with Western press, because he wanted his work to speak for itself. And he didn't mind sharing the limelight and letting his subordinates rack up patents, clout, and credit. He thought his team would be happier and more productive if they didn't feel like anonymous cogs in his machine. In the midst of all these successes, rival companies started swooping in and trying to poach Yokoi with the promise of more money. He always turned them down though. There was a small restaurant he liked on his way home from work because no one knew who he was and he could just eat and be ordinary. After a while, he noticed another guy who was always there too, and they gradually became drinking buddies. Yokoi never talked about anything personal, like his name or where he worked. But after a year of drinking with the guy, Yokoi felt comfortable enough to open up a bit and just mentioned he worked in development. The other guy looked at him and said, "Yeah, I know. You're Mr. Yokoi of Nintendo, and I've been waiting for you here a long time." It turned out he'd been an undercover plant all along, just trying to poach him. Truth was though, Yokoi felt indebted to Nintendo for giving him everything he ever wanted. On a more personal level though, him and Yamauchi had grown to feel like father and son. They were incredibly close, and even when they argued, it was more like parent and child than boss and employee. Whenever Yokoi finished a new invention, it was always Yamauchi he ran to first to show it off. When they made Yamauchi light up, Yokoi lit up too. The old man knew he wasn't going to be around forever, and had decided he wanted Yokoi to take over as president when he retired. Over the years, he tried so hard to convince him to take the job, but Yokoi simply didn't want it. More than anything, he just liked to tinker and invent stuff, and wasn't interested in running a huge company or all the money that came with it. Yokoi had too much management on his plate already, just with R&D 1, and if he'd had his druthers, he would have been perfectly happy alone with his tools. In 1983, Nintendo took all the money they'd made on Game & Watch and used it to make their first home console, the Famicom, which Yamauchi wanted to sell as cheap as possible. The task was assigned to R&D 2, but they had trouble along the way, especially with keeping down costs. So R&D 1 eventually had to come in and help them out. Yokoi insisted on an eject button, another industry first. And of course, the controller featured his now iconic D-pad. The Famicom turned out to be a big hit, with Donkey Kong as one of its launch titles. and some other Yokoi games got converted as well, like Wild Gunman and Duck Hunt. Under Yokoi's producership, lots of original games were made too, including Metroid, Ice Climber, Kid Icarus, Famicom Wars, Famicom Detective Club, Wrecking Crew, and more. For the most part though, he wasn't intimately involved in development. He oversaw projects and kept the ship on course, while small teams were mostly given the freedom to make what they wanted. Personally, Yokoi never liked the idea of games being confined to the inside of a TV screen, so he made the Famicom Light Gun and Rob the Robot to bring games out into the real world. Famicom soon became the best-selling console in Japan, and with his insatiable appetite, Yamauchi set his sights on the world's largest economy, the United States. Unfortunately, America had had a huge gaming crash in 1983 thanks to an oversaturation of too many consoles with a flood of crappy games. In short, the prevailing opinion was that video games suck now. The home console market had shrunk 97% as Americans moved to grass-touching and personal computers. Nintendo's whole shtick in Japan was being inexpensive, but that wasn't gonna fly stateside. If Americans already decided they didn't want to buy crap, why would they suddenly want to buy cheap crap? So Nintendo took a different approach, and marketed the Famicom together with the Light Gun and Rob the Robot, not as a video game console, but as an entertainment system. Yokoi explains, quote, "As the number of gamers increased, regular games eventually started selling too. By then, light guns and robots had fulfilled their purpose as the initial spark and were no longer needed." Decades later, game historians would call Rob the Trojan horse that got Nintendo into American homes. It's easy to forget, but the NES might have never took off if it hadn't been for the robot. Before long, the NES had single-handedly ended the American video game crash, made gaming cool again, and ushered in a Japanese dominance that's continued to this day. It wasn't all Yokoi's doing, of course. Umura, Takeda, Imanishi, and of course Miyamoto and his new Super Mario Bros. Played a big part too. This is Yokoi's life story though, so I hope you'll forgive us for focusing more on him and not so much on the hundreds of other Nintendo employees there as well. We've done our best to shine a light on a lot of them in past videos, and will continue doing so in the future. But anyway, after a while, the Famicom and NES peaked, and the Game & Watch boom had run its course. So Yokoi set his sights on his next big project, the Game Boy. It would be the high point of his career, but the low point of his life. According to legend, Yokoi basically invented it all by himself. For some viewers, that might be the only thing they know about him. The legend's not entirely true though. If any one man should be credited as the inventor, it's actually his R&D1 deputy, Satoru Okada. Yokoi originally wanted the Game Boy to be more like Game & Watch, while Okada envisioned it more like Famicom, and the two argued bitterly till Yokoi gave in. That's why Okada's name's on the Game Boy patent, and his isn't. That said, Yokoi was still incredibly important in its development and eventual success. One of the biggest hurdles in making a portable Famicom was the public's perception that a small handheld ought to be cheaper than a big home console, even though, as Yokoi saw it, it basically was a home console with the addition of its own screen. If anything, it should be more expensive, but consumers didn't see it that way. So Yokoi's team cut costs and removed every feature they could. That was, after all, his specialty. He likened the process to making a microwave oven. An engineer designing a microwave might think adding an extra feature will only add $1 to the total cost, so they'll toss it on. Some other feature only adds 50 cents, so he includes that too, and so on. That's how the world ended up full of microwaves with dozens of buttons no one uses, don't know how to use, and have no interest in figuring out. And ultimately, they cost more than they need to, when the customer would be better served with something cheap and simple that just gets the job done. That's basically how they managed to make a portable Famicom that could sell even cheaper than the console. A D-pad, 2 buttons, and a monochrome screen. It was so simple and cheap though, that hardly anyone at Nintendo thought people would actually buy it. The screen was especially controversial. Why wasn't it color? Even Okada wanted color. But Yokoi insisted that not only would a color screen make it cost more, but you wouldn't be able to see it in sunlight. And the batteries would run dry 10 times faster. What good's a handheld if you can't go outside and have to buy new batteries every couple hours? Some other departments resorted to sabotage and told Yamauchi that Game Boy would be an embarrassment if it ever came out. They wanted the project killed off, not just to save Nintendo's reputation, but also because they wanted Yokoi knocked down a peg. There was a lot of bad blood between departments, especially with R&D 2 head Umura. If you want the full 200-page story covering those years in microscopic detail, we'd recommend reading Gorge's Volume 4 book. Game Boy's just a small chapter in Yokoi's life though, so we'll cut to the crux of it. Late in development, he made a fatal mistake that almost caused him to take his own life: the viewing angle of the Game Boy's screen. To keep it in layman's terms, an LCD screen is best viewed and most visible at certain angles. Back then, when you had them made, you had to know what angle the user would look at them. Yokoi mistakenly ordered the screens with the same specs as a Game & Watch, as though gamers would look at them straight on. But because of the form factor, gamers would actually look at Game Boys with a 5-degree angle. Based on Yokoi's orders, Sharp built a $40 million factory solely to make those screens. And now, they were useless. Yamauchi looked at the first Game Boys coming off the line and said, "What the hell's this? You can't see nothing. What you gonna do with this? If you can't see nothing, you won't sell nothing." Then he cancelled the Game Boy outright and transferred most of R&D 1's staff to other projects. He believed a solution could be found, but other departments had been whispering in Yamauchi's ear that Game Boys are dud, and this screen problem seemed to confirm what the saboteurs had been saying. Yokoi mostly avoids talking company drama in his own biography, but in Gorge's book, R&D 1's Yoshihiro Taki doesn't hold back. Quote, "His position made people envious. Yamauchi was getting older, and the rumor was that Yokoi might take over as president one day. Different people wanted to seize power and take control of the development divisions. It was all about power. Yokoi didn't care for any of that, but he suffered from the knowledge they were trying to oust him and sabotage his work." Under the burden of his $40 million mistake and the betrayal of his own colleagues, Yokoi fell into a deep depression. He didn't eat for weeks and seriously considered suicide. Yokoi was withering away to nothing. Then, as he tells it, a Chinese restaurant he frequented grew concerned and made him a special bowl of chilled tofu. He managed to get it down and finally got his appetite back. "It was incredibly delicious," he says in his biography. "I think that tofu saved my life." What was left of Yokoi's team worked in secret for weeks to fix the screen problem. Eventually, they found a compromise that unfortunately lowered the contrast, but at least made the screens usable. Yokoi ran to the president's office to show his prayers had been answered. Yamauchi begrudgingly accepted, mostly because R&D 2 was having trouble finishing the Super Famicom, and its release had gotten massively delayed. Nintendo needed a new system in the meantime, and thus Yokoi's project was allowed to come back online. But gaming press and almost everyone at Nintendo still thought Game Boy would end up as a humiliating flop. After a few more twists and turns, it finally launched in April '89, and despite all the naysayers, turned out to be a huge hit. Game Boys were flying off the shelves faster than Nintendo could make them. It was Yokoi's fourth and final golden age, with Game Boy eventually going on to sell 120 million units, more than Famicom and Super Famicom combined. Interestingly, throughout his career, Yokoi loved getting ripped off and copied. When he saw off-brand Ultra Hands, Game & Watch copycats, and especially Sega's Game Gear, instead of getting mad, he took it as a form of flattery. Game Gear, by the way, did have a color screen, but it ate up battery like nobody's business, and was part of the reason it sold for nearly twice as much as the Game Boy. Ultimately, Nintendo's handheld outsold Sega's by more than 10-1. There's a couple more stories Yokoi doesn't tell in his biography, but have been told by others. Like that one day Nintendo got a letter from a mother whose son had a disabled left hand and begged for a Game Boy with the buttons and D-pad reversed. Yokoi made her one in a few hours and said not to tell Nintendo, because he wasn't supposed to do that kind of thing. A letter arrived from another mother too, this time asking for repairs on her son's Game Boy after he got hit by a car riding his bike. Yokoi sent him a brand new one for free, along with a note telling the kid in the future, watch out for cars. Yokoi oversaw just about every first-party Game Boy release, though just like his producership on Famicom, for most games he was pretty hands-off. One notable exception was Dr. Mario, which he designed after Yamauchi said Game Boy's success was thanks to Tetris. He said it at a New Year's party in front of everyone, and Yokoi took offense. The idea that he owed his success to someone else's game. So, he made Dr. Mario to prove his worth, which sold over 5 million copies and became the 6th best-selling Game Boy game of all time, plus another 5 million on Famicom. Otherwise, he mostly let his subordinates make the games, but even then, his direction was critical to the platform's success. Like when he instructed the Tetris team to add a 2-player versus mode. Tetris had been invented in the Soviet Union a few years before, but wasn't a mega hit till it landed on Game Boy, where it exploded and sold 35 million copies. The only Game Boy game to ever outsell it was Pokemon. And it's at this point that Yokoi's story dovetails with a little company called Game Freak. In the late 80s, gaming magazine writer Satoshi Tajiri started what today we'd call an indie studio, and worked out of an apartment with his friends to make small arcade-style games. One day he saw the newly announced Game Boy and Link cable, and thought up a game where friends trade monsters back and forth. Long story short, Tajiri pitched the idea to Nintendo, who agreed to help fund the project. And because it was a Game Boy game, Yokoi took over as producer. As usual, he was pretty hands-off, but after a while, Game Freak ran out of money and couldn't continue. So, Yokoi gave him side projects to bring in money, like a Yoshi puzzle game. Not only did he lend them the IP, he also helped in the ideas stage. Yoshi released on Game Boy and Famicom in late '91 and sold just shy of 5 million copies, which gave him the funds to continue making Pokemon. Later, Game Freak ran out of cash again. So Yokoi gave him an idea for a Mario puzzle game, which released in '93 as Mario and Wario. As a creator, getting praise from Yokoi was just like being praised by my parents, said Tajiri. He was like a father to me. Looking back years later, Miyamoto said, I think this was when Tajiri learned how to take his ideas and turn them into video games. Eventually though, Yokoi passed off the role of Pokemon's producer to Miyamoto, because he'd gotten too busy with what he intended as his last big project for Nintendo, the Virtual Boy. At this point, Yokoi had grown disillusioned with the direction of the video game industry. In the past, it had always been about ideas. That was, after all, the basis of his philosophy. Sideways thinking with mature technology, where good ideas can beat out expensive microchips. But now it had become the era of Super Nintendo versus Sega Genesis, and soon on to N64. Nintendo had fallen into the same trap as the competition that they'd for so long avoided, competing on graphics, storage capacity, and whose console could display the most colors. The Bit Wars. Software was changing too, into 50-hour RPGs, fighting games with 5-button combos, and other games that simply weren't his style. It wasn't the market style either. As games got more complicated, people were opting out and taking up other hobbies instead. So, Yokoi decided to leave Nintendo and forge his own path in the industry, to get back to its roots. He intended to leave when he turned 50, but first wanted to give Nintendo one last souvenir. A thank you gift for all Yamauchi had done for him, and a way for Yokoi to go out on a high note. He'd always been drawn to ideas that escaped the confines of a screen, so this last project would exemplify that in spades by having games jump out in 3 dimensions. It wasn't aimed at the hardcore crowd, but at the same kind of people who played Game & Watch, or never played games at all, who were more interested in having fun than following step-by-step guides and devoting hours to memorizing button combinations. Simply put, it was for regular folks, to offer entirely new kinds of games, out in the blue ocean. One of our next videos is going to be solely dedicated to the Virtual Boy, so we don't want to dive too deep here in his biography. But, long story short, it ended up a failure. And Yokoi knew if he left Nintendo now, it'd look like he was resigning in disgrace. So, he decided to do one more project, and quickly threw together a design for the Game Boy Pocket, which he was sure would be a success. It was smaller, lighter, had a clearer screen, better battery life, and could be sold for an even lower price than the original. It launched July 21st, 1996, 1 year to the day after Virtual Boy. A few weeks later, Yokoi got in his car and drove off the lot one last time. After more than 3 decades at Nintendo, he was starting a new life. Nintendo's stock plummeted when the news broke, so much so that Nintendo temporarily froze trading. A prominent newspaper reported that Yokoi resigned as a way of taking responsibility for Virtual Boy's failure. In response, he wrote an article of his own, titled "Why I Left Nintendo," where he said, no, that's not why he resigned. Some said it was because he'd gotten fed up with Yamauchi ruling Nintendo like a dictator. Yokoi denied that too, instead praising Yamauchi and saying they'd agreed to keep working together in the future, just on different terms. It wouldn't be published till over a decade later, but in his second book, Makino reveals more personal details about his interviews with Yokoi. That resigning over one flop, the Virtual Boy, simply wasn't how things worked at Nintendo, and especially not between Yamauchi and Yokoi. Makino was shocked when the usually cheerful Yokoi teared up when he talked about leaving Yamauchi's side, how in that moment he looked like a crying little kid. The two men shared a bond much deeper than just boss and employee. Back to the newspaper article though. Yokoi denied those rumors, but did say that Nintendo would come down with what he was calling the big company disease, which was basically mirroring what the competition was doing while refusing any idea that couldn't earn tens of millions of dollars. It wasn't the same Nintendo it used to be, and he simply didn't feel like he belonged there anymore. That's why he left, to start his own company called Koto, named for the city he was born and where he'd spent his entire life. He vowed it'd never grow bigger than 30 employees and continue his philosophy of sideways thinking, where he could putter around on fun little inventions with the kind of freedom Nintendo no longer offered. A few guys from R&D 1 went with him. He publicly teased that one of their first projects would be a new game system, but said the details would be secret for a few more years till it was ready. He was also working with doctors to bring his skills to the medical field, to combine gaming with physical rehabilitation. So if, say, someone was in an accident, they could play games to learn to walk again. It'd make recovery quicker and more enjoyable for the patient. All was going well for Yokoi and his new startup. Then, on October 4th, 1997, he decided to take a day off and go play a round of golf with a friend. His friend was driving, and on the way, rear-ended the truck in front of them. So they both got out to check the damage. At that moment, a car came speeding by. His friend suffered a fractured rib, but Yokoi didn't make it. The news spread like a shockwave. "I rushed to Kyoto as soon as I heard he'd been killed," said Tajiri. When he got to the funeral, he found President Yamauchi and countless industry legends who had worked for him over the decades, from Shigeru Miyamoto to Satoru Iwata, there to pay their respects and say their goodbyes. Miyamoto gave the eulogy. "The only person I can proudly call my mentor even now is Yokoi-san. His philosophy in creating things made Nintendo what it is today." Press reported that as Miyamoto spoke those words, his tearful voice and trembling shoulders touched the hearts of everyone in attendance. It was a simple ceremony, but warm, reflecting the personality of the deceased. Miyamoto designed the tombstone, engraved with some of Yokoi's proudest achievements, from Ultra Machine and Laser Clay to Game & Watch and Game Boy. President Yamauchi stayed long after most everyone else had gone, sitting at the burial site alone with his thoughts. He didn't have much time to grieve though, because before long, behind the scenes, he heard about Yokoi's secret console project. It turned out, Bandai had hired him to design a new handheld called the WonderSwan. It was superior to Game Boy Pocket in every way. A better screen, longer battery life, a clever system-flipping concept, and at only $38 was going to sell for a significantly lower price. Yamauchi called a meeting of all Nintendo's department heads and put together a plan to make a new, color Game Boy as a response. Business was business after all, and he now had the responsibility to crush Yokoi's final creation. Nintendo announced Game Boy Color a couple weeks before Bandai revealed WonderSwan, and launched it a little earlier too, all in a bid to distract gamers from the fact WonderSwan even existed. WonderSwan enjoyed a successful first few months anyway, but Nintendo aggressively cut the GBC's price to ensure its downfall. Game Boy Pocket was created solely to preserve Yokoi's honor, but Game Boy Color's purpose was to annihilate Yokoi's final invention. The WonderSwan never left Japan, but at 3.5 million units sold, it still managed to achieve second place in the Japanese handheld war, far ahead of other competitors like Sega Game Gear and Atari Lynx. Nintendo's system, of course, ultimately won out. All that said, it wasn't Game Boy Color that put WonderSwan in the grave. It was Pokémon. In 1996, Game Boy was a dead system and hadn't gotten a single new game in the months leading up to Tajiri's magnum opus. But Pokémon slowly and steadily grew into a global phenomenon that, over the next few years, resurrected the Game Boy boom. Game Boys went from selling 4 million units a year to almost 20 million, and a new wave of hundreds more games came out to ride Pokemon's coattails. If not for that, the WonderSwan would have easily beat out all the competition to become the generation's dominant handheld. In an ironic twist of fate, Tajiri had unintentionally dealt a crushing blow to Yokoi's last legacy. The circumstance had played out in a tragic conclusion, as competing ambitions between surrogate fathers and sons. There was a silver lining, though, for Yokoi's lasting memory, because he'd also designed a puzzle game for WonderSwan's launch, which ended up as his own swan song. It was posthumously named Gunpei in his honor, and released to critical acclaim 2 years after his death. Famitsu scored it 33 out of 40. Coming from them, that's high praise, 4 points higher than they even gave Pokemon. Gunpei was too good to be forgotten, so it eventually got ported to PlayStation, DS, and nowadays you can even get it on smartphones. A Wonderswan playing Gunpei even got a few cameos in the newest Evangelion movie. In fact, if you know what to look for, you'll find Yokoi references and Easter eggs all over the place. The primary mechanic in Zelda Tears of the Kingdom was named Ultra Hand. The Love Tester was a treasure in Pikmin 2, and pretty much everything Game & Watch related in Super Smash Bros. Is an homage in one way or another. The list goes on. Perhaps the biggest dedication of all is a good chunk of the new Nintendo Museum, where you can interact with some of Yokoi's iconic inventions, and even buy recreations of the original Ultra Hand. Yokoi's legacy is more than just countless homages though, because Nintendo may have lost their way for a while in the 90s, but eventually found their way back. When the Wii was announced, a Japanese journalist asked why it was so underpowered compared to PlayStation and Xbox. Nintendo's new president, Satoru Iwata, told them, "Gunpei Yokoi taught us to think laterally with withered technology and compete with our ideas. His protege, Miyamoto, inherited his philosophy, and when I took the role of Nintendo's president, I decided to continue that corporate culture and stay on Yokoi's path." In Japan, the Wii and DS were both viewed as a return to Yokoi's ideas, after Nintendo had spent the past decade trying to compete directly with the likes of Sony, a battle they were, frankly, unable to win. But all that changed with the Wii, which went on to outsell PlayStation and Xbox. The DS also outsold the much more powerful Sony PSP at a rate of almost 2 to 1. Nintendo stayed on Yokoi's path for generations to come, sideways thinking, escaping the confines of a TV screen and the blue ocean. In 2003, Yokoi was posthumously awarded the GDC Lifetime Achievement Award, which his wife and son accepted on his behalf. If not for that car accident, today he'd be 83 years old. The man who gave so much to gaming undoubtedly would have given more if he had the chance, and probably taught the lame to walk. In a reprint of Yokoi's original 1997 biography, Makino added a new epilogue, ending with these words: "This book will probably be forgotten someday, but even if it is, there'll surely come a day when people will want to read it again, because Yokoi's words are filled with the essence of what makes games fun." And, well, here we are, fulfilling that prophecy. A colleague once said, "It's a pity he died too soon, but in life he taught us how to live."
He created the most iconic video game character of all time, and his games have sold over 1 billion copies all around the world. By 2006, he'd become so valuable to Nintendo that, for his own safety and the company's peace of mind, they told him he wasn't allowed to ride his bike to work anymore. In 2011, rumors of his retirement sent Nintendo's stock plummeting over $500 million in a single day. This is the story of how a child growing up in rural Japan became the most influential video game designer of all time. This is Shigeru Miyamoto. He was born November 16, 1952, in a small rural town called Sonobe in Kyoto Prefecture, Japan. His father was an English teacher at a local school, and on weekends, he took his family to the big city to watch Western films, especially Disney movies. Shigeru was a curious child, spending his days adventuring through the lush forests, mountains, and castle ruins surrounding his village. When he got home, he liked to watch puppet shows on television, like Hirokori Hayutenjima, and looking back as an adult, he even said that one of its characters, Don Gabancho, might have even influenced the creation of Mario. From a young age, Shigeru loved entertaining the people around him and would stitch together handmade puppets and put on shows for his classmates. In middle school, he joined the basketball team, but after getting into a fight with one of his teammates, he quit to establish a manga club with his friends, which he continued until graduation. He dreamt of someday becoming a manga artist and wrote letters to his favorite mangakas like Shotaro Ishinomori, who'd created Kamen Rider and worked on manga like Astro Boy. In high school, Shigeru branched out and joined a music club, learning to play the guitar and developing a strong affection for the banjo. He loved music ever since his parents surprised him with a ukulele for Christmas as a kid. When he was older, he even built his own ukulele out of wood and yarn, but made it just a neck and no body so he could practice late into the night without ever waking his family. In college, he joined a band and got into bluegrass, which he still plays to this very day. But Shigeru knew that not everybody could become a famous musician, so he ultimately chose a more pragmatic path with industrial design. He studied hard and got his degree, although he did have to repeat a year, much to his parents' disappointment. Shigeru didn't have a job lined up after graduating from Kanazawa College of Art in 1977, but one company in Kyoto did catch his eye while he was job hunting, a card and toy manufacturer called Nintendo. He submitted his application as an industrial designer, but Nintendo turned him down, saying they just weren't interested. But Shigeru refused to take no for an answer. His father had a mutual friend with Nintendo's then-president, Hiroshi Yamauchi, and after some string pulling, Shigeru got a one-on-one interview with President Yamauchi. During the interview, he showed off some toys he'd made and left such a good impression on Yamauchi that he was hired as Nintendo's very first industrial designer. He later heard through the grapevine that President Yamauchi applied for a patent on one of the toys Shigeru brought into the interview and never told him. Miyamoto's earliest assignments were mostly designing packaging for Disney-themed board games and various other Nintendo products, but as luck would have it, he found himself in the exact right place at the exact right time. After his first year at Nintendo, Space Invaders took the world by storm, grossing nearly $4 billion and launching the then niche video game industry into a massive mainstream business. And Nintendo wanted a piece of the action. In 1979, Miyamoto was tasked with his first video game project, designing the exterior of the color TV game Block Kuzushi, containing 6 variations of the Atari game Breakout. The Block Kuzushi was one of Nintendo's earliest attempts at breaking into the then booming video game industry. Miyamoto also received his first software assignment, a game called Seesaw, which, despite its simplicity, he was never able to finish. Years later, Miyamoto reminisced about the unfinished game in Nintendo Official Magazine, explaining that Seesaw was actually the brainchild of Gunpei Yokoi, the man who created the Game Boy, who was both Miyamoto's boss as well as his mentor. He said, "Seesaw, that was Gunpei Yokoi's idea. He wanted a game where you bounce on the seesaw and bounce up off of it, but we couldn't figure out how to do it. It was really difficult. If you get on one end, the other end goes up, and if you hit one end real hard, the other end goes up just as hard. But we couldn't do it." Miyamoto just didn't yet have the skill to execute even this simple concept, although he later revisited the idea to create the lifts in Super Mario Bros. What was once impossible for him eventually became just a tiny slice of his 1985 masterpiece. The first game he ever completed was the 1979 arcade shooter Sheriff, where players controlled a gunslinger on a mission to rescue a woman captured by bandits. It was the first ever Nintendo game with a story centered around the damsel in distress idea, a theme that Miyamoto would later use as an archetype for games like Donkey Kong, Super Mario, and The Legend of Zelda. His next game was the top-down shooter Space Firebird, and then the much more successful Radar Scope. In a bid to capitalize on Radarscope's success, Nintendo of America imported 3,000 arcade cabinets from Nintendo HQ, but the game wasn't nearly as popular in the US as it was in Japan. Nintendo of America only managed to sell about a third of their Radarscope cabinets, leaving them with millions of dollars worth of unsold product. NOA's president, Minoru Arakawa, was in a panic and asked Yamauchi if there was some way he could convert all of those unsold Radarscopes into a completely different game. Yamauchi agreed and saddled Yokoi and Miyamoto with the conversion project. Whatever this new game was going to be, it had to run on the exact same hardware as Radarscope, which forced the two designers to think within strict limitations, but outside the box. At the time, Nintendo was making Popeye products like playing cards and even a Game & Watch, so Miyamoto decided to convert Radar Scope into a Popeye game. The premise was simple and reminiscent of Sheriff. The hero Popeye would rescue the damsel in distress, Olive Oil, from her brutish kidnapper Bluto. Though the license fell through, so Miyamoto had to replace all the Popeye characters with brand new ones. So, Olive Oil became Pauline, Bluto was swapped out for Donkey Kong, and Popeye was transformed into an Italian carpenter called Jumpman. Miyamoto devoted himself entirely to the conversion project, telling his friends they wouldn't see him for a few months until the job was done. He worked day and night, and even took baths at work, later recalling, "At the time, I was living in company-owned housing, just across the river from the office, so every day, I was just going back and forth between the office and the company housing. Thank goodness we had a company bathtub. There was also a water boiler that was used to make the Hanafuda playing cards, and the water from this boiler was also used for a bathtub. The employees making the Hanafuda could wash their sweat away in the bath after work, and at night, when nobody was around, you could hang out there for a long time. It totally saved me." Miyamoto and Yokoi originally planned for the screen to scroll like a cartoon, but those plans fell through when it became clear that Radar Scope's arcade boards were not capable of that. So they decided to make 4 separate screens, sort of like panels in a comic strip. Miyamoto initially wanted Donkey Kong to be played with only a joystick, but Radar Scope's cabinet had both a joystick and 1 button. It had to be used somehow, so they decided may as well be used for jumping. A decision that went on to have a much bigger impact on the video game industry than they ever could have imagined. Development took 5 months. Then, after all of the Radar Scopes were manually converted, Donkey Kong quickly grew into a massive success. Not only did Nintendo of America manage to sell all 2,000 cabinets they were trying to get rid of, but they sold 60,000 more after that, raking in hundreds of millions of dollars in the process. And that was just the first year alone. NOA president Arakawa's biggest problem transformed into his biggest asset. Then, he invested that huge pile of cash into 27 acres of land to expand Nintendo of America into the powerhouse that it is today. As Donkey Kong fever swept the globe, Miyamoto followed up with games like DK Jr., Donkey Kong 3, and Mario Bros. But none of them really managed to recapture the magic of the original. Mario Bros, for example, only sold 3,800 cabinets in the US, and as arcade sales continued to decline, Yamauchi began preparations for Nintendo's next chapter by introducing its first home console, the Famicom. He also established a brand new development team called Nintendo Research and Development 4, setting up Miyamoto as its chief producer. R&D 4 got to work crafting games for Famicom, placing a special emphasis on sports titles that they hoped would appeal to as wide an audience as possible. Miyamoto designed baseball, golf, and tennis all in time for the console's North American launch, where it was there renamed the Nintendo Entertainment System. Miyamoto was a game-making machine, pumping out as many as 8 games a year, including Duck Hunt, Excite Bike, Ice Climber, and as fate would have it, he finally got the chance to make a fully licensed Popeye game. One of the more notable titles was Devil World, which released in Japan and Europe, but famously became the only Miyamoto title that was never released in the US. Well, at least not until 2023, where it finally landed on Nintendo Switch Online. But back in the 80s, Nintendo of America had a policy against religious iconography, so a game where you're fighting the devil using Christian crosses and Bibles, that wasn't gonna fly. Devil World's most significant legacy, however, was that it was the first Miyamoto game made together with Takashi Tezuka, who quickly became one of Miyamoto's greatest assets. By the time Miyamoto finished his 20th game, he'd acquired not only the skill and experience, but just as importantly, he now had the team he needed to start a massive new project. A title that would change video games forever, and secured his place in the history books. We're talking Super Mario Brothers. Miyamoto combined everything he'd learned since giving up on Seesaw. The slopes from Donkey Kong, the vines from DK Jr., the bigger characters of Devil World, and horizontal scrolling from Excite Bike. Even though Super Mario Bros. Was an unprecedented undertaking, he simultaneously began work on a brand new IP at the same time, based on his adventures as a kid. While Mario was a linear game, Miyamoto wanted to build an open world, recreating the feeling of exploring his hometown village, like the Sonobe River, the Tenjin Mountain, and the ruins of Sonobe Castle. When Super Mario finally hit store shelves in '85, it was praised by critics and fans alike, eventually selling over 40 million copies. The Legend of Zelda launched a few months later, and it took the world by storm all over again, selling 1 million units on its first day and going on to sell many millions more. Miyamoto delivered 2 blockbusters back to back, and that catapulted Nintendo's first home console to the top of the sales charts and solidified himself as the world's most respected video game developer. He quickly rose to the ranks of Nintendo's corporate structure, which meant spending less time designing and more time supervising. His old friend from Devil World, Takashi Tezuka, took on the role of co-directing for Super Mario 2 and 3, and for Zelda 2, Miyamoto was much less hands-on, only serving as producer. By the time Nintendo started ramping up to release their next home console, the Super Famicom, Miyamoto had reached his late 30s and was starting to think about settling down. He struck up a relationship with a girl named Yasuko, who he eventually married and had a couple of kids with, a son and a daughter. While his personal life was maturing, so was his professional life. Nintendo reorganized his development team, R&D4, into a new team called EAD, Entertainment Analysis and Development. This new structure brought the development of hardware and software under one roof, with the strategic goal of creating synergies that could give Nintendo an advantage over their competitors, especially their Tokyo-based rival, Sega Corporation. Miyamoto's first task as head of EAD software was producing F-Zero as a Super Famicom launch title, which he quickly followed up with mega hits like Super Mario World, The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past, and Super Mario Kart. EAD teamed up with English developers Argonaut Software, the creators of the Super FX chip, to develop games like Star Fox that made the use of 3D polygons, with Miyamoto using his love of puppets, particularly the British show Thunderbirds, to come up with the game's characters and setting. These early 3D entries helped prepare Miyamoto and EAD for the next console generation. They even started working on a Mario 64 prototype as early as 1991. By now, Miyamoto had reached middle age, and fully conscious that he'd entered the back nine of his existence, he decided to take his personal health much more seriously. He quit playing pachinko, a sitting-styled arcade game similar to slot machines, and filled his newfound free time swimming at a local health club. He also quit smoking, but admitted to reporters that he'd accidentally traded one vice for another, as he'd caught himself eating way more sweets. He literally pointed at his gut to show them that the proof was in the pudding. The Nintendo 64 was Miyamoto's first time contributing to a console's creation, and his name even appears on several patents, including the N64 controller and memory pack. His biggest focus, however, was bringing the Big N's hugest franchises into the third dimension. At the same time, he was also producing his final Game Boy game, a little indie RPG called Pokémon Red and Green. In fact, it was Miyamoto's idea to split the game up into 2 versions to encourage trading between players, and it was also thanks to Miyamoto that the games ended up with 150 Pokémon, instead of only 30. Well, actually, 150 first got slipped in without him knowing about it, but that's a whole different story. Miyamoto had a lot of irons in the fire, but finishing Mario 64 in time for the N64's release date was his top priority. Unfortunately, though, he was spread so thin that he just couldn't meet the deadline. But President Yamauchi had so much faith in Miyamoto that he delayed the console's launch just for him, telling the press, "Game creators can finish games quickly if they compromise, but gamers have sharp eyes. They soon know if the games are compromised." Miyamoto asked for 2 more months, and I gave them to him unconditionally. Yamauchi's faith was well placed. When Mario 64 finally launched, it was met with critical and commercial success, becoming the N64's best-selling game of all time at 11 million copies sold. In 2021, a sealed copy sold at an auction for a blistering $1.5 million, a testament to the game's lasting legacy. Even if, there might have been some money laundering involved with that one, but Just like the NES era a decade prior, after revolutionizing the platformer genre with a brand new Mario, it was time to switch gears and breathe new life into the action-adventure genre with a brand new Zelda. Now, critics loved Mario 64, but there was one complaint that kept bubbling to the surface again and again: the camera. So initially, EAD considered making Link's Leap into 3D a first-person adventure that Miyamoto compared to GoldenEye. But one day his team went to a ninja show for inspiration, and they saw a samurai surrounded on all sides by enemies. Watching with amazement as the samurai switched focus to fight them one at a time, a light bulb went off in their heads, and they came up with a system that supplemented camera control they called Z-targeting. The first of its kind and a key component in what's been lauded as one of the greatest games of all time. There was also Star Fox 64, F-Zero X, and countless other hits. He oversaw some of the 90s most iconic titles, but unfortunately, the decade came to a close with some of his biggest misses. Nintendo originally announced the N64's disk drive add-on, the 64DD, would launch in late 1996, but after seemingly endless delays, it didn't release until late 1999. And it only managed to sell a humiliating 15,000 units. Miyamoto sank tons of time into games that never saw the light of day, like a breeding simulator called Cabbage. Cabbage was a collaborative effort with Satoru Iwata, Shigesato Itoi of the Mother series, and CEO of the Pokemon Company, Tsunekazu Ishihara. Players could raise a virtual pet on the 64DD, transfer it onto a Game Boy where it was kind of like a Tamagotchi, and then import it to the virtual world of a friend who had their own 64DD. Cabbage spent at least 4 years in development, and they even were planning on adding expansion content with additional discs. But unfortunately, it was abandoned after the disk drive's abysmal launch. Miyamoto also spent a lot of time producing the Mario Artist series, basically kid-friendly console Photoshop. IGN called it the 64DD's killer app, and said it was, quote, so easy to use that anyone could figure it out after a few minutes. Miyamoto had high hopes for Mario Artist, but half the series ended up getting cancelled before completion, and the half that did release only sold a few thousand copies. Making matters worse, Miyamoto was so focused on Mario Artist that he had to deprioritize Mario 128's development, the long-awaited sequel to Mario 64 that, just like Cabbage, never made it to market. With the 5th console generation coming to a close, industry belligerents started ramping up for the next console war, GameCube versus PlayStation 2. And Miyamoto had an ace up his sleeve, an aggressively original game that he was calling, quote, the next Mario. He'd taken unused elements from Mario 128 and produced what he believed would be the next big thing in video games. A revolution for the next generation, just as he'd delivered so many times before. Releasing a few weeks after the GameCube's launch, Pikmin was met with adoration from critics and fans alike. IGN gave it a 91, Game Informer a 93, and Nintendo Power gave it a perfect 100. But for some reason, people just weren't buying it. It barely scratched 1 million copies sold, and its sequel sold even less, despite earning even higher review scores. Simply put, the series was a flop by Miyamoto standards. Super Mario Sunshine suffered a similar fate too. It only sold half the numbers of its predecessor, and when the next Zelda game released a year later, it sold so poorly that its director, Eiji Aonuma, said it, quote, could mean the end of the franchise. The GameCube itself wasn't doing too hot either. It was getting outsold 7-1 by the rivals at Sony. The press began to wonder if Nintendo would succumb to the same fate Sega suffered a few years earlier, exiting the console business to focus exclusively on software. Financially, it was the darkest period in Nintendo's history since Miyamoto's rapid ascent 2 decades prior. But for Miyamoto and Nintendo both, it was darkest before the dawn. He was in his 50s now, and unlike his younger days, he wasn't just making games for children around the world. Now his own kids were old enough to play them, and he took a hard stance on how much they could play. He told his kids that the home consoles belonged to him. He owned them, and he'd only allow them to rent the consoles for a few hours at a time. Watching them play his games, and sometimes even letting them playtest his prototypes, he started to think about how he could appeal to less experienced gamers, and a wider audience in general. He told his friend Shigesato Itoi, I want to make something where 80 to 90% of consumers can make it to the end, even if that means we have to risk that players who make it that far lose some of that feeling of challenge or achievement. Miyamoto was worried that modern games were only drawing in people who were already gamers, when what he really wanted to do was make gamers out of ordinary people. In other words, if Nintendo's slice of the gaming pie was getting smaller, then the pie itself needed to get a whole lot bigger. As Nintendo began working on their next console, the Wii, Miyamoto took charge of its revolutionary controller and played a key role in the pack-in title that eventually became Wii Sports. Now approaching 60, he was weighing himself daily, exercising, and making charts to track his performance, a routine he decided to make into a game called Wii Fit, which exploded in popularity with casuals and non-gamers, and it became a huge system seller. Nintendo released their new handheld, the DS, around the same time, so Miyamoto targeted casuals with another aspect of his personal life. He's actually a semi-professional dog breeder, and his family pet was a sheepdog named Piku. So he combined it with ideas from the long-abandoned Cabbage game to make Nintendogs, which went on to become the second best-selling DS game. The number one selling game, of course, was the new Super Mario Bros. Reboot. There was one Miyamoto hobby that didn't garner rave reviews and a giant pile of money, but we won't dwell on it. Both the DS and the Wii were incredibly successful at tapping into the casual market that Miyamoto was targeting, though he never forgot his core audience. The Wii's biggest launch title, The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, garnered review scores of around 96% and more than doubled the sales of Wind Waker. It even managed to outsell Ocarina of Time, an achievement that possibly saved the series from extinction. Not to be outdone, Super Mario Galaxy burst onto the scene a year later with review scores of 97%, doubling Sunshine sales and stealing the crown from Mario 64. Miyamoto was back on top, but he had a lot more help this generation than he had previously. By now, he'd been promoted to senior managing director, more like a supervisor than a hands-on director. He became infamous for what his colleagues described as flipping the tea table. If he didn't like what he was seeing mid or even late development, he'd order his subordinates to completely rework major concepts, sometimes so drastically that games could get delayed a year or more. Miyamoto's table flipping instilled a lot of anxiety in his developers, but with sales records breaking left and right, it was hard to argue with the results. However, all good things must come to an end, and by the Wii era's closing, it seemed Miyamoto already had one foot in retirement. In 2011, he went on Japanese TV revealing he wasn't long from parting the industry, saying, "Honestly, I think seriously about what to do as I step away. When I want, I'm able to step back and pretend I'm not there, making sure not to butt in with my opinion, for instance. Although sometimes I can't help myself. I think the closer I get to 60, the easier it's been for me to pull away. Of course, I still have 5 years left." A month later, the then 59-year-old Miyamoto told Wired, "Inside our office, I've been recently declaring, I'm gonna retire. I'm not saying that I'm going to retire from game development altogether. What I mean by retiring is retiring from my current position." The next day, Nintendo stock plunged $500 million, prompting the company to release a statement saying, actually, Miyamoto wasn't going anywhere, and his role wasn't changing one iota either. But despite their assurances, it was clear to anybody paying attention that wasn't entirely true. His Mario co-director, Takashi Tezuka, had started a Mario Cram School to teach Nintendo's younger generation of developers how to make Mario games. And in the years that followed, Miyamoto continued to make no secret of the fact that he was passing the torch on both hardware and software as he phased himself out of the equation. His name still graced the credits of Mario 3D World, A Link Between Worlds, Star Fox Guard, and many more first-party games as a general producer, but he wasn't as intimately involved as he was in his younger days. In 2015, his title was changed to Fellow at Nintendo, and much of his attention turned to other projects, like a Super Mario movie, the Super Nintendo World theme park, and spending more time with his family, playing the guitar, and walking his dogs. Miyamoto celebrated his 71st birthday last year, and there's no question he's left a huge legacy since Donkey Kong. The Japanese government honored him with the Person of Cultural Merit Award, GDC gave him the Lifetime Achievement Award, and the French government made him a knight. He recently told The New Yorker, "It's taken about 10 years, but I feel that the younger generation here is now fully capable. We are moving toward a position that will ensure the spirit of Nintendo is passed down successfully. I'm not concerned about that anymore." We hope he's right, and whatever the future holds for you, Mr. Miyamoto, we wish you all the best. You have left a huge impact on Nintendo, the industry, and an entire generation of people that play video games, us included. Running around Bob-omb Battlefield, catching all 151 Pokemon, sailing the Great Sea. Your imagination defined our childhoods, and now that we're all grown up, it has defined our careers. So long, Miyamoto-san, and thanks for all the games. Did you also know that Did You Know Gaming is making an actual game that tests your video game knowledge and that you can pre-order it right now? For more on that, check out the video on screen. And hi, my name is James. I hope my voiceover was okay. I hope it wasn't terrible. I have a YouTube channel called NitroRad where I review 3D platformers, sometimes horror games or weird indie games or I don't know, whatever I feel like. Special thanks to our translator Jacob and SpriteCell for consultation. And of course, thank you for watching. See you next time.
Did you know Virtual Boy wasn't Nintendo's biggest failure? Despite its reputation, it actually sold more than the Satellaview and 64DD combined, and outsold most of its 32-bit competitors like Atari Jaguar. But it could have sold so much more. Codenamed VR32, the system was envisioned by its creator as small and portable as a pair of sunglasses, where it would give birth to new genres in infinite darkness. But government regulations, Nintendo rushing it out before it was ready, then failing to support it after launch, all culminated in a Frankenstein's monster that wasn't what it was supposed to be. But even after all that, a lot of its games turned out pretty good, actually. Virtual Boy's become a meme nowadays, but if you dig through 90s magazines, you might be surprised at some of the review scores. Unfortunately, the old boy had his plug pulled after a few short months. So Nintendo could focus all their might on N64 defeating PlayStation, thus dooming Virtual Boy to the waste bin of history. In this video, we're going to look at its creation, tragically short lifespan, and why things turned out the way they did. This is the full story of the Nintendo Virtual Boy. Before we begin, it's important to understand the context of the Virtual Boy's origins. Looking back nowadays, some people think of it as an aberration. In the 90s, there were home consoles and handhelds, but Virtual Boy was neither. They think of it as a weird, one-of-a-kind machine. But actually, it was just one relative in a long bloodline. Its most ancient ancestor was the Vectrex 3D imager. It launched in 1984 and offered gamers their first glimpse into stereoscopic 3D. In 1987, Nintendo released the Famicom 3D system, and Sega put out the Sega Scope 3D for Master System. Then in 1991, Sega announced they'd begun development on the next generation, Sega VR for Genesis. It's important to note, though, that those were all home console accessories. They weren't standalone systems, and certainly not portable. It was in that context that Shigeru Miyamoto started pestering Gunpei Yokoi to throw his hat in the ring. Our last video was Yokoi's life story, but in case you missed it, he'd been Nintendo's lead inventor since the 1960s, who nowadays is best known for Game & Watch and Game Boy. At the time, I was interested in virtual reality, remembers Miyamoto, and was one of the staff that went on and on about how we could do something with 3D goggles. I didn't exactly twist his arm, but I would talk to Yokoi about it. Nintendo president Yamauchi wanted Yokoi to explore it too. Eventually, he ordered him to do it. Nintendo games had always been 2D, but technology was getting to a point where 3D was the next logical step. So the plan was Nintendo would jump into the next dimension with 2 consoles, each from a different angle. Project Reality would make use of 3D polygons, while VR32 would use stereoscopic 3D. True virtual reality was technically possible, but would have been far too big, expensive, and Yokoi didn't think it well suited to Nintendo's visual style. Mario jumping 20 feet in the air, doubling his height with mushrooms, those kind of fantastical ideas just wouldn't translate to VR realism. Realistic visuals should never be our goal, said Yokoi. The essence of Nintendo games is seeing how much we can stimulate people's imaginations with symbolic distortions of reality. Yokoi tinkered around for a while, but it wasn't till a man from Massachusetts walked through his door that the project began in earnest. His name was Alan Becker. He'd invented a red light technology back in '86, with the idea it had fit over one eye for surgeons and aircraft mechanics when they need to consult vital signs or schematics, but their hands are busy. It was basically a primitive 80s version of Google Glass, if you remember what that is. It hadn't caught on though, so Becker started pitching the technology to game companies. Sega, Mattel, Hasbro, they'd all turned him down. But in 1991, Becker brought it to Nintendo, where Yokoi saw potential that others couldn't. At the time, Yokoi had grown dissatisfied with where video games were headed. He'd been at Nintendo since 1965, back when they mostly just made playing cards. It was largely thanks to his inventions that Nintendo evolved into the global gaming giant they are today. He'd seen the evolution of games from literal toys to simple handhelds to 8-bit consoles, then 16-bits, and soon it'd be on to 32, then 64. It had become a technological arms race, with console makers competing over graphics. But that's not what video games were about. Not to him. Making good games is about coming up with good ideas, he said in his biography. But companies have been using an escape route for their lack of ideas, better graphics, and more colors. Yokoi predicted the bit wars would lead to a future where the console market would get conquered by companies who could produce the best visuals. And that was a battle Nintendo wouldn't win. Time would eventually prove him right, as Nintendo's market share got chipped away by the likes of Sega and decimated by Sony. Yokoi believed if Nintendo was gonna survive, they'd have to leave the arms race behind and fight on the battlefield of ideas. They'd have to make new kinds of games no one had ever seen before, and let everyone else compete on processing power. Yokoi was also a big believer in breaking games out of the confines of a TV screen. Back in the 70s, he made Wild Gunman and Duck Hunt that put a gun in your hand and ducks in your living room. His Famicom light gun, Rob the Robot, and Super Scope bled into reality as well. Game & Watch and Game Boy were the same idea, but in reverse, letting players escape the living room and play games out in the real world. The next portable system, codenamed VR32, was a further evolution of that idea, with games literally popping off the screen and into your eyeballs, wherever you wanted to take it. It'd be as small as a pair of sunglasses you can slip on anywhere. Yokoi likened it to how people had spent decades listening to music at home. Then Sony's Walkman came along in 1979, and suddenly they could take music with them. Hearing your favorite song on a train while staring at the sunset hits completely different than hearing the same song at home. Scientifically speaking, it sends a whole other rush of chemicals into your brain. Sony opened up a whole new world for music, and now Nintendo was going to do it for 3D. VR32 would also have motion tracking, so wherever you moved your head, it'd move your in-game perspective. Yokoi was especially fascinated by the total blackness that surrounded a user's vision. He told kids who spend all day in front of their TVs to try walking out their back door at night. The same yard that seemed so ordinary in daylight, now that it's draped in darkness, feels like a separate reality, with an inescapable sense that something inhuman lurks in the shadows. There are more thrilling spaces in utter darkness, he said, than there are in video games on a TV screen. That's the space VR32 would inhabit, and give birth to entirely new genres. Yokoi's biography says, for example, if you used it out in the hills, nocturnal creatures like tanukis and foxes that hide during the day would appear on the screen, and you'd play a game where you catch them. In short, VR32 would offer unprecedented kinds of gameplay and draw in people who weren't even gamers, just like Game & Watch and Game Boy had done in the 80s. The system was designed by Yokoi's department, Nintendo R&D 1, who also made a lot of its titles. In addition to Game & Watch and Game Boy, they'd also made a lot of the company's most famous games, including all the Metroids, Super Mario Lands, Famicom Detective Clubs, and a whole lot more. Basically, almost every game Nintendo had ever made up to that point, except the ones by Miyamoto. Miyamoto was keen to make games too, though. It was him, after all, who wanted Yokoi to make VR32 in the first place. Prior to release, he told Famitsu, "My goal is something so amazing, people aren't sure if they can even call it a video game. I want to make something with the power to pull in all kinds of ordinary people, the way Space Invaders and Super Mario did." In that same interview, Miyamoto said he was also thinking about porting over Star Fox 2, which was originally developed for Super Nintendo, but now he thought maybe it'd be a better fit for VR32. So, all that to say, between R&D 1's hardware experience, their track record of hit games, and Miyamoto himself getting in on the action, VR32 was on track to be an awesome machine with mind-blowing games. Unfortunately, there were some hiccups during development, and the final product didn't turn out as Yokoi envisioned. Much of the blame can be laid at the feet of government regulations. A radio law forced him to add a metal shield between the system and the user's head to protect from radio waves that, at the time, were thought might be harmful to people's brains, which meant VR32 would have to be a lot bigger than a pair of sunglasses. Another problem was Japan's new product liability law, which basically said companies could be sued if consumers got injured using their products. If a kid walked into traffic with VR over his eyes, legally, it would be Nintendo's fault when he got hit by a bus, which meant VR32 could no longer be a wearable. It had to comply not just with Japanese law, but America's FCC and other regulators around the world. So the system had to get bigger, heavier, and unwearable, which means it couldn't have head tracking either. The machine they ended up with weighed 2 pounds and had to rest on a 2-legged stand. Instead of slipping it on anywhere, now gamers would have to leave it at home and lean over to stick their faces in. It was a far cry from Yokoi's original vision, and the backyard at midnight ideas he dreamed of were no longer possible. Instead, VB games would have to focus on traditional pick-up-and-play games like 2D Mario, Pinball, and Tetris. It was the blue ocean strategy, growing the market by appealing to regular folks. That stood in contrast to the red ocean, where all game companies fought for the same shrinking customer base of hardcore gamers, like sharks feeding on a dwindling supply of fish. Yokoi still hoped it'd breed new kinds of games too, but they'd have to exist in Virtual Boy as it was instead of what it was supposed to be. A tough situation was made worse though when Nintendo started pressuring him to release it sooner than he wanted. In 1993, Sega showed off Sega VR, which looked almost ready for market, and a wave of 32-bit competitors would soon follow, from 3DO and Atari Jaguar to Sega Saturn and Sony PlayStation. Super Nintendo's 16-bit graphics looked ancient in comparison, and Nintendo 64 wasn't going to be ready till 1996. Nintendo wanted to release a new system as soon as possible to keep their investors happy and maintain relevance. Yokoi didn't think it was ready yet, but the call wasn't his to make. In April '94, President Yamauchi made the big announcement and said it would be playable at Space World later that year and hit store shelves a few months later. Press foretold of an imminent battle between Sega VR and Nintendo VR32 as a new battlefield in the gaming wars.
肌がすごい完全立体ですよ。マリオがそこにジオラマで組んであるみたいな。
立体的で面白かったです。
方式の方がみんなで遊べたりしていいんじゃないかと思います。
Not 100% won over, but I want to give it a chance, and I want to see what other games are coming out for it.
Space World 94. Yamauchi climbed on stage and praised its innovation and affordability. At $200, the newly renamed Virtual Boy was gonna sell for less than half the price of other 32-bit systems like Saturn and PlayStation. 3 games were rushed out as demos: Galactic Pinball, Telero Boxer, and Mario Bros. VB. Every gaming journalist from Tokyo to Timbuktu was there, eager to shove their face into Nintendo's new system. It's generally remembered that all press hated it. But if you go back and read magazines, the reception was actually pretty mixed. Some were fully on board for the 3D future, while others detested the black and red graphics. Yokoi told them in testing, color made a lot of users see double, while red only gave a better 3D effect and improved resolution. Giving it color also would have made its retail price over $500, which in today's money is over $1,000. A few magazines claimed that Virtual Boy was bad for your eyes, but Yokoi insisted they did extensive tests with Harvard eye doctors. And truth was, VB's actually good for your eyes. It's like a workout for your eyeballs. By switching focus from graphics up close and far away, you're literally stretching your eye muscles. Yeah, maybe your eyes would feel tired after a play session, but the same could be said for your arms after lifting weights. Yokoi said, if anything, it'll improve your eyesight, but no one paid him much attention. Another criticism was that playing Virtual Boy is too much of a solitary experience. Your friends can't watch or give advice because you're in your own little world. Nintendo promised a link cable would soon make multiplayer possible, but in their rush, they didn't finish the link cable in time for Space World. Ultimately, the system's solitary nature was one of the reasons it failed to catch on. How many times have you bought a system after seeing your friend play it, or because you had a blast playing together? It's a form of free marketing that Virtual Boy just didn't get. 3D graphics couldn't be reproduced in TV or magazine ads either, further limiting how many people could see it and believe it. All that said, what often gets overlooked nowadays is what people universally liked about Virtual Boy. Edge magazine was one of Virtual Boy's biggest haters, but even they wrote up the controller as innovative and comfortable thanks to its M-shaped design. Ergonomically, it was far ahead of its time, and no other controller came close. It also had dual D-pads, enabling gameplay that wasn't possible on other systems. PlayStation, for example, originally shipped with one D-pad, and didn't go dual analog till mid-97. It was rather fitting that Nintendo got there first, seeing as Yokoi invented the modern D-pad back in the Game & Watch era. Virtual Boy was also widescreen, a decade before the norm. Technically, with a 12:7 aspect ratio, it wasn't quite as wide as 16:9, but it was a heck of a lot wider than 90s home consoles. It also ran at 50 frames a second, and unlike most other systems, Virtual Boy was region-free, so you could play Japanese games on American systems and vice versa. Virtual Boy also had a unique audio feel, most comparable to a souped-up Game Boy, but with the added advantage of having 2 high-quality speakers for stereo sound. And while Game Boy only had 4 audio channels, Virtual Boy had 6, making it sound like this.
Welcome to Space World. Let's go.
So all that said, some in the press loved it, some hated it, and some things even the haters liked. But how was Nintendo feeling? Yokoi was starting to feel 50-50 about its chances, but Nintendo itself was exuding nothing but confidence. They projected in its first year it'd sell 3 million units in Japan and another 1.5 million in America. That's more than Super Famicom sold in its first year. Nintendo pledged one new first-party game each and every month. Third parties were enthusiastic as well. More and more kept throwing their hats into the ring, from Squaresoft to Rare, till eventually about 100 were making Virtual Boy games. Even Game Freak was thinking about doing one. Perhaps the most enthusiastic developer, though, was Hudson Soft, who were probably most famous for their Bomberman franchise. They were the first third party to ever make video games for a Nintendo system back in 1984, and now they were all in on Red. Quote, "Our CEO is saying Virtual Boy is a business chance, and it's not an exaggeration to say Hudson is staking its future on it." VB Fever got so hot that Atari responded by announcing their own headset, Jaguar VR. Around the same time, Sega VR fizzled into vaporware, which meant at launch, Nintendo would have the market all to themselves. Virtual Boy had its haters, to be sure, but a lot of magazines thought it was going to be huge, with page after page acting like it was descending from heaven to bless us with the future of gaming. Nintendo and third parties were spamming ads all over the place, from print to television.
初めての完全立体映像ゲーム機バーチャルボーイ誕生。左右の目に異なる映像を映すことでテレビゲームでは表現できない立体感を生み出した。テニス、ボクシング、マリオの立体アクションゲームなど同時発売。バーチャルボーイ。ゲームの新しい時代が。
Hype was reinforced by its launch in April 95, the same month as Satellaview. We did a 45-minute video on Satellaview a while ago, if you're not familiar with the add-on. But the point is, it beamed games down to Super Famicoms via satellite and furthered the sense that April was the month Nintendo was getting a jump start on the 21st century. In March, though, VB's release got pushed back a few months, but with the accompanying good news that instead of $200, now it was going to sell for $150. Across the pond, Nintendo of America told retailers it'd be one of the biggest launches of all time, with support from a $25 million ad campaign. Nintendo Power was gonna push it hard every month, along with ad buys in the most popular gaming magazines, radio commercials in the top 50 markets, and VB news segments shown on major airlines. The biggest ad campaign, though, was TV commercials.
It came from the third dimension, with its own brain, its own voice, its own legs. There's only one problem. It needs your eyes. Virtual Boy. See it now in 3D.
Nintendo of America was also going on a mall tour across the country, setting up booths where passers-by could try out Virtual Boys. Demo stations were set up in Blockbusters nationwide, along with a promotion that let you rent a Virtual Boy and 3 games for 3 nights for just $10. After returning it to Blockbuster, you'd get a $10 coupon to buy a Virtual Boy of your own. So in effect, the rental was like a free trial you could take home for a few days. There were so many promotions, advertisements, and sweepstakes that we don't have time to go over all of them. But suffice it to say, Nintendo of America was throwing the kitchen sink at it, and it was confident that it would pay off. The big day was set for July 21st, 1995 in Japan, and a few weeks later in the US. Launch day was the moment of truth, so we're going to take a good look at all 5 launch titles, which sold for about $50 each. You've probably seen YouTubers take steaming dumps on these games, but for the historical perspective, instead of our own opinions, we'll see what magazines thought at the time of their release. Famitsu was basically the only Japanese magazine scoring games back then, and with 4 reviewers per game, they're Japan's gold standard for good reason. There were a lot more reviewers overseas, so we'll take their scores and average them out, to give you an idea what the consensus was in 1995. Okay, with all that said, let's get to the launch lineup. In America, Virtual Boys cost $30 more, but they came with Mario's Tennis as a pack-in title. Its sequels on N64 and GameCube are probably more famous, but the series actually got its start right here on Virtual Boy. In fact, it's the first sports game to ever have Mario in the title. Famitsu scored it 6.5, saying it played like a normal tennis game, in a good way, but with the benefit of great 3D depth. Keep in mind going forward that Famitsu generally scores games lower than their Western counterparts. From them, 5 basically means average. In the West, magazines scored Mario's Tennis in the high 7s, calling it a fun pick-up-and-play sports title. The game was generally well-liked, though the most common complaint was its lack of multiplayer. Earlier on, Nintendo announced it would have multiplayer, but the VB link cable got delayed again, and still wasn't ready on launch day. As a result, Mario's Tennis had to ship single player only. Galactic Pinball. There are 4 distinct tables, with one featuring Samus and her alien foes, setting the stage for Metroid Prime Pinball a decade later. About half this game's dev team came over after making Super Metroid, including the composer. As a result, it's got probably the best soundtrack on the system, including a rendition of Super Metroid's prologue theme. Famitsu gave it a 6, liking the cheesy sci-fi vibes and clever mechanics, but docking points because they felt the puck was too slippery. Western outlets scored it mid-6s, saying it was fun in short bursts, but not a system seller. Tolero Boxer was directed by Yoshio Sakamoto, who also directed Super Metroid. Set in the 22nd century, it's basically Punch-Out, but with robots, and a deeper combat system. Each D-pad controls one fist, for blocking different kinds of punches, and so on. Famitsu scored it just under a 6, with points docked for not being able to move your feet. And also because it's only got 8 characters, while Super Punch-Out had 16, making this game feel a little rushed in comparison. Westerners scored it in the mid-6s, with some feeling it should have been branded as an actual Punch-Out game. Panic Bomber, a Bomberman puzzle game that played a lot like Puyo Puyo, made by Hudson Soft, the guys who publicly staked their future on Virtual Boy's success. Unfortunately, Famitsu considered it the weakest launch title and gave it a 5. They criticized it for failing to take advantage of the hardware and said there was no reason it even needed to be on Virtual Boy. They also drew issue with the lack of multiplayer, though that was really Nintendo's fault for not having the link cable available at launch. In America, Panic Bomber wasn't a launch title, but when it came out a few months later, it got a 6. Reviewers called it addictive and kinda fun, but would have preferred a real Bomberman instead. A lot of VB games were set in the future, and Red Alarm was no exception. A rogue AI's trying to wipe out humanity, which you've got to stop by flying through 6 levels and killing 6 bosses. It plays a lot like Star Fox all-range mode, but uses both D-pads for precise maneuvering. It might look like a cluttered mess of red lines here on YouTube, but you'll have to take our word for it that in 3D it makes more visual sense. Famitsu loved the graphics, proclaiming them cool, tasteful, and nostalgic for games of the past. They gave Red Alarm a 6.5 and recommended it as the best launch title of the bunch, saying it was even better than a lot of space shooters on PlayStation and Saturn. Overseas magazines scored it in the 7s, with GameFan going as high as a 9.5 and calling it one of the best games they've ever played. So, as you can see, contemporary reviews didn't pan the games as trash. On the contrary, they ranged from average to fantastic. A lot of magazines thought Virtual Boy had a bright future ahead of it, but they did worry that not having a big Mario, Zelda, or Metroid was going to handicap it at launch. The Metroid cameos in Galactic Pinball were nice, but an actual Metroid would have been better, and the system's dark graphics and sound chip would have paired well with the series' atmosphere. Some outlets were puzzled that Nintendo took their most experienced devs and had them make tennis, boxing, and pinball instead of something higher profile. A couple Mario games were coming soon, but not having them at launch was a problem. Yokoi was candid and told press it released before a good enough launch lineup was even ready. Another Japanese magazine, Famimaga, went to a popular game shop to see the long lines on release day. They were expecting enthusiasm on par with a typical Nintendo system, but were surprised when only 40 people showed up. They checked at another store, but the situation was the same there too. To be frank, there are very few VB users today, they wrote in what was supposed to be their big launch issue. However, if they can release games, that'll draw in fans. It'll raise the status of Virtual Boy and inevitably lead to more hardware and software sales. We don't want this to be the end. It was clear that hardcore gamers just didn't care about Virtual Boy, but that was exactly the demographic Yokoi wasn't going after. General entertainment publications mostly enjoyed it, like Popular Science and Entertainment Weekly, and kids liked it too. So he went to Yamauchi and said, "Let's stop courting gaming magazines who are run by enthusiasts and target the general public instead. That if we, quote, advertise Virtual Boys not for gamers, I think that could rekindle people's interest." Yokoi thought there was still a 50-50 chance he could turn things around and win over the Blue Ocean. As he saw it, that was the only hope for Nintendo's future, as they were doomed to lose the home console war. He practically begged for a $10 million ad budget to do just that, but he didn't get it. Only 17 more games ever came out. 4 of them landed in its second month, starting with Golf. Famitsu gave it 6.5, saying it made good use of 3D depth and otherwise was just a solid golf game. One of them called it a perfect game, helped along by the fact golf's a sport best played in solitude and thus a good fit for the hardware. Western magazines didn't see it that way though and gave it a 6. Another sports title released the same day, Virtual League Baseball was universally panned by critics. The graphics were ugly, it didn't make good use of 3D, and Famitsu said the computer opponent was, quote, a bit of a pain in the arse. They scored it less than a 5, while Western outlets gave it barely more than a 5. This one was supposed to have multiplayer too, but Nintendo still hadn't released the link cable. Another game from Hudson Soft, Vertical Force, is a pretty typical space shooter, but with a 3D gimmick that lets you switch between two altitudes, flying higher or lower to shoot, dodge, and duck under structures. All 4 Famitsu reviewers agreed it's a 6, except one guy who gave it a 3. Westerners gave it 5.5, saying it's a decent space shooter making good use of the hardware, but only fans of the genre should consider dropping $50 on it. V-Tetris comes with the classic Tetris we all know and love, but also includes a new mode as its main attraction. Basically, you've got to spin the board around on a circular plane to eliminate Tetronimos on all sides. It's an interesting twist, but Famitsu scored it just over a 5, saying the concept was doable in 2D and should have made more clever use of the third dimension. They also docked points for the lack of multiplayer. Once again, it was supposed to have multiplayer, but couldn't because no link cable. Western magazines didn't review V-Tetris, as it was the first of many that never left Japan. At this point, VB sales were continuing to flounder, and Yokoi was still trying to find ways to make it portable. He patented a VB shoulder mount that honestly doesn't even look feasible as something you'd want to take out of the house. But he was getting desperate. He'd saved Nintendo twice already, and now felt he had to one more time. But Nintendo never would have released the shoulder mount anyway because of the product liability law, and they were still dragging their feet even on the link cable. Rather than draw out the suspense, I'll just go ahead and tell you. Nintendo kept delaying it till eventually just never releasing it at all. Link cables should have been easy to produce, but Nintendo simply wasn't giving VB the resources it needed. Speaking of liability laws, they'd also forced Nintendo to stick a bunch of warnings in the VB instruction manual, saying it could cause headaches, blurred vision, and other problems. Yokoi pointed out that other systems have the same kind of warnings. PlayStation's manual says it could harm your eyes, cause eye strain, and users should take a 15-minute break every hour. N64 warns of dizziness, motion sickness, and lighting your house on fire. But nobody paid him any attention. Virtual Boy was a new kind of machine, so people did take its warnings seriously. The manual was just a collection of warnings, each more terrifying than the last, said Yokoi. If someone had the misfortune to read them, they'd think our machine was really dangerous for their health. By default, it was also made to ask players to take a break every 30 minutes. Even nowadays, when Switch tells people to take a break, they just ignore it. But when Virtual Boy gave the same prompt, some folks genuinely thought their eyes were going to get damaged. In truth, VB was good for your eyes, and the vast majority of players didn't get headaches. But the forced warnings furthered public perception that Virtual Boy was a death trap. The next month, September, only got 3 games. Jack Bros was made by Atlus as a spin-off of their Megami Tensei series. It was the first of the franchise released outside Japan, and paved the way for Persona and all of the rest. The 3 titular Jack brothers all play a bit differently, blasting their way through 60 maze-like floors, hunting for keys, and trying not to run out of time. The game uses the double D-pads like a modern twin-stick shooter, one for moving and one for aiming. Again, that was pretty impressive for its time, and wouldn't have been possible on other systems till 1997. Famitsu wasn't super keen on Jack Bros though, and gave it a 5. But the West praised its innovative controls, 3D depth, addictive gameplay, and gave it closer to an 8. Another game set in a sci-fi future, Space Squash, is basically tennis with jetpacks, where you can damage your opponent and grab pickups along the way. One D-pad moves, the other whacks balls in different directions. Space Squash never came stateside, but in Japan it got a 5, with Famitsu saying it was fun with good 3D, but felt a bit rushed and short on ideas. September also saw, at long last, the system's first mainline Mario. Mario Clash was made by R&D 1 as a reimagining of the original Mario Brothers. Mario Brothers VB was just a rushed-out tech demo for Space World and never got released as an actual game. But this was the real deal. Mario Clash has 99 levels that, like the original, ask you to kill every enemy on screen to make progress. All 4 Famitsu reviewers gave it a 6, calling it simple and old-fashioned, but undeniably well-made and a good fit for the hardware. Western magazines gave it about a 7, saying it's addictive and fun, though a little too close to the source material. As a side note, Mario Clash had the same composer as Metroid 2, so the two games often sound a lot alike. The original Mario Brothers and Mario Clash were both produced by Yokoi, but Miyamoto was conspicuously absent from the reimagining. So where was Miyamoto? Despite pushing Yokoi to make Virtual Boy in the first place and saying he wanted to blow people away with new experiences, he never got around to it. He was just too busy with Nintendo's other 3D machine. Mario 64 and Mario Kart 64 were both behind schedule. Zelda 64 was having problems, and meanwhile, he was overseeing quite a few other projects as well, including Pokémon, which at this point was 5 years behind schedule. Nintendo had overloaded Miyamoto with too many projects, and as a result, he didn't have a single second left over for Virtual Boy. In fact, the entire company was stretched thin, working on N64, Game Boy, Super Nintendo, Satellaview, and Virtual Boy all at once. Nintendo executives would later admit this was a bad idea. By now, in October 95, it was clear that Virtual Boy wasn't the explosive hit Nintendo expected. In America, 300,000 people a week were renting them at Blockbusters, but only a tiny percentage followed through with a purchase. So stateside, they dropped the price from $180 down to $160. And despite Nintendo's initial pledge to release a new first-party game every month, by now, they'd only released one since launch, and it was going to be a while till the next one. More third-party games would have helped fill out the schedule, but unfortunately, early on, Yamauchi was worried someone would steal their technology, so he didn't give out dev kits till after it was revealed to the public. As a result, there weren't many games in its first few months. After launch, third parties saw the system wasn't selling, so a lot of them either cancelled their ongoing projects or just didn't bother starting new ones. That left the release calendar pretty barren, which was another reason the system ultimately failed. October only got 2 releases, starting with Virtual Fishing from the same guys who made V-Tetris. It was a pretty straightforward fishing game, with tournaments and 6 areas. Famitsu scored it just shy of a 5, with mixed opinions. One guy said it was fun and looked great, while another called it boring and ugly. Most of them liked the naturalistic visuals, but lamented the lack of naturalistic music to go along with it. Virtual Fishing never left Japan, and neither would this next one. As a first-person survival horror, Innsmouth no Yakuta was arguably the most distinct game on the platform. It also stood out in terms of setting. Instead of the near future, it's the near past. You play as a private eye in 1922, trying to escape a Lovecraftian mansion with randomized monster and item locations. Similar to Jack Bros, every floor has keys to find in a time limit, with one D-pad moving and the other shooting. Famitsu gave it a 6, saying it made great use of VB's controller and 3D, but complained it wasn't scary enough and didn't have enough ammo. Survival horror wasn't really a genre in 1995, so perhaps they didn't realize the low ammo was intentional to make you flee as much as you fight. In recent years, it's garnered a cult following for being weird, and for a Virtual Boy game, a little ahead of its time. November didn't see a single new game, not even one on a platform only a few months old. At Space World, President Yamauchi got on stage and proclaimed Virtual Boy a failure. The VB section got pushed to a corner of the expo, with Yokoi made to personally give demos to anyone who happened to walk by. It was far below his station, and widely viewed as his penance for VB's disappointing sales. As Game Informer described it, Nintendo's leadership blamed the failure of the Virtual Boy on Yokoi, and set out to publicly humiliate him. Still, the proud and impeccably dressed Yokoi soldiered on, desperately trying to interest showgoers, who were largely there to see the N64, in his doomed product. Although this sort of punishment is common practice in Japanese business, it was a shabby way to treat a man who had done so much to make Nintendo an industry giant. End quote. Yokoi would ultimately leave Nintendo when all this was over, but we'll get to that later. The next month, December, was the system's last in Japan. Dozens of games had gotten cancelled, leaving just 5 to close out the year. Yokoi's team didn't necessarily need Miyamoto for this one, since they'd already made Mario Land 1, 2, and 3 for Game Boy. In Secret Treasure of the Hourzen, you explore 14 floors of an underground cave, jumping back and forth between the background and foreground to find treasure, solve environmental puzzles, and fight 3D bosses. Not only was it the system's undisputed high point, it was also the last game Nintendo made in-house. Famitsu gave it just short of a 7, saying it's not as good as a big mainline Mario or Zelda, but it is a solid side-scroller with clever 3D effects. It mostly scored 8s in the West, with GamePro going as high as a 9.5. Some magazines thought it'd be a system seller, drawing in millions, though in hindsight, it was just wishful thinking. The same day Virtual Boy got its best game, it also got what Famitsu considered its worst. Space Invaders Virtual Collection. It's just ports of the old arcade games, Space Invaders 1 and 2, plus 3D versions of the same two games. Famitsu scored it less than a 4, saying the old ports were pointless to bring to Virtual Boy, and in the 3D versions, it's hard to even see what's happening. Unsurprisingly, the game never left Japan, and these next 3 didn't either. Virtual Lab's basically Tetris, but with falling organs that you've got to connect together to disappear. Space Invaders was poorly received for not adding anything good to a 1970s arcade game. But Virtual Lab, on the other hand, was just flat out bad. It stunk of being unfinished, and Famitsu gave it a 4, citing the lack of fun, frustrating difficulty, and because, quote, there's no 3D effects, except for a woman swaying breasts in the bottom right corner. If you saw our recent video on the Sufami Turbo, this game will look familiar. Just like the 6SD Gundam games on Turbo, Dimension War's a grid-based tactical RPG similar to Advance Wars and Fire Emblem. On Turbo, battles are just cutscenes, but here, most battles are fought real-time in 3D space. Developers who made VB games generally understood long play sessions were tiring for your eyes, so they stuck to genres you could play in short bursts. Bandai bucked that trend and made a tactics game anyway, but simplified the formula for shorter levels. Famitsu was mixed on the results though, and gave it just under a 5. Virtual Bowling's got multiple modes and bells and whistles, like being able to adjust the weight of your ball and how much wax you want on the lanes. Famitsu gave it a 5.5 for being fun, realistic, and making the best use of VB hardware of any sports title. Besides its great 3D, it also uses both D-pads, one for moving and one for aiming. There's only so much you can do with a bowling game. That said, Virtual Bowling's about as good as it could get on Virtual Boy. And that was it. Only 19 VB games ever released in Japan, and those were the last of them. The same day Gundam and Bowling came out, December 22nd, 1995, Nintendo quietly discontinued the system without announcement. Since launch, they'd only sold a little over 100,000 systems, when they originally thought they were gonna sell millions. Things were going better stateside though. They'd expected to sell around 1 million by now, and they'd achieved 70% of that goal. So in America, VB wasn't discontinued, and got 3 more games into early '96, with plans to continue even longer. The first was Waterworld, based on the film of the same name. You play as Kevin Costner, zipping around on a jet ski shooting pirates, trying to stop them from kidnapping civilians. GamePro magazine said, quote, "Repetitive sights pollute the water. Identical enemies and victims appear in every level. A bad film makes for an even worse game in this boring shooter. Waterworld is a Virtual Boy's wet nightmare." On average, reviewers gave it a 5. Virtual Bowling never came to America, so they got Nestor's Funky Bowling instead. The game was made in Utah and stars Nestor, who'd been Nintendo Power Magazine's mascot up until 1993. But by '96, he'd long since been retired, making him an odd choice for a bowling game aimed at Americans. In short, it's unremarkable aside from the branding, and not as good as the bowling game they got in Japan. Reviews averaged 5.5, brought up by Nintendo Power's own review of 6.7. The final Virtual Boy game ever released landed on March 22nd, 1996. Americans didn't get V-Tetris, but they did get 3D Tetris. It's basically classic Tetris, but you're looking down from above, with Tetronimos falling into a 5x5 cube. Magazines gave it a 6, with props for good 3D effects, but points off for lackluster sound and music, as well as being less fun than its Game Boy forebear. That was the day Virtual Boy died, though no one knew it yet. For a while, the plan was to regroup and have another go of it in America, considering how much better it was selling than in Japan. A second wave of games was in the works that'd do more to take advantage of the Virtual Boy's unique features. Yamauchi said, "Virtual Boy was created to provide a different kind of gameplay compared to TV games, but it released without any games that took advantage of that distinction. So now I want to return to the starting point and find titles that emphasize the difference that Virtual Boy games can provide. I want to start afresh in 1996. At E3 in May, Nintendo of America renewed their pledge to support the system and announced an aggressive price cut to $99. Games were made cheaper too, down to $30 or $40. NOA projected they would sell another 300,000 systems in the coming year, and showed off a couple games to kick off VB's second wave. The first was Bound High, a top-down action puzzle game that made excellent use of 3D. As Chalvo the robot, you defend Earth from aliens by bouncing around stages on top of enemies to kill them, and trying not to fall to your death. Bound High had 4 modes, including a story campaign with bosses every 10 levels. Yamauchi called it the most promising title coming to the system. There was also Dragon Hopper, developed by Intelligent Systems, the studio that did Fire Emblem, Paper Mario, and helped make Super Metroid. It was a top-down action-adventure akin to Zelda Link's Awakening, where you play as Prince Dorin, trying to make his way to the kingdom of Celestia to save his family from its corrupt prime minister. It had everything you'd expect in an adventure game: NPCs, monsters, currency, shops, and so on, but with added 3D. G0 was revealed soon after, an F-Zero spin-off where instead of driving on flat roads, you're flying through space, with Captain Falcon and other familiar faces like James McCloud. All 3 games were gonna release soon, and more were in the works as well, like VB Mario Kart, Donkey Kong Country, Bomberman, and a GoldenEye racing game. But then, all of a sudden, it all disappeared. G0, Bound High, and Dragon Hopper were 100% finished. They'd been rated by the ESRB, and according to our sources at NOA, even their boxes and manuals were done. But then Nintendo stuck them in a vault, cut bait, and ran. Every third-party game was cancelled too. Maybe we'll talk about every cancelled Virtual Boy game in a separate video someday, like we did with 64DD. There's about 40, which is too many to cover here in sufficient detail. The upshot, though, is that Nintendo decided to push VB out to sea, so they could focus all resources on N64 in hopes of beating Sony in the home console war. Yokoi famously resigned from Nintendo just as all this went down, in August '96. According to legend, that's why he quit, to accept responsibility for VB's failure. But in reality, he wrote an article called Why I Left Nintendo soon after, saying he'd actually wanted to leave for some time. He was going to leave a few years earlier when he turned 50, but stayed a little longer to see Virtual Boy through. At the start of the project, he wanted VR32 to be his farewell gift to Nintendo, and his way of going out on a high note. But when it failed, he quickly threw together blueprints for Game Boy Pocket, since it'd be quick, easy, and a surefire success. It released July 21st, 1996, 1 year to the day after Virtual Boy. Then he left to start his own company, where he could keep making fun inventions like the old days, escape the bit wars, and keep things small, without having to manage a huge department and worry about Nintendo's office politics. It wasn't the same Nintendo it used to be, and he didn't think he belonged there anymore. A few guys from R&D 1 went with him. Together, they designed the Wonder Swan, which was better than Game Boy in basically every way, and was going to sell for a much lower price. But before it came out, he was killed in a tragic car accident. As his longtime protege, Miyamoto personally designed his gravestone and gave the eulogy at his funeral, where he said Yokoi had made Nintendo what it is today. For more on Yokoi, see our recent biographical video covering his full life story. There's so much more to the man than just Virtual Boy, and it's a shame that's what so many remember him for. His legacy extends well beyond his death, up to this very day, in fact. Back to this video's topic though, the Virtual Boy and legacy it left behind. By late '96, clearance shelves were littered with them for as cheap as $20. The old boy never even made it to Europe. Despite its short lifespan, or maybe because of it, a small but passionate fanbase has formed in the decades since. In 2010, they finally got their hands on Bound High, which it turns out really was the system's best game. Nowadays, you can get it in a boxed cartridge or just play on emulator. Something similar happened with an FPS called Faceball a few years later. Fans have also made their own VB games like Star Fox and Mario Kart Virtual Cup, and some cheeky ports as well, like Snatcher and Street Fighter 2. Not to mention lots of original games like Elevated Speed, and right now they're making a Portal-inspired project called Test Chamber. They even made Virtual Boy link cables and modded multiplayer back into games like Mario's Tennis. Nintendo never got around to it, so fans figured they'd do it themselves. Speaking of what Nintendo don't, At a 2013 shareholder meeting, an investor asked if VB games were going to come to Virtual Console on 3DS. President Iwata said he'd think about it, and that, quote, "It was not a commercial success, but some say that it was an attractive and extremely unique product by these standards at that time." Nintendo never ended up doing that either, but fans picked up the slack with their own 3DS emulator pretty recently, actually. Playable in 2D or 3D, whichever you prefer. Outside that niche community though, Virtual Boy's gotten a reputation over the years as Nintendo's biggest failure of all time. As we alluded to earlier though, that narrative's a bit overblown. Nintendo 64DD and Satellaview both sold under 100,000 units. Virtual Boy managed to sell around 800,000, which is also more than can be said for Sega VR and Jaguar VR, neither of which ever came out. VB outsold most of its 5th generation competitors too, including Atari Jaguar, Amiga CD32, PCFX, FM Towns Marty, and Bandai Pippin. And also some of that generation's handhelds, like Neo Geo Pocket, Game.com, and Game Boy Light. And that's with Virtual Boy only really being on the market for 5 months. For a while, it was on track to outsell some bigger systems too. In the US, for example, Sega Saturn had twice the marketing budget and launched with a 2-month head start. Nintendo's Howard Lincoln recalls, "In 1995, Virtual Boy sold more product than Saturn did, which says something. I was sorry that certain key executives at Sega left before I was able to deliver the 50-pound bag of dog food to them, they having described Virtual Boy as the dog of the year. We outsold them and we got out." Which kind of makes you wonder, what if they hadn't got out? That second wave of games would have released and more people would buy the system, leading to a third wave and so on. Every system's games get better over time, as devs get more experienced with the hardware. Just imagine if 3DS got discontinued 5 months after its rocky launch. It'd be remembered as a failure too, with only a few games worth playing. But Nintendo doubled down, turned things around, and made lemons into lemonade. Virtual Boy never got that chance. Now, having said all that, we're not claiming Virtual Boy wasn't a failure. Because it was, but it's not as bad as people make it out to be these days. And if it hadn't gotten dragged down by regulations and its resources moved over to N64, who knows? VR32 might have become the success Yokoi dreamed of. Did you know there was an official Super Famicom expansion with 2 cartridge slots, and all its games could connect with each other? Similar to Pokemon with a link cable, you could trade and fight with friends, and even steal their characters in battle for keeps. You could also transfer your characters in one game over to its sequels. And every game had a universal currency you could move from cartridge to cartridge to buy the best unlockables at in-game stores. It was one of the most clever add-ons of its time, but unfortunately, time was also its biggest impediment to success. It hit Japanese stores less than a week after the Nintendo 64, and thus was doomed to be overshadowed from the very start. Despite its ambitious goals and potential, the add-on had an incredibly short lifespan. At less than 100 days, it was shorter even than the Virtual Boy. More than half its games ultimately got canned, and nowadays, it's mostly forgotten, even in Japan. Search online in any language, and you'll only find a few paragraphs, and a lot of it's not even accurate. So, we dug up some old Japanese magazines to learn its history, and today we're going to look at the rise, fall, and why things turned out the way they did. This is the full story of the Sufami Turbo. The Sufami Turbo was made by Bandai and officially licensed by Nintendo. In fact, Sufami is short for Super Famicom. The marketing angles that it takes a Famicom that's already super and kicks it up a notch to Turbo. In our recent videos on the Satellaview, SNES CD drive, and Nintendo Power, we talked about how, in part, all three systems were made in response to the skyrocketing manufacturing costs of Super Famicom cartridges. By 1996, $100 games had become the norm, with some retailing for $120, $130, even $150. All those systems were built around alternate methods of delivering software, whether it was beaming games down from satellites, putting them on CDs, or installing kiosks all over Japan for downloading games onto reusable flashcards. The Turbo was designed to tackle the same problem, but with a different solution: mini cartridges. With a three-pronged strategy, Bandai had figured out how to cut costs in half. For starters, they took some components that are already in normal Super Famicom carts, like the lockout chip, and stuck them in the Turbo instead, along with a 1/4 megabyte of storage that held a text font and other basic data. Now, you might not think that a font would take up a lot of space, but that's over 4,000 Japanese characters stored as sprites, which adds up. By putting all that stuff in the add-on itself, none of it needed to be in each individual minicart. Storage was expensive back then, so the second cost-cutting measure was limiting Turbo games to being, at most, only 1 megabyte. That's less than a lot of Super Famicom games coming out in 1996, but still more than enough in the hands of experienced developers. Early generation titles like Super Mario World, Final Fantasy IV, and Zelda: A Link to the Past had all been made with less than a megabyte. In other words, just because storage is low doesn't mean a game has to be small, if you know what you're doing. And third, Bandai dedicated themselves to efficient development cycles. For example, by making quick sequels to their best games instead of building them all from scratch. The most famous example of that strategy is how Ocarina of Time took 4 years to make, while its sequel Majora's Mask took only 1 year, with a fraction of the budget. Turbo series would do the same. By combining all these savings, Bandai could sell games for only $40. The Turbo itself also sold for $40. A lot of games you could get bundled with the add-on for the low price of just $68, meaning a Turbo and 2 games cost less than just one normal Super Famicom title. That was the Turbo's promise when it was first teased in early '96. On April 2nd, Bandai threw a big coming out party for the system, where Japanese press got to play a few games and hear some big announcements. Bandai had the rights to major IP, including Dragon Ball, Sailor Moon, Ultraman, Gundam, and lots more popular anime and manga franchises. They'd already made dozens of Super Famicom games based on those properties, and now they were bringing a lot of them to the Turbo. Plus some original IP, with a goal of 30 exclusives by the end of the year. The release date was revealed as June 28th, exactly 5 days after the Nintendo 64 hit store shelves. By the way, the N64 only ended up getting 10 games by the end of the year. 16-bit projects were quicker to make though, and Bandai had the development capacity, experience, and the IP rights to make it happen. Japanese magazines were pretty excited, and Famitsu speculated it could spark a new boom for the Super Famicom. To put all this in historical context, the Turbo was sort of a sequel to a Famicom add-on Bandai made 4 years earlier, the DayTAC joint ROM system, which also used inexpensive mini carts. The two add-ons even had some of the same franchises like Gundam, Ultraman, and Crayon Shin-Chan. DayTAC's main gimmick was its card scanner for adding content to its games, like a Game Boy Advance e-reader. The Turbo, however, had a different gimmick. 2 cartridge slots, that, when combined, allowed for some interesting ideas, some of which felt like Pokemon Link cable shenanigans dialed up to 11. Gimmicks get a bad rap, by the way, but aren't necessarily a bad thing. The DS's dual screens were a gimmick, and you could say the Switch's hybrid format is too. Done right, gimmicks can be awesome, and a lot more interesting than just improving graphics or adding more storage capacity. The SD Gundam Generation games were the Turbo's main attraction, and also made best use of its gimmick. So I'll sum up the series real quick, then explain how they utilized the double cartridge slots. There were 6 Gundam games, each based on a different era of the anime. The first was based on the original Mobile Suit Gundam from 1979, the second on Zeta Gundam from 1985, and so on, with the 6th ending on 1994's G Gundam. They're all grid-based tactics RPGs that play kinda like a mix between Fire Emblem and Advance Wars, where victory is achieved by destroying all your opponent's units or capturing their headquarters. Cities can be captured for money, which you can spend to buy new Gundams. And you can capture enemy units as well, in a prisoner of war system that makes some permanent additions to your army. Units can level up with experience points, change classes, and all kinds of stuff you'd expect in a tactics game, plus a little more. If you only had one Gundam cartridge, you'd play it like any other game. But if you had 2, you could transfer mechs you raised in the first over to the second, kinda like carrying your Gen 1 Pokemon over to Gen 2. You didn't have to play Gundam games in order, by the way. You could skip around if you wanted. Another use of the double slot was 2 friends could go head-to-head using the armies they'd built in their own campaigns, similar to Pokemon Link battles. And if you destroyed your friends' battleships, you could capture their Gundams as prisoners of war and keep them forever. If that's too cutthroat though, friends could simply trade with each other for the purposes of collecting and battling throughout their adventures. There were also a couple of fighting games available at launch based on Ultraman and Ultra 7. If you had one game and your friend the other, you could combine them to double the fighter roster, and by battling, you could learn each other's special moves that otherwise were version exclusives. Another interesting mechanic was that every Turbo game had an in-game currency, Turbo Coins, which you earned by beating levels, achieving high scores, and so on. Then you could transfer coins from one game to another, which was especially useful since buying the best stuff like Gundams and the most powerful Ultra attacks could get pretty expensive. For some games, it didn't really make sense to have a store, so for those, you couldn't spend Turbo Coins, but you could earn them and send them to games where they could be spent. Like in another launch title, Poi Poi Ninja World, an original IP that played a lot like Bomberman, but supported up to 5 players if you had a multi-tap. You could make custom maps and play on them with your friends, or combine you and your friends' maps into hybrid levels. Poi Poi didn't have a store, but you could rack up cash and transfer it to other games. So basically, all that together's what Turbo was all about. Games at a fraction of the price, with interesting ways to link them together. Although I should mention, there were 4 games that didn't link to anything else, except for coin transfers.
The first was Gegege no Kitaro Yokai Donjara, which featured characters from an iconic 1960s manga of the same name. Here you'll find them playing a board game similar to Mahjong, called Donjara, plus a couple more minigames.
Just like Poi Poi, if you had a multi-tap, 5 friends could play at once. Another was Gekiso Sentai Car Ranger, which is basically the original Japanese version of Power Rangers, adapted here into sort of a Mega Man-like melee side-scroller. All 5 Rangers have different abilities, like double jumps, stronger attacks, and running faster. Sailor Moon Fua Fua Panic 2 is a puzzle game with 3 game modes: Story, Versus, and Puzzle. It's a sequel to the original Fua Fua Panic that had come out as a standard Super Famicom cart the year before. Then there was Crayon Shin-chan Rain Boots Splash,
an action puzzle game based on an irreverent 5-year-old from manga and anime popular in the 90s.
It plays kinda similar to Bomberman as well. These 4 games were all standalone, but could still connect for currency exchange. So for example, you could earn some coins beating levels in a Gundam game, transfer it over and gamble on Donjara, double your money, then send it back and purchase some top-tier Gundams, or over to Ultraman to buy some new special attacks. Bandai did their best to make the Turbo a hit, hosting giveaways for 100 free systems and running magazine and TV ads all over the country. Games were coming out at a rate of 1 a week. Bandai was on track for their goal of 30 exclusives by the end of the year. But, unfortunately, they ran into some problems. For starters, the add-on quickly got a reputation for erasing save data if you weren't careful inserting and removing cartridges. Also, the games felt kinda low budget. Even the Turbo's crown jewel, the Gundam games, were all pretty samey, with their main differences boiling down to just the units and maps.
Sameness was inevitable though, considering how fast Bandai was pumping them out. That was, after all, kind of the point of the system. But even still, releasing 6 Gundam games in only 2 months is kind of a lot. But Ultraman was even more egregious. You could easily reach the end credits in under 20 minutes, and Ultra 7 is basically a copy-paste job of the same game, just with different fighters and stages. Each game only had 3 fighters and 3 stages anyway, so they probably should have just combined them into a single game. Maybe you could argue that, like Pokemon, you weren't supposed to buy both. Your friend was meant to buy one so you could link them together, but even granting that consideration, I mean, yeah, mini-carts were less than half price, but a lot of them felt like less than half a game. The Japanese magazines who were initially excited for Turbo quickly lost enthusiasm after playing its games. The Gundam series fared best, averaging 5.5 out of 10 from Famitsu magazine. In their review, they heaped praise on the inventive link mechanics and some of the tactical innovations like Prisoners of War, but complained that all 6 games were too similar, and the graphics looked last gen. The Ultra games they gave 4 out of 10, saying they were too light on content, the combat too simplistic, and felt they should have been bundled in as free pack-in titles. The rest of the library got 4s and 5s as well, with Famitsu citing subpar graphics, short runtimes, and an overall feeling of cheapness. Now, to be fair, Famitsu is a bit stingier than Western outlets. In their 40-year history reviewing thousands of games, they've only scored a couple dozen as 10 out of 10. Electronic Gaming Monthly gave Super Mario All-Stars a 9, for example, but Famitsu only gave it an 8. IGN heralded Pokemon as a perfect 10, but Famitsu said it's a 7. Point being, a Famitsu 5 doesn't mean a game's horrible, just that it's average. And that sums up how reviewers felt about Turbo games in general, that at best, they were mid. Maybe if the add-on came out a few years earlier, these games might have looked better compared to what else was on the market in, say, 1993. But releasing a week after N64 was just not the best time for budget Super Famicom titles. They were also competing with Nintendo's own add-on, the Satellaview, which also struggled to find a player base in '96. And it didn't help that Pokemon landed a few months before and was currently taking over Japan. By the way, we keep comparing Turbo Link mechanics to Pokemon, but to be clear, Bandai had been working on it before Pokemon even came out. So despite the similarities, they weren't ripping off Game Freak's ideas. Earlier in the year, Bandai spoke about making a linkable RPG series that continued cart to cart, similar to how the Gundam games functioned.
It never ended up getting made, but does sound a bit like how Pokemon Generations ended up working years later. Technically speaking, an actual Pokemon game could have been made for Turbo, a 16-bit version where you use the double cartridge slot instead of a link cable. Game Freak was unlikely to ever make that game or license out the rights, but it's interesting to imagine if the Turbo had gone more in that direction.
Another fun thought experiment is how things might have gone if they managed to borrow some of Nintendo's IP.
Mario or Zelda launch titles would have been ideal, of course, but thinking more realistically, a smaller series like F-Zero might have been enough to establish a foothold. One of the concepts Bandai teased at launch was a racing game where you can design your own cars and race them against friends with their custom cars. Making an F-Zero Turbo in that style would have attracted some much needed interest in the system. That's just wishful thinking on our part though, because fact is, Turbo just never got any must-have titles to draw in a big enough audience. The Gundam games were decent, but there's only so many Gundam fans who want to play tactics games. The series only appealed to a niche inside a niche, when what the Turbo really needed was something with broader appeal. Even the Daytax Dragon Ball Z Fighter made a bigger splash than Gundam, and that add-on was kind of a flop too. If you want to hear more about the Daytac, by the way, check out our recent video covering NES and Famicom expansions. Bandai never released Turbo sales numbers, but we can get a rough idea from Famitsu sales charts. Every week they tracked video games sold across Japan and published the 30 best sellers. When the first two Gundam games came out, they barely made the chart, coming in at 27 and 28. The next week, they disappeared from the top 30 and never returned. The third and fourth Gundams ranked 27 and 30 in their launch week, then fell off too. No other Turbo game ever made the top 30, which means sales had to be pretty poor. Bandai pulled advertising soon after and cancelled all future releases. The last games came out on September 27th, 1996, just 92 days after the Turbo's launch, meaning its entire library only amounted to 13 games. The ones you heard about earlier in this video? That was it. The initial goal was 30 new games by the end of the year, and presumably more were planned into the future. Little is known about what games were supposed to come after those first 13, though Bandai still had Dragon Ball and lots more IP they could have pulled from. Before launch, they'd announced a port of Tetris 2 plus Bombliss, which released as a standard $85 Super Famicom cart a few years before, but now was going to be a $38 mini cart. Bandai had dozens of Super Famicom titles they could have ported over if they wanted to let Turbo fans get them half price. But ports don't appear to have been included in that count of 30, and to be clear, the only one they ever announced was Tetris Bombliss. Japanese websites claim a 7th Gundam entry based on Gundam Wing was in the works, along with 2 more Ultra games.
None of them cite sources though, and 90s magazines like Famitsu and Famimaga never mentioned them.
Searching the Japanese internet doesn't yield any reliable sources either, so we can't say for a fact if those claims are true or not. That said, we wouldn't be surprised if more Gundam and Ultraman were in the cards, since they were the add-ons to main franchises. Now's probably a good time to mention that info about the Turbo is super sparse online, even in Japanese. The Japanese Wikipedia page, for example, is so short it'd fit on a single sheet of paper, and cites 0 sources.
English Wikipedia is even thinner, and doesn't have sources either, and a lot of it's wrong, like most of the game's titles, how linking them worked, and which games were available as pack-ins. It never even mentions Turbo coins.
Pretty much all other coverage online is more or less copy-pasted from those 2 Wikipedia pages. Info and footage for the games is pretty bare bones as well, which is what made us want to dig up old magazines, record some gameplay, and make this video. That, and the fact it's just a super cool premise for a console expansion. 2 slots for competitively priced mini cartridges with games that connect to each other and have a universal currency system. It's an awesome hardware concept. Unfortunately, all that potential was wasted because Bandai half-assed making games for it, then immediately gave up, instead of fighting to get it on the right track. Nowadays, the Turbo's been mostly forgotten, and you can find them on Japanese auction sites selling for even cheaper than they were 30 years ago.
Did you know Nintendo made almost as much profit from the Switch era as every other generation combined? It wasn't because they sold more consoles and games. In fact, they sold a lot more in the DS Wii generation. How they actually pushed profits to record highs was by consistently charging $60 a game and finding new ways to make money, like charging for online and expanding into mobile games. PlayStation used to trounce Nintendo, but at this point, Nintendo's twice as profitable as their old rival, which might make you wonder, why are they hiking games to $80? I'm sure by now you've seen the Toys R Us catalogs, inflation calculators, and a litany of online arguments. We'll talk Switch 2 prices soon enough. But first, we're gonna set up some historical context, because a calculator can't tell the full story. Not only for prices, but what Switch 2 represents, the end of a Nintendo era, and the start of a new one. We've been leafing through annual financial reports, and we gotta tell ya, even if you know the company's history, it makes you see it all in a whole new light. So today we're gonna look at the past half century, from the birth of Game & Watch to the launch of Switch 2. Maybe that sounds like too much context, but by the end we think you'll see it was merited. Follow the money and you'll understand how Nintendo got where they are today, and where they're likely to go next, and what it could mean for their biggest fans. In the 1970s, Nintendo mostly made toys and playing cards under their longtime president Hiroshi Yamauchi. Unfortunately, it was a decade of recession, and Nintendo's headquarters got hit by an earthquake. By 1980, they were deep in debt and on the road to bankruptcy. But then everything changed when Nintendo's lead inventor Gunpei Yokoi created Game & Watch. It was a huge hit all around the world, quadrupled annual profits, and wiped out all their debt in one fell swoop. It was the end of their money troubles and the beginning of their transformation into the video game giant they are today. After making some arcade games, in 1983 they used all their Game & Watch money to develop a home console, the Famicom. Yamauchi told the team to make it cheap, so it could sell for under $100, an ambitiously low price even back then. Famicom was immediately successful, but Nintendo was the only company making games for it. Profits actually fell that year, mostly because Game & Watch was cooling off. They bounced back in '84 though, when third parties started making Famicom games too, and paying Nintendo for the privilege. In 1985, Famicom was reworked into the NES and brought to America. Profits quadrupled again, and over the next few years, Nintendo found their way into 1/3 of American homes and got a foothold in Europe. By 1988, profits had doubled again to nearly $500 million. Nintendo released Game Boy the year after. Everyone thought it had flopped because of its monochrome screen, but it defied expectations and sold faster than Nintendo could make them. Super Famicom hit Japan in 1990, and Super Nintendo in America the year after. It wasn't quite as successful as the NES had been, but together with Game Boy, it made 1991 their first year to hit $1 billion. In just a single decade, Nintendo was making 50 times more since Game & Watch. The mid-90s was a rough patch though. Competitors like Sega and Sony came for the crown, so Nintendo threw the kitchen sink to fight them off, like Satellaview and Virtual Boy. But even their flagship console, the Nintendo 64, was a huge letdown. It sold less than Super NES and barely more than Sega Genesis. Things weren't looking good. They were still making $500 million in annual profits, but at this point they also had $3 billion in expenses, so if things kept getting worse, pretty soon they'd be broke. But then out of nowhere they got extremely lucky. 10 indie devs working out of an apartment made a little game called Pokémon and released it on Game Boy. No one had high hopes for Pokémon, even the people who made it, but it took Japan and eventually the whole world by storm. Game Boy was a dying last-gen system, but Pokémon gave it a second life and made it bigger than ever. Game Boy ended up selling more than all of their 90s hardware combined, from Super Famicom to 64DD and everything in between. Nintendo had just happened to make a small investment in Pokémon years before, and now found themselves partial owners of the world's hottest game franchise. Spin-offs, merchandise, cartoons, trading cards, Pokémon was absolutely printing money. By 1999, Nintendo hit a new record, with nearly $1.5 billion in profit. Things were going good again, but with their livelihoods depending so much on Pokémon, they were in a vulnerable position. The early 2000s were frankly not great. Pokémon Gold and Silver sold like hotcakes, but a lot less than last time. Seemingly, Pokémon was a fad on its way out. Nintendo launched GameCube in 2001 thinking it'd be a big success, but it got destroyed by PlayStation 2, and even lost to newcomer Xbox. Nintendo was now in 4 generations of decline. Game Boy Advance also released in 2001, and although it did better than GameCube, it still didn't come close to reaching the highs of the original Game Boy. Its games didn't do as well either. Pokémon, for example, was still trending downward. Everything was trending downward. A lot of people thought before long Nintendo would have to give up the hardware business, just as Sega had done after Dreamcast. It was at this point Nintendo decided to change strategy. Prior to 1990, they'd followed Gunpei Yokoi's 2 philosophies, the blue ocean and thinking sideways with mature technology. In other words, instead of using cutting-edge tech, they took old tech and made it fun, in ways no one had ever thought of before. That way they were competing on ideas, instead of who had the best microchips. It also let Nintendo sell stuff for cheap, so anyone could afford to play their games. Game & Watch, for example, was basically a reworked calculator, and Game Boy was monochrome in an age of color. The competition, like Sega Game Gear and Atari Lynx, did have color, but Game Boy's batteries lasted longer, it sold for a much lower price, and it came with Tetris as a free pack-in. So despite being the weaker handheld, it outsold the competition 10-1. That was Nintendo's old way of doing things, the Yokoi method. But starting with Super Nintendo and up till GameCube, they abandoned Yokoi's philosophies to focus on power and technology. PlayStation was 32 bits, so Nintendo leapfrogged to 64. Yokoi resigned soon after, saying it wasn't the same Nintendo it used to be, that he helped build. Some other guys went with him to start a new gaming company, but sadly Yokoi died in a car crash soon after. Nintendo kept pushing forward, and made GameCube more powerful than PlayStation 2, but they couldn't win on that battlefield. Sony kept clobbering them, and every Nintendo system sold worse than the last. Satoru Iwata took over as Nintendo's new president in 2002, and saw they couldn't keep on the way they were going. He decided to change course, and take Nintendo back to Yokoi's philosophies, sideways thinking, and the blue ocean. Be different, and be affordable. And that's why, instead of a more powerful Game Boy, in 2004 we got Nintendo DS. At the same E3, Sony unveiled the PlayStation Portable, which was technologically far more advanced. But DS whooped it anyway, like a rerun of Game Boy vs. Game Gear. Nintendo finally beat Sony because they returned to the battlefield of ideas. And just as importantly, because DSs sold for $150, while PSPs were $250. A couple years later, they launched the Revolution, also known as the Wii. It was weaker than Sony and Microsoft's consoles, but again sold at a much lower price. And it had a great new idea: motion controls. Nintendo of America's president, Reggie Fils-Aimé, fought to make Wii Sports a free pack-in, to show what Wii was all about. But Nintendo didn't want to give away their work for free. So in Japan, Wii Sports wasn't bundled in, but everywhere else it was. Ultimately, the results showed Wii massively overperformed with the free pack-in, and for the first time in generations, Nintendo won a home console war. They were back on top. Iwata made the right call to return to Yokoi's ideas, and Reggie was right to give away Wii Sports. In fact, the numbers suggest without Wii Sports, Nintendo would have come a distant third in that generation. Fortunately, they did pack it in, and at the peak, Nintendo was making $5 billion a year, 10 times more than the N64 era, when they were at the height of cutting-edge tech. Between Wii and DS, they sold over 250 million systems, and almost 2 billion games, a record generation Nintendo's never surpassed even to this day. Unfortunately, they got overconfident from their success, and strayed from some core values. So when they released 3DS in 2011, they overpriced it, at $250. Millions of die-hard fans bought it at launch, then sales fell off a cliff. No one else was buying them, and for the first time in modern history, Nintendo was losing money. Iwata cut his salary in half as a way to take responsibility for the failure, and other top executives followed suit. Some fans remember Iwata did it to avoid layoffs, but his base salary wasn't even $1 million. The company, though, was losing hundreds of millions. There were no layoffs, but that's not why Iwata did it. It was about solidarity and symbolism. The same day, he slashed the 3DS's price down to $170. Nintendo was now selling them at a loss, in hopes they could earn it back in game sales. To make it up to the loyal fans who paid $250, Nintendo announced the 3DS Ambassador Program, which gave them 20 free NES and Game Boy Advance games. The plan worked, and 3DS sales skyrocketed. Ultimately, it never reached the levels of success as the original DS. It was, after all, an evolution rather than a revolution. But at 76 million sold, it ended up being about as popular as Game Boy Advance had been. So, all in all, a good comeback story. While all that was going on, Wii U came out in 2012. It sold out at launch thanks to the usual diehards, so much so they were getting scalped on eBay. But then, just like 3DS, sales dried up fast. Nintendo priced it $300 for the basic model and $350 if you wanted more storage and Nintendo Land as a pack-in. Even at that price, it was selling at a loss, and only barely cheaper than PlayStation 4. The marketing wasn't great either, with a lot of people thinking Wii U was just a new controller. But its failure was really more about Nintendo's hubris. They were overconfident and too expensive. Iwata took another half salary, knocked $50 off the deluxe model, and before long was bundling in free games as well. But this time, they couldn't turn things around, and only ended up selling 14 million units. Nintendo was in the red 3 years in a row, and only managed to squeeze small profits in the generation's back half, thanks to the 3DS's redemption arc. Suffice it to say, they'd been humbled. Iwata tragically passed away of cancer in 2015, at age 55. But before he went, he got the ball rolling on Nintendo's next system, the Switch. It was sideways thinking and blue ocean top to bottom, a hybrid console you could play on your TV or out on the go, and even cheaper to produce than Wii U. Iwata was famously a developer, but a gamer at heart. After he passed, the next president was Tatsumi Kimishima, who prior to Nintendo spent 27 years in the banking industry. He was always meant to be transitionary, so in 2018 he stepped aside to let Shuntaro Furukawa take the throne. At university, Furukawa majored in political science and economics, then joined Nintendo as an accountant. He later moved into marketing and climbed the corporate ladder all the way to the top, where he remains to this day. These guys are on record having played some games, like Mario Tennis Aces, but we think it's fair to say in their hearts they're really more businessmen than gamers. Iwata invented the Nintendo Direct so he could talk to fans and keep us updated on what the company was up to. Contrast that with the new president who keeps investors up to date at shareholder meetings but doesn't show up for directs. A year after Furukawa took over, Reggie retired as NOA's president, saying he wanted to spend more time with his family. His replacement was Doug Bowser, who'd previously been an executive at Electronic Arts. In addition to running the American branch, Bowser later got appointed as executive officer at Nintendo Japan as well. But that's getting ahead of the story. Iwata wasn't there to see it, but the Switch finally launched in 2017 and sold out as usual. This time though, after the diehards came and went, normies continued buying Switches in droves. Games flew off shelves too. For comparison, back in the 90s, Ocarina of Time sold 8 million copies. On Switch, Breath of the Wild sold 34 million. Mario Kart 64 sold 10 million, while Mario Kart 8 sold nearly 70. And Pokémon bounced back too. For generations they'd been stagnant around 15 million, but on Switch, they nearly doubled their player base. Something we haven't addressed yet is profit margins. That basically means for every dollar you make in revenue, the percentage you get to keep as profits, after paying all your expenses. To businessmen, profit margins are very, very important. Historically, Nintendo's margins were around 20-25%. On Switch, they got up to 35%. Switch had higher margins than any Nintendo system, and much higher than the competition. PlayStation sells twice as much product, but only makes half the profit, because their margins are 10%. In the years since PlayStation started charging $70 a game, they've only barely stayed above water. Meanwhile, Nintendo's making bank with $60 games. Much of that's thanks to Yokoi's old sideways thinking mentality. Switches are cheap to produce, so they can sell them for $300 and make money doing it. Compare that to a cutting-edge PS5, which even at $500 initially sold at a loss. The same goes for games. PlayStation's cost more to make, Nintendo's cost less. With Switch's high sales and low costs, it was already on the road to huge profits. But Nintendo's new leadership wanted to push margins even higher. In the past, almost every system from Game Boy to Wii U had Player's Choice and Nintendo Selects, which lowered prices to $40 or less, after they hit benchmarks like 1 million copies sold. In recent generations, they'd go all the way down to $20. But they put a stop to that in the Switch era. Games typically sold for $60 full price, and stayed there, pretty much forever. Former Nintendo employees said the strategy is to train our brains to, quote, respect the value, and never expect discounts. In other words, train us to think Nintendo games are automatically and forever worth full price. It doesn't matter if it's a 6-hour budget title or over a decade old. If you see a Nintendo character's face on the cover, you should respect its value. So far, the training's worked, and paid huge dividends for the guys at the top. Here's a real-life example to show how that new strategy affects margins. Mario Kart 64 launched for $60. In less than a year, Nintendo had made their money back several times over, so from that point on, it became a $40 player's choice. Compare that to Mario Kart 8, which released on Wii U for $60, then came to Switch 3 years later at the same price. It's still $60 to this day, with only modest sales at rare intervals. Also, keep in mind that back in the 90s, physical cartridges and physical stores ate up a good chunk of the price tag. Switch carts are cheaper to manufacture, and half their sales are digital anyway, so Nintendo gets to keep a bigger piece of the pie. Add all that up, and Mario Kart 64 made around $250 million, while 8's closer to $3 billion, plus extra from selling DLC. Though we should keep in mind, development costs have risen over the years. We know from interviews that making Mario Kart 64 cost around $5 or $10 million. Nintendo's gotten more secretive since then, but 8 was probably closer to $50 million. And development isn't Nintendo's only expense. There's R&D, marketing, HR, and so on, and they spend more on all that than they used to. And of course, most games don't sell Mario Kart numbers, though they do massively outsell their N64 counterparts, and their prices stay consistent at $60. Apologies if that was a lot of math. Point is, they're not only selling more copies, they're charging fans more over time, which raises profit margins. And it's why comparing modern prices to 1990s catalogs is frankly kind of irrelevant, because the economy of scale, which is basically, you sell more games, your margins get fatter. Nintendo used to pass a lot of the savings on to fans, but nowadays they go as profits to shareholders. All this largely applies to other generations as well. Twilight Princess was a Wii launch title for $50, eventually discounted to $20. Breath of the Wild launched with Switch, sold over 4 times more, and still cost $60 with $20 DLC. Besides training us to respect the value, Nintendo's new leadership found a few more ways to increase profits as well. Wii, Wii U, DS, 3DS, none of them charged for playing online. In 2018, Switch started charging. Currently, it's got 34 million subscribers, paying around $1 billion a year. That's about 20 times more than Virtual Console used to make. Mobile's another new source of income. Iwata was famously opposed to the idea, and said the company would, quote, cease to be Nintendo if they got into mobile games. After years of pressure from investors, he eventually relented, but promised Nintendo would do it with integrity. And he made it clear in no uncertain terms that free-to-play games were a scourge. After he was gone, his successors made a bunch of free-to-play games anyway, and packed them with microtransactions, loot boxes, and subscriptions. Games like Mario Kart Tour and Fire Emblem Heroes have made billions. A lot of people spend hundreds of dollars on them, sometimes thousands. Heroes is the biggest cash cow of the bunch, and appears to have made more than all the real Fire Emblem games combined. Some of y'all are probably thinking, well, good, they're making more money, which means more games. But actually, they're making fewer games. In the DS Wii era, we got 7 first-party games a year, but on Switch, we get 2 or 3. Not counting ports and remasters, Nintendo only released 22 new games over the Switch's 8-year lifespan. They publish fewer second and third-party games as well, but mostly we want to focus on first-party. You know, the ones with that famous Nintendo magic. Just have a look at the main mascot. For 3D Mario, Wii got Galaxy 1 and 2, but Switch only got Odyssey. For 2D, there was New Super Mario Bros. On DS and the sequel on Wii, but Switch only got Wonder. Mario Kart saw new entries on DS and Wii, but Switch never got one. Instead, they ported the Wii U entry. And that's pretty emblematic of the entire generation, re-releasing more old games at full price while developing fewer new ones. Much of the savings got stashed away as profits. Currently, they've got $15 billion sitting in a piggy bank, which is enough to make 100 Marios. Nintendo's most profitable year of all time was 2020, thanks to COVID lockdowns. Everyone was stuck inside and playing a lot more video games than ever before. That was also the year Nintendo did some time-limited releases, most famously Mario 3D All-Stars and Mario 35, to celebrate Mario's birthday. Seemingly, it was intended to grab a quick $500 million and as many NSO subscribers as possible before the next financial report, as fans rushed to play them before they got permanently deleted on March 31st, the last day of Nintendo's fiscal year. They ended the year with a record of nearly $6 billion in profits, which is 300 times more than 1980 and 11 times more than 1996. Profits remained high even after life went back to normal, and all told, Switch was by far their most profitable generation. They made almost as much as every other generation combined, getting NESs into 1/3 of American homes, Pokemon fever sweeping the globe, and even though the DS Wii era sold more systems and games, all that pales in comparison to what Nintendo's new leadership managed to accomplish. They pushed the stock price to record highs as well. Investors who put in $1 million yen a decade ago have 5 million today. The shareholders are very, very happy. And that brings us to the present. As we're writing this, Switch 2 was just properly revealed. By all appearances, it's a shift back to the Super Nintendo to GameCube era. An evolution instead of a revolution. The focus is more on power and less on sideways thinking and affordability. The shift was evident the moment it revealed. At the Switch 2 Direct, they talked a lot about resolution, frames per second, and HDR, but never told us the price. Contrast that with Switch 1's reveal, where they told us the price right at the start, but never once mentioned graphics. The old Blue Ocean strategy boiled down to being unique and being cheap. Currently though, Switch 2's positioned less as the affordable option and more as a premium product. $450 is a higher entry point than PlayStation, Xbox, or even Steam Deck. Extra controllers cost more too. But the biggest sticker shock was the games, which have gone up to $70 and $80. Nintendo Gold points that gave 5% back for digital purchases were discontinued a week before the Direct. And game vouchers, which let NSO subscribers get 2 games for $50 each, won't be usable on Switch 2 titles. In other words, the system costs 50% more, and games can cost up to 60% more. All that's to say, it appears the days of Iwata following Yokoi's path, of thinking sideways and the Blue Ocean, are over. This will be Nintendo's first full generation with Furukawa in charge, and it seems he's looking to push margins even higher. Though to be fair, inflation has gone up 30% since Switch 1 came out, and it is kind of his job to extract as much cash out of us as possible. Now we should mention, those were the prices the day of the Direct. Since then, there's been complications in the US with tariffs out of Nintendo's control. The situation's still evolving and might change by the time you see this, but currently tariffs on Vietnam are 10%, which led to controllers and accessories getting marked up. A couple weeks later, Xbox announced they were marking up as well, including some future games also going to $80. We'll mostly leave those details and tariffs aside though, and focus on Switch 2's intended prices, because as soon as folks saw them, there was immediate backlash. In a lot of countries, they're even more expensive. Respect the value and paying for online were gradual subtle changes, but these new prices hit all at once, and made some people feel they couldn't afford to be Nintendo fans anymore. Meanwhile, millions of other fans couldn't wait to place their pre-orders, and were annoyed by the negativity. So they hit him with Toys R Us catalogs and inflation calculators, and told him games cost more to make nowadays, so Nintendo needs to charge $80. A lot of folks didn't know the historical context of what was happening, the change in philosophies or Nintendo's profit margins, but they felt in their bones Nintendo had changed somehow. That's why we're making this video, to provide that context, for folks on both sides of the aisle, because Nintendo has changed. and we can't help wondering if it's to their own detriment. Part of Nintendo's appeal has always been affordability. That's what helped make them so popular in the first place, especially with families. But if the new management charges premium prices, a lot of parents are going to buy something else for Christmas. Nintendo's long been in the business of selling nostalgia, so losing a generation of kids could have long-term consequences, not only for fans and families, but shareholders as well. You put Pikachu and Mario in front of a kid and there's a good chance you've got a customer for life. Those are the people who grow up to buy your merch, pre-orders, and stand in line for midnight releases. They're why profits are at record highs. If kids are priced out of kids' games, a lot of them you'll never get back. It might have been better for everyone to keep the gravy train rolling at more affordable price points, which up until now made Nintendo rich and popular. Before we go any further, we want to make clear, we don't think it's too late for Nintendo to change course, and we don't hate the Switch 2. I'm sure anyone who buys it will have fun. Our critiques are more about executives' monetary strategies and online arguments defending them. For example, there's a narrative going around that Nintendo was always expensive, and that if you take inflation into account, Switch 2 costs the same as all their other systems. So if folks could afford it then, they can afford it now. But that's leaving out some key details. We already covered games, so now let's look at consoles. NES did technically launch for $180, which is $530 in today's money, but only in test markets like New York. And that was the price of the deluxe set, which came with Rob the Robot, Gyromite, Duck Hunt, a Zapper light gun, and 2 controllers. When Nintendo launched nationwide, the deluxe set only cost $160. Most people ended up buying smaller bundles anyway, like the $100 action set, with Super Mario and 2 controllers. You'll recall from earlier, the system was specifically designed to sell for under $100. Affordability was its entire premise. Even accounting for inflation, that's half the price of an equivalent Switch 2 bundle. In the next generation, Super Nintendo launched with Super Mario World and an extra controller for $200, got cut to $150, then down to $100 the year after launch. In the US, 85% of Super Nintendos sold at those reduced prices. N64 is a similar story. It was $200, then $150 a few months later, and gradually down to half price. You've probably seen that famous home video of kids getting an N64 for Christmas. That was Christmas '98. By then, N64s were $130 and came with an extra controller. Historically, most people bought Nintendo systems for under $300, bundled with games, controllers, or both. That's $300 after accounting for inflation, in today's money. Compare that to modern Nintendo, who, just like their games, don't discount hardware anymore. Switch 1 got some modest limited-time bundles, and a cheaper model with no dock, a smaller screen, worse battery life, and Joy-Cons that don't come off. But now, 8 years later, the main units never dropped a penny. Under this new respect the value philosophy, it's hard to imagine Switch 2 bundles dropping under $300 anytime soon. So for a lot of families, it's just never going to make financial sense to get one. Especially when they can get another system for less, with cheaper controllers and lower-priced games. Nintendo's positioning themselves as the premium option. That's the opposite of what they used to be, and a lot of people who bought in before won't anymore, or can't anymore. And that leads us to the titular question, will the Switch 2 fail? If history's any guide, diehards will probably buy it out at launch, especially since there are more diehards today than ever before. For a lot of them, Switch 2 is exactly what they wanted. They didn't want the old Nintendo and their sideways thinking. They wanted power. And the new Nintendo's happy to give it to them, at the requisite price. The old Nintendo used to say people don't know what they want till they see it, and they aimed to surprise and delight with ideas no one else thought of. When they succeeded, diehards and normies alike flocked to their revolutions. But this time the real test of success will be if normies want to lay down a week's wages for a better version of an old idea, and if they'll keep showing up in year 2, 3, and beyond. That's who decides if Switch 2 succeeds or not. Some people talk of the so-called Nintendo curse, that every successful console's followed by a flop. That's a bit of a myth though, as it really only applies to the Wii U generation. A more likely scenario is that history repeats itself with the Super Nintendo to GameCube era, where evolutionary consoles didn't flop, but did sell a lot less than the one before. That may be what management's expecting, There will be fewer Switch 2 owners, so they plan to squeeze more money out of each one. But those higher prices, along with economic headwinds and increased competition, could push Switch 2 sales deeper than the 30% drop experienced by evolutionary consoles of the past. Could we see a huge price drop in free ambassador games like what happened with 3DS? There is precedent, but unless sales get really bad after the diehards dissipate, we wouldn't bet on big discounts. Nowadays, Nintendo prefers to remaster 10 or 15-year-old games and sell them full price, rather than sell them as cheap downloads like they used to. So we wouldn't get our hopes up for Ambassador Wii games either. On the other hand, anything is possible. Maybe Switch 2 will be the best-selling console of all time, and all this analysis will age like milk. But historically speaking, that's the least likely possibility. That said, a lot can happen in a console's lifespan. Nintendo's got all kinds of levers they can pull if things don't go their way. They can offer more generous bundles, bring back gold points, vouchers, Nintendo Selects, and release a cheaper model if consumers won't pay today's prices. But if they are willing to pay, Nintendo could push variable pricing even higher, sell deluxe models, and raise the rates for Switch Online. They've played a lot of those cards before, so they're likely to play some of them again, just in a different order, depending on their year-to-year financials. Or God forbid the global economy gets so bad with inflation and tariffs that the competition raises their prices even higher, which will make Nintendo the affordable option again. In that doomsday scenario, maybe normies will come to see $80 games as relatively cheap, and all this will become the new normal. Regardless, Nintendo can always fall back on Switch 1's huge install base if they need to, and they've got $15 billion in cash stuffed under their mattress basically, if they need to ride out a storm. And their income streams have gotten more diversified, not only with mobile, but movies, merchandise, and theme parks as well. So we think it's safe to say, even in the worst case scenario, Nintendo's survival is virtually guaranteed. Before closing out, we just want to say, we're not ideologues opposed to the concept of profits, and we don't hate Switch 2. It looks pretty awesome actually, even if it does mark the end of an era. And if you've watched this channel before, you know we certainly don't hate Nintendo. We were the kids getting consoles 2 Christmases after launch, and we've been fans ever since. We want what's best for Nintendo, but we also want what's best for fans. And frankly, we're not sure recent decision-making's best for anybody. The new leadership? I'm sure they're perfectly nice guys, but we'd hate to see them burn through all the goodwill their predecessors built up over generations, just for the sake of short-term profits. Nintendo's at a crossroads. Prices families can afford, or prices they have to respect. Offering value, or extracting value. Again, it's not too late for management to change course. We're not so naive to hope they'll roll it all back, but people just don't want to feel priced out, screwed over, or taken for granted. Profits can go up, margins can be healthy, and prices can be affordable all at once. Switch 2 can do that. Unfortunately, Nintendo might have to get humbled again to learn that lesson. Switch 2 broke records a while back, selling 3.5 million over its 4-day launch weekend. Nintendo fans were celebrating on Twitter when one guy replied, "That's cool and all, but what's it do for me?" And that got us thinking. Now obviously, if you're hoping for a price drop before buying one, record sales are going to make that less likely to happen. But let's say you already have a Switch 2 and you love it more than life itself. In some ways, record sales could still come as bad news. Or it could be good. It depends on what you want Switch 2 to do for you. Do you want more third-party games, hope the generation lasts longer, and don't care about prices? If that's you, you don't just want Nintendo to win the console war, you want them breaking every record there is. Or maybe you value low prices, don't really care about ports, and you want Nintendo to make more first-party games. And maybe you prefer shorter console gens, with each offering a unique experience every 5 years or so. For those fans, it makes more sense to root for their shiny new system to flop. We got a YouTube comment recently saying they missed the Wii U, and that it was peak. Someone else said they're delusional. Neither of them were crazy though, they just had different priorities. That's why even at the heights of success, some fans say they miss poverty Nintendo. And you'll see throughout this video, for many folks, it's best if their console doesn't get too successful. Maybe not necessarily flop, but at least have to fight to stay ahead. Today, we're going to look at the last 4 console generations, examine some historical trends, and see what it's like to be a Nintendo fan when they're on top of the world and when they're down in the gutter. The main topics will be console identities, lifespans, and afterlives, as well as third-party support, first-party support, and prices. By the end, you might realize you've been rooting against your own interests. Or maybe not. Let's get into it. But first, why do fans dread flops? There are some social and psychological factors we'll get to later, but usually their biggest fear is that, like Sega, someday Nintendo'd have to go third-party. The thought of Mario on a Blu-ray sliding into a PlayStation is enough to make them queasy. Even worse is the prospect of Nintendo going out of business and characters they grew up with disappearing. A dystopian future where they have to play Ghost of Tsushima instead of Zelda. Let me ease those fears before we go any further. Because even when GameCube came last in its console war, Nintendo still made billions in profits. The Game Boy Advance's success certainly helped, but by that same token, they've currently got Switch 1 to fall back on. The only time in modern history Nintendo dipped into the red was when Wii U and 3DS were both flopping. And even then, they were able to slow the bleeding with price cuts, and only ended up losing $500 million over the course of the generation. Presently, they've basically got $15 billion stuffed under their mattress in case they ever fall on hard times. So sure, if they had like 30 Wii U era gen flops in a row, maybe then they'd go broke. But the odds of that are basically zero. So rest assured, Nintendo's gonna be around a long, long time. Longer than you and me. So, with the sum of all fears out of the way, let's analyze Nintendo's last 4 consoles. We could look at every generation, but the industry's changed a lot since the NES era, and the past 25 years provide an ideal case study anyway. GameCube was the last of Nintendo's 4 generations of decline. Wii was a huge hit that defeated both its rivals. Wii U was their biggest home console flop of all time. After that, Switch was their most profitable of all time. In other words, the past 4 gens have Nintendo's 2 biggest successes and 2 biggest failures. We mean financial failures, by the way. No offense to the folks who love the Cube and the Wii U. There's a lot to love about them, and that's kind of half the point of this video. First, let's see how third-party support correlates with system sales. You probably assume failed consoles sell less, and you'd be right. Publishers don't want to take time and expense to port games or make exclusives if there aren't many potential customers, which is why GameCube and Wii U only got around 100 third-party games a year. On the other hand, Wii's success brought 300 a year, despite its weird controls and low power making it a tricky system to port to. And Switch got 2,000 a year, because it sold so many units, and more games are being made now more than ever. Some of that was shovelware, sure, but Switch was also home to tons of indie games, and had exclusives from big publishers like Square Enix. Even Sony and Microsoft brought some games over. And this success carried over to Switch too, with big games like Cyberpunk and Final Fantasy VII Remake. If the original Switch flopped like the Wii U, a lot of that would have never happened. So, if you like third-party support, it's in your best interest for Switch 2 to sell out in record numbers. But maybe you don't care about third parties. Maybe your PC or PS5 runs them better, or you're the kind of fan who only plays Nintendo games. The term Nintendo Magic gets thrown around a lot, like something only they possess. Without counting ports and remasters, Switch did get more magic than Wii U, but not by much. And it was spread over 8 years, so if we're talking how many games each year, Switch actually got less. That said, Nintendo made 6 games a year for Wii U, all while making 6 more for 3DS. Switch got 3 per year, and adding in games from studios they own, like Retro and Monolith, doesn't bump it up by much. In a recent video, we touched on how in the Switch era, Nintendo made more money than ever while re-releasing a lot of old games and making fewer new ones. Contrast that with the Wii U era, when they were fighting to maintain relevance, and everything they made was new, with the exception of Wind Waker and Twilight Princess HD. Nintendo was spending more money than they were making on Wii U, and their stock was about 90% lower than it is today. Some fans assume the more money Nintendo makes, the more games they'll make. Maybe that was true in the past, but not lately. The data is open to interpretation though, as they've actually increased hiring. Though it's possible Nintendo making fewer games isn't due to success, and it could be a matter of correlation, not causation. For the Switch, Nintendo's game plan was to put more resources into porting, remastering, and remaking old games, resulting in more consistent releases but leaving fewer resources to make new games. Seeing how profitable this was, maybe the new management would have done it even if Switch flopped. Alright, let's get back on track. Some might say we should count every game Nintendo published, That includes some big franchises like Pokemon and Kirby, along with smaller ones like Fitness Boxing 1, 2, and 3. So we'll add it all together. Everything Nintendo makes and publishes. Even by that measure, Nintendo released more games in previous generations. On Switch, they published 10 a year. Older consoles got about the same, while the coexisting handhelds got 20 more. Point is, if you buy Nintendo systems for Nintendo games, you might not want Switch 2 to break sales records. There's no guarantee it'll lead to more games and might have the opposite effect. And I don't want to sound like we're picking on Nintendo, because I mean, just look at Sony. When PlayStation 3 was losing to Xbox 360, Sony slashed prices and put out amazing games to win people back. But now that they've essentially defeated Xbox, what have their fans got to show for it? Prices going up instead of down, and everyone saying PS5 has no games. Yeah, they get a lot from third parties, but not much from Sony themselves. Xbox arguably fought too hard trying to make a comeback, spending a boatload of Microsoft's cash to buy up studios so they could make more Xbox games. It hasn't really worked out for them, but that's a whole other story. The reason we mention it though is because while this video's focus is Nintendo, it's worth pointing out their competition exhibits a lot of the same patterns. Okay, let's move on to our next topic, console lifespans and identities. Simply put, the more a system and its software sells, the longer till it gets replaced, and the less unique its successor will be. GameCube sold far below expectations, so it got replaced 5 years later with something completely different. Wii was a hit, so it lasted 6 years, and its follow-up was less different. Wii U flopped hard, so it had the shortest life at only 4 years. This failure sandwich made Nintendo lock in and design their first hybrid console. Switch was the most successful of all, so it got the longest life, over 8 years. And its successor was the least different. If Switch 2's profitable enough, we'll likely get a Switch 3 in the 2030s that lasts to the 2040s, which could mean a quarter century of Nintendo making nothing but Switches, maybe longer. Some folks like it that way. They don't want to invest in new consoles as often, they don't get tired of them late in life, and they're happy with more of the same. They want evolutions, not revolutions. For them, Switch 2 breaking records is great news. But if you're the kind of fan who wants new systems every 5 years or so, and likes them to have unique identities and all that, then you're probably better off when Nintendo's losing console wars. Again, look at the competition. PlayStations have all been successful, so each one's basically an upgrade of the one that came before. PlayStation 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. But Xbox kept losing, which was a huge motivator in turning themselves into Game Pass machines. If your current trajectory's headed downwards, you change course. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it. In a lot of ways, Nintendo dances to the beat of their own drum, but they're not immune to that old adage. It's also worth noting that longer generations can have an indirect effect on a particular series. Each Nintendo system usually gets one 2D Mario, 3D Mario, Yoshi, Animal Crossing, Mario Kart, and so on. There are exceptions, of course, but if you're a fan of those series, you're likely to see less of them when generations are longer. As we're writing this, we've only gotten one Mario Kart in the past 11 years, one 3D Mario in the past 12 years, and one 2D Mario in 13 years. Other series have been just as sparse, when in the past, sequels were a lot more frequent. Not only because the Switch generation lasted so long, but also because Nintendo used to support 2 separate non-compatible systems at a time, while in recent years they only had one hybrid system. Successful consoles also tend to live alongside their successors, at least for a while. Only 8 GameCube games came out after the Wii launch, and releases dried up in under a year. Wii had dozens of releases for almost a decade after the Wii U launch, with Wii U mostly just getting indie games. Nintendo themselves, however, rarely support systems in the afterlife. The most prominent exception was Breath of the Wild releasing on Wii U, but that's mostly because it got announced 3 years before, then delayed so it could be Switch's launch title. The game was originally revealed as Zelda for Wii U, and they didn't want to break their promise to fans. Rare exceptions aside, they usually move on pretty quick and don't look back. Switch has been so successful, though, that they're currently planning to support it at least one more year. In general, Afterlife support's good for owners of the old system who don't buy the new one. But the folks that do buy the new one sometimes get annoyed when resources are spent on last-gen hardware. That was a point of contention in the early years of PS5. A lot of fans complained that cross-gen games held it back from being all it could be. and that many PS5 games were really just PS4 titles with better textures and frame rates that didn't take advantage of the hardware. Your mileage may vary on this one, depending on which side of the fence you're sitting. Let's move on to prices. Simply put, deals are better on systems that undersell. GameCube was the final lowest point in an age of decline, and came last place in its console war. As a result, GameCube got its $200 price cut to $150 just months after launch, then down to $100 before its second birthday. Eventually, you could find them at big box stores for $50. Games were cheap too, with over 100 becoming Player's Choice titles. If you're not old enough to remember Player's Choice, they were generally the best games like Mario Sunshine, Wind Waker, and Melee that got discounted to $30 around a year after release, then later down to $20. Wii was a success, so it didn't get a price cut till almost 3 years in. It did get Nintendo Selects, which were basically the same thing as Player's Choice, but not nearly as many as on Cube, and they took longer. GameCube started getting Player's Choice about a year post-launch, but on Wii, it was over 4 years. Wii U, on the other hand, got a $50 cut and generous bundles in its first year. It was flopping so hard that a few months later, you could get a deluxe Wii U bundle with Mario Kart 8, a racing wheel, and a Wiimote for $330, plus your choice of another game for free. You could get that free game even if you bought Mario Kart by itself. A few months after that, you could get the deluxe model with Splatoon and Smash Bros. For $250. A decent stack of games launched under full price, like Wind Waker HD for $50 and Captain Toad for $40. There weren't many Nintendo Selects, and they didn't show up till over 3 years in, but by then we were in the digital era, with occasional discounts to $30 or $40 showing up sooner than Selects. The eShop also had last-gen games like Skyward Sword, DK Returns, and the entire Metroid Prime trilogy for $20. And while PlayStation and Xbox charged to play online, Wii U made it free. And then Switch. There were still occasional eShop sales and a few bundles, like Mario Kart thrown in for Black Friday, but nothing like the wild deals Wii U got. And the Switch itself never got a price drop. There were 0 Nintendo Selects. Playing online was turned into a paid subscription, and last-gen games weren't $20 anymore. Typically, they sold for $60 full price. At the end of the generation, Nintendo got rid of gold points and game vouchers for Switch 2, and set a new high point for $80 games. Some of that's got to do with not just the success of Switch itself, but also the company's new leadership. As we noted in our financial history video, the DS Wii generation sold way more systems and games, but didn't see these kind of price hikes. On Wii, you can get last-gen games upgraded to widescreen with new controls and various improvements for around $30. On Switch 2, old enhanced games are still $60, in some cases $70 or $80.
We did see, kind of in the last stretch of our tenure at Nintendo, them get really obsessed and fixated on like the value of the Nintendo product.
True.
Especially in the last couple years that we were there, like Nintendo products have immense value. We must always respect that immense value. And this is why you see these things don't go on sale. It's like
right. That's another point.
The value is the value, and we are really like seriously into that concept of respect the value of what this thing is that we have made because it is very special.
This just being something from the magical box that is Nintendo makes it like you're paying like a Nintendo markup.
It's a Nintendo tax.
Nintendo tax.
I mean, you could also say like them looking at it, it's like, well, we do need to distinguish that like how premium this thing is through the pricing, and you will come to understand that.
We've gone over the changes in policy and philosophies, so we won't dwell on it here. Basically, everything costs more on a winning console and less on a loser. That's a big reason why GameCube owners bought almost twice as many games as Switch owners. By the way, you might notice these numbers contradict a common narrative. It's often claimed that a lot of Wiis got bought by casuals who only played Wii Sports, and that Switch's audience is made up of more core gamers who do buy games. But the numbers show the opposite, that Wii owners actually bought more games than Switch owners. They did spend more money on Switch, but bought fewer games. If you're like us though, you probably buy more games than the average person. Did you know gaming doesn't have a shared console, but one of us bought 102 games on Switch, about a game a month. So let's run some quick math and see how much you might spend on a losing console versus a winner. Let's say back in the GameCube days you bought one game a month for $20 or $30. Then you did the same with Switch 2 paying $70 or $80. every year you'd be spending around $300 on the loser and almost $1,000 on the winner, not to mention the price of the system itself, online play, DLC, and so on. Which is why price-sensitive gamers might not want their system to sell too well. You're not necessarily paying more because you're getting more, but just because a lot of other people are buying it too. That's kind of what's going on with Xbox lately. No one's buying them, and you can get a Series S relatively cheap, and play hundreds of games on Game Pass for $20 a month, including some day one releases. Not that we're telling you to go out and get an Xbox, just pointing out that these sort of value discrepancies still happen today. It's not a dynamic exclusive to the past. Just gonna cut in here to say a lot's happened after this video was written and moved into editing. Microsoft already raised hardware prices back in May, and now they've increased them again, including Series S going to $400. Seemingly, they're kinda giving up on trying to sell Xboxes and switching focus to their everything is an Xbox Game Pass strategy. Like we said earlier, if the current plan ain't working, you change course. Though it's worth noting that PS5s also went up $50, and Switch 1's prices got hiked as well, and Nintendo hinted Switch 2 might soon follow. Tariffs and prices can shift any day without warning, but this video is not really concerned with the immediate present, so much as it's examining trends over the past 4 generations. So if things change by the time you see this, it doesn't really affect the video's overall message. Back to the video as it was written. If you look at the Switch era's main players, PlayStation lags behind Nintendo, and Xbox is a distant third. Sony tossed their greatest hits a few years after Nintendo ditched selects, but lots of last-gen games go for $20 or $40. Technically, Xbox doesn't do platinum hits anymore, but old games are cheap even without the platinum label. Typically, both companies price remasters at $50. Sony charges $10 to upgrade PS4 games on PS5, while Xbox usually does the same for free. Both run sales more often than Nintendo and at deeper discounts, especially Xbox where 75% off is pretty common. Nintendo Online's cheaper than the competition, but also offers a lot less value, with a small catalog of oldies compared to Sony and Xbox's larger library of classics and new games. So PlayStation games are generally less expensive than Nintendo's, and Xbox is cheaper than both. Fans already understand most of these dynamics, even if they haven't done the research or math. They know companies can and will charge more with a successful console, which risks the platform holder taking fans for granted. Which begs the question, why do so many of them cheer record sales numbers anyway? Some folks just enjoy sharing their interests and want everyone to experience Nintendo games. Some people are just wired that way. For others, it's more a matter of brand loyalty. They ask not what Switch 2 can do for them, but what they can do for Switch 2. Some are so invested in the console wars that they genuinely hate the other side. If you've spent any time on Twitter, you've seen those kind of fans for all platforms. And some people like knowing others bought the same system they did, so they feel like they made the right purchase, that they're on the winning team. It's comforting to be in the majority. Meanwhile, another contingent feels the opposite, and have more fun when they're in the minority. They look back fondly on the Wii U days, when there was a smaller sense of community. Point is, social and psychological factors are some of the biggest reasons fans root for corporate success, maybe the biggest, and are encouraged by the industry itself. It goes without saying, Nintendo executives, investors, and companies making games for Switch 2 want it to sell as much as possible, and it's to their benefit when fans fight console wars on their behalf. If you're wondering who those investors are, by the way, the largest shareholders are mostly US and Japanese banks, like BlackRock, Bank of Japan, and the Saudi Arabian government owns a big slice. By the industry, though, we also mean media. Console wars and record sales get clicks, and headlines practically write themselves. Nintendo tubers and news sites want everyone and their mother to buy a Switch 2, so there'll be more people gravitating towards their content. Not that we're saying anyone's being disingenuous, everyone wants what's in their own self-interest, that's only natural. And that includes us. We have a vested interest in there being a lot of Nintendo fans too, so our videos get views. Point is, the industry likes record sales figures regardless of system, as they bring money into the system. But for the fans spending that money, your interests might not align with ours. Of course, journalists and YouTubers can be fans too, and we're not saying anyone's the bad guy here or acting cynically, just that everyone's got different and sometimes competing interests. You do well not to lose sight of your own. Or maybe your interests do align with the industry. So to close out, let's tally things up and see what's best for you. I should disclaim that past trends don't guarantee future results, but if history's any guide, if you're the kind of fan who wants big third-party ports, prefer longer, iterative console generations, want to be in the majority, and don't care about prices, then you want your console selling out always and forever. But if you want more Nintendo games, shorter, revolutionary console generations, a smaller sense of community, and low prices are important to you, then your console selling out is actually bad news. Maybe you don't want it to flop necessarily, but at least have to compete and fight for your dollar, especially if you're someone who hasn't bought one yet and are holding out for a better value proposition. And though we've mostly focused on Nintendo, that applies to other brands too, whether it's PlayStation or American Airlines. Competition is a good thing, not for the corporations, but for you. Speaking of which, it was interesting to see Sony drop their hardware and software prices in the 2 weeks surrounding Switch 2's launch. A lot of their best games went half off, including some games from 2018 for just $10. In the Iwata years, Nintendo swam out to the blue ocean, but now the water's looking a little more red. After generations of the two giants basically ignoring each other, it's almost nostalgic to see a sense of competition again. When this video was just about finished, Nintendo announced a surprise sale of their own, 3 weeks after Sony's. It wasn't nearly as big, and the timing might have been a coincidence. But they didn't do this last year, so maybe not. And right after that, Sony made Cyberpunk free for their online subscribers, which has been Switch 2's most popular third-party game since launch. With any luck, we're witnessing the start of a more aggressive back and forth, with fans on both sides reaping the rewards. Okay, those last-minute updates aside, at this point, whether you want a console to fail or succeed, some of y'all are wondering what you can do to promote the outcome you're hoping for. Well, not much, honestly. As an individual fan, you can vote with your wallet and evangelize more or less on Twitter, though you're more likely to annoy people and harden their positions than actually change anyone's mind. So for the most part, we're all just along for the ride, watching as the market sorts itself out. We're not here for some kind of call to action or asking you to boycott corporations or whatever. As we've said before, we're not ideologues. This video is more of a fun thought experiment, to maybe reevaluate how you interpret sales numbers and news headlines. Anyway, I hope you at least found it entertaining. Did you know? Early in Metroid Prime's development, the three main villains were a mind-reading South African, a Luddite cult leader, and a neo-Nazi eugenicist. If you've ever looked into Metroid Prime's development, you might have heard it grew out of an earlier project called Action Adventure. To get the inside scoop, we spoke with 7 Metroid Prime team members for this video, including the original lead developer John Whitmore, who told us the Action Adventure game was actually called Metaforce. Metaforce starred 3 hot metahumans who Retro decided to make female, because in the late 90s the mindset was that if a game was third person, players would rather stare at 3 hot chicks from behind than 3 dudes. The neo-Nazi eugenicist wanted to steal their DNA and use it to make a beautiful master race, and this bizarre female-led adventure was the egg that Metroid Prime hatched from, thanks in no small part to Shigeru Miyamoto. In 1999, John and his team at Retro Studios created over 1,000 pages of design documents detailing a futuristic society where gene editing created a utopia, but dark forces were using the technology for evil. It was up to the 3 female protagonists to stop them and save the world, and this trio were called the Metaforce, each with a different playstyle. Bryn was a cybernetic girl who specialized in firearms, Miko was a ninja with psychic abilities, and the third woman was a rifle-wielding assassin. The game would have been around 30 hours in length across 3 acts, each with their own primary antagonist. The first act centered around a Luddite cult leader in India. This cult created a race of 4-armed mutants that carried 4 guns at a time and served as the cult's foot soldiers. The Luddite cult were actually terrorists, running around sabotaging everything they could, including a Jurassic Park-style zoo. Here's John describing a section of Chapter 1.
We re-engineered mammoths, they were basically this carrying this re-engineered mammoth to the zoo in an armored car or whatever, and he blows up the caravan and lets the mammoth loose, and the mammoth is rampaging through the city destroying stuff, and you've got to deal with the bad guys, but then also the mammoth that's running around destroying things too. That was a really cool mission.
Chapter 2 focused on the aforementioned neo-Nazi eugenicist who wanted to steal the Metaforce's genes, and as for the villain of the third and final act, John told us,
he was a mind-controlling South African And he was kind of behind the whole thing. So he had been funding the terrorists and basically getting the neo-Nazi to stir up trouble so he could do things elsewhere. It was, like I said, a really neat plot. I really liked, yeah.
Nintendo was part owner of Retro and loved the direction the game was taking, but thought maybe 3 playable characters was too ambitious, so John's team whittled it down to just one. Bryn, the gun-wielding cybernetic chick. Nintendo also thought third-person cameras were pretty tricky to implement back in those days, so they told Retro to switch the game to first-person. After those changes were implemented was when Miyamoto got involved, who also liked the game's direction, but thought Bryn was too generic, and asked them to come up with a cooler main character. So Retro swapped her out with an alien with sonic abilities that let her see enemies through walls, and wrote another 1,000 pages of design documents. The protagonist alien was discovered by the US government in a UFO crash, then turned into a federal agent to help them fight off an invasion by another race of aliens, who were evil. Eventually, Miyamoto said something along the lines of, "You know what? These enemy aliens would make great space pirates. How would y'all like to turn this into a Metroid game?" John's team thought that sounded great, so they played through all the Metroid games over and over, watched hours of speedruns, read every forum post they could find, and wrote another 1,000 pages of design documents. By then, it had become a running joke at Retro that once a game hit 1,000 pages, it was definitely gonna get cancelled. At this point, Retro had no idea what the GameCube was going to look like or what kind of hardware was under the hood. They were initially told it would be a lot more powerful, and Nintendo showed them some GameCube prototypes, one of which looked like a transparent PlayStation 2. They also said it would essentially have a PS2 DualShock controller, so Retro planned for Metroid Prime to have traditional FPS controls where the right stick handles movement and the left stick adjusts the view. Retro thought it all sounded awesome, but one day Nintendo showed up with the finalized hardware, a purple lunchbox and a controller that John told us looked like it could only be used for Miyamoto games.
Look, the GameCube, it's not even a cube, so that's a problem for me just with my OCD. Like, if you're gonna call something a cube, make it a cube at least. But I don't like my Play School version, my first video game Play School console look that it had. Wasn't a big fan.
Here's James H. Dargy, who also worked on Metaforce and stayed on board till Metroid Prime shipped. Already exhausted from all his team's work that had thus far gotten thrown in the trash, the weaker and kiddier GameCube was the last straw for John. He pretty much immediately quit and found a new job elsewhere. And when Metroid Prime launched a year later, they left him out of the credits. That's the short version of the story, but there were a few more twists and turns, like switching back to third person, then back again to first person. But now you know how the gene-stealing third-person adventure with 3 female leads gradually evolved into a first-person game starring a single heroine fighting against aliens. So let's check out some of the game's other history. Before coming to Retro, James H. Dargy also worked on ships featured in The Matrix and Final Fantasy Spirits Within, so Nintendo told him for Samus's ship, he could, quote, do anything. He went through a number of iterations, but what he ended up with was the ship we know today, a vessel with lots of sci-fi inspirations, but mostly the ship from Super Metroid and Star Wars' Millennium Falcon. He showed us his model of Samus's ship, and told us as an homage to the Millennium Falcon, he added these guns to the bottom, which you never actually see in-game, but they are there. Even if you don't get to see the guns firing, you can still see the panels that conceal them. Samus's ship in Metroid Prime isn't the same ship from the mainline series. It was designed and modeled entirely by James. Fans usually refer to all Samus's ships collectively as the gunship, even though none of them actually have names. But James told us he named the ship in Metroid Prime the Thrush Eterna, inspired by a fast-flying bird called a thrush. According to James, Samus's ship never really had a name. I've designed a few different spaceships, and I've written lore and backstory for different games, and even for film. You know, I'm a big fan of sci-fi in general, so I think cool ships should have cool names, and that's the name I came up with. It was kind of bird-like, and I wanted it to be cool, like eternal. Maybe it existed long before Samus ever got it. The name Thrush Eterna implies backstory. He went on to say that files at the top-level directory were called Thrush Eterna, but the ship's name never actually appears in the game's script.
Maybe it was more mysterious to leave it the ship with no name, you know? Maybe.
We also spoke with Metroid Prime's audio lead, Clark Wen, who filled us in on the audio history and sound secrets.
Yeah, there's one Easter egg. I think you're the fans might be curious to know about, because I've never told anyone. And you have to be a bit of a film fan to understand it.
The Easter egg he's talking about can be found in the Save Room fanfare. There's a tone you'll hear right after saving or when you load your save file. Clark told us this audio Easter egg comes from the 1971 film Walkabout, which he was obsessed with and watched over and over during Prime's development. To quickly summarize without giving away any spoilers, the movie's about a father who drives his 2 children into the Australian wilderness, then has a mental breakdown and sets the car on fire, then shoots himself. So his 2 kids are left with no choice but to wander the outback trying to find their way to civilization. The movie has heavy themes of survival and isolation, along with some otherworldly soundscapes, all of which Clark wanted to emulate in Metroid Prime. The entire game has an audio vibe inspired by the film, but the Save Room fanfare is a direct reference to the scene in Walkabout where the kids survive their first nightfall, drenched in one of the film's soundscapes. Here it is. That's the Easter egg in Prime's Save Room fanfare. Did you catch it? Here's them side by side for comparison. It's a pretty pessimistic film, but Clark shared some more lighthearted sound stories as well, like the sounds puddle spores make are actually Metroid Prime's developers burping and belching. He told us, the sounds of the puddle spore creatures that appear in the Magmoor Caverns area were made using the thickest, wettest burps I could wrangle from my fellow Retro employees. I sent a company-wide email asking for volunteers who could belch on cue. Afterwards, to my surprise, I literally had a line of people waiting outside the VO booth. That was a fun day of recording. He ended up using 4 of those belches in the final game, after using some distortions, of course. According to Clark, Metroid Prime's space pirates actually speak a real human language. Well, kind of. He told us, I wanted the pirates to sound kind of semi-intelligent. Instead of using animal sounds and roars, I wanted them to have some kind of language. So I took Russian words and kind of flipped around the syllables and assigned them to different actions. So for example, when they attack the player, that was using the Russian word for attack, then just moving some of the syllables around. I got someone in the studio to record them, then we put them in the game. But it sounded like we had Russian mafia yelling something in Slavic. Clark wasn't satisfied with the Russian mafia vibe, so he scrapped the audio and replaced it with pit bull noises, but in playtesting, the staff thought it sounded cartoony and dumb, so he threw that out as well. Clark's third attempt is what made it into the final game. One of Retro's programmers was Nigerian and spoke a language called Yoruba, so just like earlier with Russian, Clark had him take the Yoruba words like attack and mixed up the syllables, recorded his voice, and distorted it. And that's the language the space pirates speak in the final game. Clark also wanted to use his own voice for the Tangleweeds. He was running short on time, so rather than trying to find a proper sound effect, he just made the sound with his own mouth. He told us, those sounds are actually my voice pitch shifted up an octave, and the only time I used my voice anywhere in Prime. After some head-scratching remarks from Nintendo over the years, there's been confusion among fans whether or not the Prime series is part of mainline canon, or if it's part of its own separate canon. According to series producer Yoshio Sakamoto, he thought about making Prime separate, what he calls a Gaiden, but ultimately decided it was best to insert it into the mainline canon between Metroid 1 and 2. When we talked to John Whitmore, he said his team actually did think they were making a Gaiden. He told us, we were considering it as just kind of a reboot of Metroid, without much historical reference to the past games. Or at least I think it was basically, Nintendo will kind of figure this out for us after the fact. We wanted to use enemies from the previous games, so there was some sense that this was building on what happened in previous games. But like I said, we were looking at it as more of a reboot, rather than as something connected to a history of the franchise. So even though Metroid Prime was developed as a reboot, or Gaiden, Nintendo ultimately decided to insert it into the timeline after Metroid 1. The titular Metroids were one of the returning enemies Retro wanted to appear in the game, so really it was the only place Nintendo could insert Prime into the timeline, since Samus drove Metroids to extinction in Metroid 2. Well, except the baby, of course. John also told us Metroid Fusion wasn't originally part of Nintendo's master plan. He said it was common knowledge that Miyamoto was willing to take the risk with Retro, who'd never even completed a single game before, making a new Metroid because it wasn't a franchise Miyamoto created himself. And to quote John directly, Miyamoto didn't care if we killed it. Previous Metroid games sold pretty poorly, especially in Japan, but Prime took the world by storm when it was revealed at Space World 2000. John says Nintendo was really surprised when those early trailers generated massive hype, especially in the West, and it was the hype for Prime that directly led Nintendo starting development on Fusion, a companion game for Game Boy Advance that launched the exact same day as Metroid Prime. John told us, "I don't think Nintendo had any idea how big Metroid was gonna be. Like I said, it wasn't Miyamoto's favorite game, and it was kinda dormant among Nintendo franchises for a while. It wasn't until the news came out that they were doing Metroid Prime and people really started talking about it that they said, actually, this is a franchise we overlooked, and realized how much legs it had here in the West. And that's when they decided to do the GBA Metroid game as well. But when we were first working on Metroid Prime, they had no plans for doing anything like that. It was the buzz that was continually being generated about Metroid that got them to inject something else into the franchise. But even if Miyamoto was willing to risk Metroid's death at the hands of an unproven studio, he still brought his A-game and was instrumental in the game's success. Retro spent the first 3 months developing Metroid Prime as a third-person adventure, but Miyamoto upended the T-table and made them change it to first-person. Some areas had to be changed or thrown out entirely, like this vertical platforming section that simply wouldn't work in first-person. Even Sakamoto and Retro's president Jeff Spangenberg wanted 3D Metroid to be in third person, and the battle over perspectives was one of the main reasons John Whitmore resigned as head of the project. And John says although Miyamoto won the war, the guys at Retro still snuck in as many chances to switch to third person as they could to show off the Samus model they designed, like in save rooms and cutscenes. But looking back on it all now, 2 decades later, John admits Miyamoto was absolutely right to make the game in first person. Very late in development, Miyamoto also remapped the game's buttons himself, which made controlling Samus a lot more intuitive, and as a result, made the game a whole lot better. James told us, Miyamoto changed the idea of how it should function, like this button being lock on and this button turning the camera and how it works. We had it just a little different, but it never quite felt natural.
Like you got used to it and it was like, oh yeah, like once you understand it, it's functional, but you know, he had suggested a different approach and it was much more intuitive, and that was only after like 15 minutes of playing with it. You know, he's good at his job. I guess he's a good, he's one of those real geniuses.
We also got in touch with Jim Warnell, the Nintendo of America artist who made Metroid Prime's logo. He told us the logo went through 53 iterations, which based on all the man-hours that went into it, made it the most expensive logo Nintendo ever produced. Different colors, different fonts, different designs, and after 53 different versions, this is what he ended up with. Everyone loved it, so Jim was later tasked with making the logos for Metroid Fusion, Prime 2, and Metroid Prime Hunters. Speaking of which, all these games had completely different box art in Japan, but still used Jim's logo designs. He didn't do the logos for Prime 3 or Zero Mission though, which is why their designs are noticeably different. They're basically just stylized text. Speaking of Metroid Prime 3, did you know it was almost an open world game where Samus was an actual bounty hunter? As in, she would have gone on side quests hunting down baddies and hauling them in for a reward. We spoke with Brian Walker, the senior producer of Prime 2 and 3, and also the guy who convinced Nintendo to let them remaster the entire trilogy and release it for the price of only one Wii game. He left Retro Studios a few years ago after finishing the trilogy, and from his home in the countryside of Austin, Texas, he told us one big development story. After wrapping up development on Prime 2, Brian and his team were feeling a little burnt out on the franchise, so they looked through Nintendo's collection of IP to consider what they wanted to work on next. They created design documents for potential Wii games and pitched them to Nintendo. One of them was a revival of Donkey Kong Country, and another was a Zelda spin-off where you played as the last surviving Sheikah after your race was wiped out in a genocidal ethnic cleansing. Retro's pitches were forwarded to Nintendo president Satoru Iwata, who came back and said before Retro branched out into new IP, he wanted them to make the Prime series a proper trilogy. The Wii hadn't released yet, and Iwata wanted a new Metroid Prime that could show off the capabilities of their new home console and the potential of its revolutionary new controller. So Retro agreed. They'd go bananas with Donkey Kong later, but first, they'd make Metroid Prime 3. So they got to work brainstorming what Samus's jump into the next console generation was gonna look like, and what they came up with was open-world bounty hunting. Brian knows what kinds of ideas might conjure up in the imaginations of modern gamers, and he's seen some over-exuberant fans spreading wild exaggerations of Retro's concept since he briefly mentioned it on the excellent Kiwi Talks podcast. But to get the full and accurate story out to the fanbase, Brian asked us to help set the record straight with this video. He told us, "We were not proposing in any way, shape, or form, even in our wildest dreams, that we would have like Metroid Prime Skyrim. We were not talking about 200-hour side quests or anything like that. More precisely, it was the ability for the player to operate out of a hub area, and to go on to different missions that didn't necessarily lend themselves directly to the normal path progression that a Metroid Prime game was known for, as far as traversal, retroversal, and so forth. Samus had the ability to step outside of that and do more things on the side. Brian and a lot of the other guys at Retro Studios had always imagined Samus as someone like Boba Fett, but with a sense of honor. For the non-Star Wars fans out there, Boba Fett's an intergalactic bounty hunter with a decades-long career hunting down heads for cash, probably most famous for capturing Han Solo at the behest of Jabba the Hutt. As such, most of the optional side quests in Metroid Prime 3 would have consisted of bounty hunting missions, with Samus leaving the game's main campaign to fly around the galaxy, chasing down baddies of various types. Retro didn't plan on implementing an in-game currency. Instead, Samus's reward would have been gaining additional capabilities. To quote Brian directly, "I recall the ability for the player to, for lack of a better term, applying the JRPG term here, to level up by going off to do some side quests instead of following the scripted storyline, so to speak." So that was a key consideration, and that's a well-established convention in a variety of games. And it wasn't just Samus. Her ship would have grown stronger as well. In fact, making the ship more central to gameplay was one of Retro's primary goals for wrapping up the trilogy. The game's director Mark Pacini built a 10-inch origami replica of Samus's ship and brought it into their production meetings, using it as something of a mascot for the game's production. When we asked whatever happened to that origami ship, Brian said he thinks Mark Pacini probably still has it tucked away somewhere.
He should auction that off on eBay after all the exposure it's getting here. We could probably raise some good funds for a charity with it. Hey, no pressure, Mark. Cough it up.
Hopefully that'll happen someday and we'll all get a chance to see it. While discussing how Samus's ship would have worked in-game, Brian was quick to explain that Retro never planned to let players actively fly the ship. He told us, "The thing we should clarify is that we're not talking about flying the ship first person like Wing Commander. That wouldn't really have fit in with the Metroid Prime formula. It was just something we felt like if you couldn't do it right, if you couldn't make something state-of-the-art, don't try to do it halfway. So a watered-down Wing Commander approach just wasn't gonna fly, no pun intended. Rather than the player flying the ship directly, it would have served as an extension of Samus's abilities in the overworld. Retro prototyped several abilities, like calling in the ship to serve as a distraction, drawing enemy fire away from Samus so she'd have an easier time clearing them out. But only 2 of these abilities made it into the final game: ship missiles that would let you call in a bombing run, and the grapple beam for moving large objects, neither of which were used all too frequently. Overall, the ship was just meant to play a larger role and be a more applicable tool in Samus's repertoire as she explored the game world. Brian's immensely proud of how the game turned out, but laments the limited ship functionality in the game's final build, feeling they ended up short of their original goals. So why didn't open-world bounty hunting become a reality? Retro took their design docs and pitched the concept to Nintendo in a high-level presentation. They wanted to expand on the Boba Fett aspects of Samus's character, but it turned out Nintendo had a completely different understanding of who and what Samus really is. As Brian remembers it, Kiyo, who was one of the translators, boiled it down very well in the assumption that our Japanese partners had of Samus, that she was not doing it for the money, Sammy, she was being very altruistic, and I think he rolled out the term motherly. She was caring for people. What she was doing was literally out of the goodness of her heart, because she deeply cared about humanity, which was as far away from Boba Fett as you can get. I never would have equated Samus with the definition of an altruistic motherly influence, given that she had the title of bounty hunter. We were just looking at Kyo as he was describing this like, are we even on the same planet? Retro was genuinely confused why Nintendo was so resistant to the bounty hunting mission structure they were proposing, until after several days of discussion they realized Nintendo didn't actually know what a bounty hunter really was. They'd been calling Samus a bounty hunter since 1986, but apparently they thought of her more as a space adventurer with a heart of gold. A space adventurer that definitely didn't hunt bounties. And ultimately, that contradiction between Retro and Nintendo's understanding of Samus's character was why the open world concept got killed off. But there were also some practical concerns. Retro Studios was a lean, mean Metroid Prime developing team with only 45 devs. As Brian describes it, they were hardwired and staffed to make that finely crafted and balanced experience of the first two Metroid Primes. But to do something much different outside of that would have been a pretty significant staffing and development push. It was outside of the very tightly scripted, very carefully crafted experience of discovery and isolation that really are the fundamentals of the Metroid experience, not only in Prime but the 2D games as well. Some of us had worked on other types of games that had these kind of sandbox considerations, and we were pointing out the amount of work to do something even close to competent in that area was significant. We trusted Nintendo at the end of the day. We trusted their instincts and their judgment. They're the best in the business for a reason. They have a long track record of making the right call. In the end, they decided to stay the course and develop Prime 3 with a similar formula to the first two games, although Brian says he would have loved to see what fans thought of the more open world format. To be clear, that game isn't in a vault somewhere, and outside of the ship's functions, Retro's ideas only existed as documents pitched to Nintendo, and it was one of many rejected pitches Brian's been involved with in his 30-year career. But who knows? With Retro Studios back in the saddle with Metroid Prime 4, maybe someday we'll get to see that vision become a reality.
Just come in, looming large, so who's gonna make a stand? 100 Rangers are taking charge, the line is drawn in the sand. Knuckles crack in 200 very different ways, but each and every one has got the same thing to say.
Released in 2013, The Wonderful 101 was a title made by Platinum Games in partnership with Nintendo for the Wii U. It was directed by famed Japanese creative Hideki Kamiya, the mind behind such games as Okami and Beautiful Joe. It was an action game where the player controlled a group of superheroes called the Wonderful 100, who must face off against an invading alien coalition named the Gethjerk Federation. To understand how the game came to be, we will trek through the history of its development, a story of unforeseen twists and turns from behind the scenes of Platinum and Nintendo. The origin of the collaboration between Nintendo and Platinum Games takes us back to around 2010. Platinum had not long since released its first games to commercial success and a warm reception among critics. These included Bayonetta and the Nintendo Wii exclusive Mad World. Their newfound success drew them a lot of attention from publishers around the world, including Nintendo. Hitoshi Yamagami, a producer at Nintendo's software planning and development division, began taking an interest in them. About 6 months later, Yamagami was introduced to the head of Platinum Games, Tatsuya Minami, by a mutual acquaintance of theirs. At some point during their conversation, it was agreed upon that Nintendo and Platinum should try working together. This was the beginning of a partnership that would continue for years to come. Returning to the Platinum Games offices, Minami tapped Hideki Kamiya to lead a proposal that would be presented to Nintendo for a new game. The type of game this would be was left to Kamiya, with Minami providing only vague guidelines. He wanted it to be a title which would encompass some of gaming's biggest all-stars, with Nintendo characters taking center stage. Kamiya decided that it would be an action game of some kind, but the idea of a crossover on this scale forced him to think outside the box. He didn't want a game where players would control one character at a time at different points throughout the story. This would make balancing screen time between various characters and franchises difficult, and Kamiya wanted each of these beloved icons to receive an equal level of representation. Born out of a desire to achieve this, he imagined a unique gameplay system that would have every character on screen simultaneously. Kamiya attributes books from his childhood as his inspiration for these ideas, the main one being Swimmy by Dutch author Leo Leone. This was a short story about a small black fish whose friends are one day swallowed whole by a large tuna. Swimmy travels the ocean and eventually befriends another group of little red fish. He realizes that they can survive if they stand up to the larger fish together. They learn to swim in formation and mimic the appearance of a larger fish to scare away the hungry tuna. As a child, Kamiya was excited by the idea of small, separate entities joining together to form something stronger. This conceit, he divulged in an Iwata Asks interview, was at the very heart of the project from the beginning. How it would manifest itself in his pitch to Nintendo was the suggestion that the various characters would come together to form giant shapes like a fist or a sword. Players would use these gymnastic structures to fight enemies and solve puzzles. One of the hypothetical scenarios that Kamiya proposed to Nintendo was a handful of Mario characters like Peach, Yoshi and Luigi holding onto each other in a chain to form a bridge. Mario could then walk over them to traverse a large gap between platforms. Kamiya called these maneuvers Unite Morphs, a term which was held onto and appeared in the game that was eventually released. Platinum Games employees are tight-lipped about the character lineup they were pursuing for their All-Stars game, especially with regards to non-Nintendo characters, but one idea that Kamiya himself was willing to share was that he wanted to include Captain Falcon from the Nintendo racing series F-Zero. He would have been able to arrange characters into the shape of a ship, the Blue Falcon. In the past, he's also mentioned that Link from The Legend of Zelda was another A-lister he wanted to include. All of them would have been led through their adventure by an original main character, a new hero that would have been introduced in this new game. In 2014, I contacted Kamiya via Twitter, who confirmed that this character didn't become the central protagonist of the Wonderful 101, Wonder Red, or any of the characters featured in that game. This mystery lead character, he said, is lost forever. That's because Nintendo wasn't interested in pursuing his all-star action game, citing concerns about the project's scope. They believed that a game filled with so many characters within the design framework Kamiya had presented was overambitious. He wanted each character to have their own unique Unite Morph, which in the eyes of Hitoshi Yamagami was a mistake. Some of his first words spoken at that meeting were, quote, "This is impossible." Platinum's gambit to gain access to Nintendo's classic properties failed. Kamiya went back to the drawing board. Around this same time, he had been shopping around another original game to publishers that he'd been wanting to do for the Nintendo Wii about dinosaurs. This project wasn't picked up either, leading him to revisit his ideas from the aforementioned All-Star pitch shortly thereafter. Whether this concept could have a future was uncertain, but Kamiya refused to give up on it, continuing to believe in the project's core ideas. Having been unsuccessful in securing well-known IP from other companies, the director considered replacing them with original characters of his own making. He envisioned a team of 5 superheroes, each donning costumes of red, yellow, green, blue, and pink respectively. They would transform and fight side by side, each with their own unique abilities. It would employ the same Unite Morph gameplay he had previously proposed to Nintendo. Then came the idea to up the superhero count from 5 to 100. Kamiya reasoned that a much larger group of costume heroes would produce more powerful and more comical imagery. The concept was influenced by Japanese superhero tropes like henshin, the notion of heroes undergoing transformation sequences to gain their power, which was popularized by shows like Kamen Rider. Kamiya had referenced these tropes in the past with another title of his, Beautiful Joe. At this early stage, however, the director had no set picture in his head for what the game would look like. It was only when he turned to Mai Okura, a Platinum Games artist, that it would start to take on its distinctive visual style. Having previously worked with Kamiya as the UI designer on Bayonetta, Okura was his first choice for the role of lead concept artist on this new project. Together, their vision for the game's appearance was forged, a look inspired by American comic books. The characters were proportioned cartoonishly with large heads, but everything had an intently dark edge to it. The first character sketched out was Wonder Red, who featured slightly more muted colours in comparison with his finished appearance, and carried realistic weapons like a machine gun, which were later left out. While Kamiya approved of the design, he offered a few suggestions, most notably that Red needed to have more hair. When it was decided that the wonderful 100 would be comprised of 100 named superheroes with unique designs, the team got to work with drafting up dozens upon dozens of options. Many of these never made it into the game. Among those cut were some with actual superpowers, including Wonder Telekinesis, Wonder Fire, Poison, Metal, and Stone. There were some joke characters, such as one based around the Platinum Games logo, a pterodactyl, a centaur, a zombie, an hourglass, and Satan. There were also some duo characters like Wonder Cat and Dog, Wonder Tiger and Tamer, Wonder Magician and Rabbit, and Wonder Circus. On top of that, they had ideas for more colour-based heroes that didn't ultimately join the main cast of 7. These included Wonder Brown, Orange, Purple, Gold, and Silver. Platinum Games insiders revealed to me that they once explored the possibility of using classic Sega characters as well. Concepts for Wonder Hedgehog and Wonder Fox characters were created, referencing Sega's mascot Sonic the Hedgehog and his sidekick Tails. As the concept art began to come together, so did a playable prototype which ran on PC hardware and was built around the Xbox 360 controller. Platinum was showing the game to multiple different publishers, although it was always their hope that Nintendo would want to pursue it for one of their platforms. At this early stage, the game was much slower than the eventual finished product and didn't yet have its elaborate combat system. The player could perform only a small handful of attacks, and just 3 of the combat Unite morphs had been implemented: Unite Punch, Gun, and Sword. In addition, the individual members of your party would automatically attack enemies close by using their unique weapons, a feature that was later scrapped. The Unite morphs worked very differently at this point in contrast with later builds of the game. The team had yet to come up with the idea of drawing the Unite morphs, so instead they were selected by toggling an icon on the screen with a button. According to Kamiya, this feature was changed simply because he didn't regard it as fun. The Unite morphs were all initiated by Wonder Red in this demo, regardless of type, unlike how it is in the final game where a different character will perform them based upon which morph is selected. You were able to recruit civilians with Wonder Masks, as you can in the release build, but since the aforementioned drawing mechanic had yet to be implemented, you had to interact with each one of them individually, unable to select more than one at a time. The demo was made in around a couple of months and was therefore quite basic. It used placeholder models of reptilian creatures for enemies, which according to Kamiya were pre-existing assets taken from the Platinum Games archives. Several months after presenting their initial pitch to Nintendo, Platinum returned to them with this updated proposal. With the core concept intact, but their concerns with fitting in so many characters from different franchises gone, Nintendo finally gave them the green light. According to a US Gamer interview with Kamiya, the game was tentatively being thought of as a potential title for the Wii. The Wii U had yet to be publicly announced, and initially Platinum Games wasn't in on the secret of its existence. It wasn't long before that changed. At an early stage in development, the Wii U, then codenamed Project Cafe, became the new home for Kamiya's latest brainchild, the wonderful 100. As the project was starting to get off the ground, Nintendo chose which members of its software planning and development division would be overseeing it. Hitoshi Yamagami agreed to come on board as its producer and wanted his colleague Shingo Matsushita to join him due to his love for action games. He had previously supervised the creation of such titles as Sin and Punishment Star Successor. Matsushita had one big reservation about joining the project, however. He believed that its dark art style would limit its appeal among younger audiences. Nintendo's other staff were in agreement on this. The art direction needed to be adjusted. How they would present this demand to Platinum became the subject of rigorous discussion during internal meetings at Nintendo. They had heard that Platinum's developers were very particular about creative choices like these, and were therefore very cautious about upsetting them. They were especially concerned about offending Hideki Kamiya, who had previously made Beautiful Joe, which used a very similar style of visuals to the wonderful 100 prototypes. Ultimately, they decided to be straightforward with them and tell them it would have to be altered. Kamiya was less than pleased upon hearing the news. He had held concerns about working with Nintendo from the offset, expecting they would restrict his creative freedom and enforce unwanted changes upon his game. When he was told about Nintendo's suggestions, he began to think that his worst fears were being realized. In his own words, he complained to his producer Atsushi Inaba like a child. Eventually, Kamiya came around to the idea of a brighter, more colourful look and embraced it as a positive change. As time went on, the game's stories started to take shape. Kamiya decided that the wonderful 100 group would be led by 7 main characters: Wonder Red, Blue, Green, Pink, Yellow, White and Black. The designs remained largely the same throughout development, although we can see a few small revisions that were made over earlier concept arts. Wonder Black was once slightly taller, and there were some tweaks made to Wonder Green's weapon, to name a couple. Originally it was drawn as a more realistic looking sniper rifle, before being changed to a more comic alternative that more closely resembled a toy gun. Around this time, Kamiya introduced the idea of giving Wonder Red an evil lookalike with similar abilities to his, who he would fight throughout the story. This would eventually become the character of Prince Vulcan. Earlier documents referred to him simply as Rival, since they had yet to settle upon a name. In the past, Kamiya has described earlier versions of the game in somewhat critical terms. In a couple of instances, he has been known to outright label these builds as boring and not fun at all. As a result, the gameplay was forced to change in some fundamental ways on its road to release. The game's existence was revealed to the public shortly after Nintendo's press conference at E3 2012 under the codename Project P100. At the time, the team had still yet to resolve a number of key issues that Kamiya had with its combat. In the demo, it was restricted to a few Unite morphs and a mechanic which was being called the Rush combo. This light attack essentially commanded all members of your party to rush towards an enemy and attack them en masse before automatically returning to rejoin the leader of the group. The Rush combo was later cut after this first showing, and is indicative of the game's more simplistic nature at this stage in development. It lacked an important component of combat in the release version. There was no way for characters to attach themselves to enemies and restrain them. In the final game, the Rush combo was dropped in favour of a mechanic allowing you to do just that, called the Team Attack. By pressing the X button, a portion of your party can zoom towards an enemy, latching onto them. The enemy slowly takes damage from being repeatedly hit by them, and if enough wonderful ones are holding onto them, the enemy becomes temporarily immobilized. This gives your leader the opportunity to attack them separately using Unite morphs. After the Project P100 demo at E3 2012, a number of stylistic alterations were made to the game. Originally, the leader of your group would have had manga-style speech bubbles appear above their head when issuing commands, with words like rush and go. This small feature was dropped shortly thereafter. The enemy ID cards seen whenever the player encounters a new enemy type were given an overhaul too. In the P100 prototype, these used different fonts and colours. They also used to specify which material the subject was made of, but this was later replaced by the location where they were first encountered. Furthermore, the name of each enemy was changed to be spelled phonetically. Another key difference in the art of P100 is the early version of the Wonder Pendants, the badges on the suits of each hero, which appeared in the shape of a mask here. The revised badges from the final game, which have a W on them, can still be spotted by eagle-eyed viewers in the 2012 demo, however. On the ranking screen shown after each section, the wonderful ones can be seen sporting the updated pendants. This small tease seemingly went unnoticed until after the game was released. In the year following its first showing at E3 2012, the game would evolve considerably, and its title would become set in stone. Originally, it was thought that its name would not change from the wonderful 100 until producer Hitoshi Yamagami expressed concerns with the number 100 being forgettable. He suggested 101 as an alternative, to which Kamiya agreed, since coincidentally, it would neatly tie into one of the final cutscenes he had been writing, in which the team find their 101st hero. The game was set for release in August 2013, but with only several months remaining until this deadline, Kamiya was still not entirely satisfied with its gameplay. One of its most crucial mechanics, which allows the player to execute multiple Unite morphs simultaneously, wasn't introduced until May 2013, just 3 months before launch. There had been repeated conversations among the development staff about implementing such a feature, but it had been held back by fears of putting too much stress on the engine and causing performance issues. Producer Atsushi Inaba in particular was skeptical of whether or not it could be done, saying, "Just thinking about all the secondary problems it would cause just made my head spin." With time running out, Kamiya took it upon himself to cut through the bureaucracy and politics typically attached to making such a big change and ordered his staff to build it in. He ignored Inaba's advice and bypassed Nintendo completely, adding it in without consulting them while their producers were otherwise engaged. In an Iwata Asks interview, Nintendo's Shingo Matsushita recalled his fury at discovering this. "I hadn't been angry like that in a while. I was like, how could you do that now?" The risk involved in this decision was potentially huge and could have introduced enough technical problems to necessitate delaying the game. However, the addition was made fairly painlessly. Kamiya realized that the work they had already done on their multiplayer mode made having multiple Unite morphs in the story mode much easier. It also elevated the combat in a big way, he felt. That gave the game polish. Nintendo really looked after us ever since the period when the game wasn't fun at all, so I wanted to do my best for them, even at the last minute. Yamagami agrees with the director's impulsive choice in retrospect. It made it a much better game. Because of it, the players are able to do a lot more, he said. Kamiya has expressed his satisfaction with the final product, although there is at least one feature of note that he regrets not being able to add: Mii's. "We tried to make it possible to join your own Mii with the wonderful 100 as a hero," Kamiya tweeted. "We hope we can do it in the wonderful 102. In the end, Platinum Games persevered and were able to meet the game's deadline of August 2013. The developers fought through times of uncertainty, when even their own director didn't think the game was fun. It received positive reviews, although it was not able to meet Nintendo's sales targets, becoming one of the lowest selling first-party Wii U titles. Despite that, the game has earned a passionate cult following, and Platinum Games continues to believe in the IP. Its initial failure didn't deter Platinum from pursuing other ways for the wonderful 101 to live on. On February 3rd, 2020, a remastered version of the game for Nintendo Switch was successfully crowdfunded on Kickstarter within less than 20 minutes of its launch. One of the hottest properties to emerge from Nintendo's experimental foray into two-screen gaming, the Wii U, was Splatoon. Despite hardware sales falling well short of forecasts, Splatoon, a fresh IP, emerged as one of its strongest selling titles. Its quirky mixture of ink-based combat and trendy humanoid squids proved a hit and the foundation for a new series. While Nintendo itself has described its origins in detail, this is the story of a previously unknown original Nintendo game that once could have taken its place, that some believe may even be connected to it. Before Splatoon's earliest of prototypes, Nintendo intended to bolster their feature lineup with a brand new first-party shooter, and looked to a team of developers with experience in the genre to realize it. 2011 saw Nintendo setting themselves up for the generation ahead. Their next home console, codenamed Project Cafe, was on the horizon, and so preparations to build its lineup of games were well underway. They sought to assemble a diverse first-party portfolio catering to a variety of different tastes. One genre they did not have covered, however, was shooters. With the Metroid Prime series on ice, Nintendo lacked an exclusive first-party shooter of any kind, something that had not gone unnoticed by their higher-ups. To rectify this, the company widened their search for a development team beyond their own studios. In March 2011, they tapped a third-party developer that had caught their attention in recent years. High Voltage Software had risen to prominence during the Wii's life cycle for championing the system and attempting to produce ambitious content for it that was geared towards core gamers. This began in 2009 with their original IP, The Conduit, a first-person shooter about uncovering an alien conspiracy. The game garnered no shortage of attention from the press, giving High Voltage an outlet to sing the console's praises and talk up their extensive plans to support it. In the short term, this strategy paid off for them. Some mixed opinions among critics didn't deter Wii owners from buying The Conduit and making it moderately successful. However, the company's fortunes would change for the worse over the 2 years that followed. Shortly before The Conduit was launching, they debuted another brand new property, The Grinder at E3 2009. This horror-themed co-op shooter attempted to capitalize on the Conduit hype, but ultimately failed to make it to market. Publishers weren't interested in funding it, despite High Voltage developing demos for 3 different potential versions of it. It was a costly experiment that ended up going nowhere and being shelved. Next came a sequel to the Conduit that also struggled behind the scenes. Financial issues had led to layoffs at the studio, which severely disrupted its development. With its sophomore entry suffering from numerous issues, the future of the series was cast into doubt. But as Conduit 2 neared its release date, an unexpected new opportunity arose for the Illinois-based developer in March 2011. According to several sources linked to High Voltage, Nintendo contacted them, expressing an interest in them developing an original first-party IP together. The game would be made at High Voltage Software by their staff, with Nintendo's oversight and funding. This proposal was the outcome of a strong relationship between the two parties. High Voltage had been developing exclusive original content for the Wii from the start, and this loyalty hadn't gone unnoticed at Nintendo. As far back as during work on the first Conduit game, they were providing the developers with early access to prototypes for technology like the Wii Motion Plus add-on. Early into their dialogue about producing this new game, Nintendo presented a vague outline for the project. According to members of the team that worked on it, they wanted a shooting game that the whole family could play. Their desire to create this style of game in particular was why High Voltage had been chosen for the task. They not only had experience in working on shooters, but also technology for making them already custom built for Nintendo hardware. As for their decision to target a broad family audience with the game, as opposed to more traditional fans of shooters, an ex-employee believes that Nintendo had identified a gap in their lineup, as well as the wider market, for a more accessible type of shooting game. How would they make this shooter for everyone? Nintendo had an answer to that as well, or rather the germ of an idea they thought High Voltage could expand upon themselves. Very simply, their suggestion was water guns. As opposed to conventional pistols and rifles, water guns would provide an alternative that would be less intimidating for family audiences. The rest, however, was up to High Voltage to figure out. Their creatives were left by Nintendo to determine how they would contextualize why water guns were being used in this game's world and which characters were using them. A small group of no more than 10 people was chosen to tackle this conundrum. The team, mostly a combination of designers and artists, would be led by Chief Creative Officer Eric Nofsinger and Art Director Matt Corso. This duo was notable for leading the developer's biggest projects at the time, including both Conduit games as well as their ill-fated title The Grinder. From the beginning, it was being envisioned that their Nintendo project would follow in the footsteps of those games by being a first-person shooter. Between the members of High Voltage, it didn't take long for ideas to form about the characters in this world and why they would be using water for combat in the first place. Their concept was all about robots, mechanical beings that were susceptible to blasts of water which could fry their circuits and destroy them. During the fairly short period that the project was in the works, concept art was produced to illustrate some of these ideas. Unfortunately, much of what was made has since been lost, but a former artist from the studio agreed to recreate some of their work-in-progress concept art from it for the purposes of this video. According to them, the team was pulling inspiration from a variety of sources to realize the look of the game. Their characters were partly informed by designs from the Mega Man series and the 2005 animated movie Robots. The environments, on the other hand, look to one of Nintendo's own titles, Super Mario Sunshine. With distinct similarities to one of that game's levels, Pina Park, the world of High Voltage's game had a theme park style to it with water at its heart. One piece of art conveys the aesthetic they were aspiring towards, a crossroads between nature and machinery. Water was central to the game's premise, and that manifested itself in a more literal sense throughout its setting. We would have seen streams of water flowing through levels, with transportation powered by hydraulics. There was a sense that water was not only a means of war, but something that somehow fueled all facets of life for the robots inhabiting these lands. The robots themselves were planned to come in many different shapes and sizes. Some had wheels or extending arms, others had water guns literally bolted onto their bodies. There were also robots that would use everyday items to aid themselves in battle, like this one wearing a raincoat for protection. Water guns weren't the only weapons planned to be made available either. They were developing ideas for guns that used other liquids. One they had considered was a bazooka made from repurposed PVC pipe that would launch sewage. There was a weapon cobbled together from a chemistry set that fired hazardous chemicals, and a gun that could spray electrified water onto the battlefield. At the time, the game was not being thought of as a potential multiplayer juggernaut like Splatoon. While multiplayer had been discussed, they were more focused on nailing their core concept first. Some of the developers I was able to speak to about the Untitled project believed that it was set to move forward, and that Nintendo's interest in its concept was genuine. However, it was less than a month into this early form of pre-production when relations between High Voltage Software and Nintendo took a turn for the worse. On April 10th, 2011, word that the two were working together was leaked online by a High Voltage Software employee. This worker shared some details about their dealings with a popular Nintendo news outlet. What this site then posted was a list of rumors from them, including the claim that High Voltage had been sharing water assets with Nintendo for a new game. For the brief period it was available online, the article was dismissed by many as baseless, but behind the scenes, it had sent High Voltage into a panic. The studio had a leaker in their midst, and this was a major problem. The news had not escaped the watchful eye of Nintendo either. Their higher-ups were soon informed, and the company issued High Voltage with an ultimatum. High Voltage would need to learn who was responsible for this information getting out, and ensure that no further leaks would occur on their part. What followed was an extensive internal investigation to unmask the culprit. The article was swiftly pulled at the company's request, and each of their employees was spoken to individually. According to former workers, they were given assurances that they would not be fired if they came forward as the perpetrator. High Voltage refused to nominate a scapegoat and throw one of their own under the bus for the sake of the project's continuation. Despite their efforts, nobody claimed responsibility for the leak, and it would forever remain a mystery among High Voltage staff. During my own investigation into the events, I was able to pinpoint the source of the leak and discuss it with them directly. From speaking to the alleged leaker and others who were in contact with them at the time of the incident, I was able to determine that the leak was carried out maliciously, an act of defiance in response to what they believed were unsatisfactory working conditions they had experienced at High Voltage. Since the company was unable to pinpoint the source of the leak, Nintendo's higher-ups felt they had no choice other than to discontinue their project. Former developers from High Voltage say that Nintendo needed assurances that anything they were working on together would remain confidential. With an unknown leaker encroaching upon their negotiations at such an early stage, confidentiality was not something High Voltage could promise them. This was the end of the road for their short-lived first-party Nintendo project. What would have been a dream contract for many of those working on it lasted around only a month in total. Just days after this, the company launched Conduit 2 and faced further hardships. The game was nowhere near as successful as the original, selling poorly around the world. It marked the last project they would have published by Sega. Ex-employees claim that some internal pitches for Wii U games were made, but none of them moved forward. The failure of Conduit 2 and the demise of their Nintendo project in some ways spelled the end of the company's love affair with Nintendo hardware. They began to focus more on Xbox and PlayStation platforms, working on such games as Saints Row: Get Out of Hell. In the years after their robot shooter project, rumours swirled around High Voltage that Nintendo had intentions of taking the core idea of a water gun game and developing it internally. 3 years later, when Splatoon was announced, many of High Voltage's staff believed that what they worked on back in 2011 was a far removed, early incarnation of those same basic ideas. According to Nintendo, Splatoon was born out of a 10-person team that produced a plethora of different game concepts in the search for a potential new IP. A prototype for a game where players controlled blocks of tofu emerged as the favourite. Players had to spray ink to cover as much ground as possible, and the team to cover the most turf would win. This was an early demo for what would eventually become Splatoon's Turf War mode. Nintendo itself has never acknowledged High Voltage Software's project, and neither companies have discussed it publicly. High Voltage declined to be a part of this video. For some developers, memories of the project are bittersweet. One source from the team expressed expressed regret over not being able to make the game, but admitted they might never have been able to measure up to what Nintendo later accomplished with Splatoon. On the subject of the leak that brought the project down, they had this to say: "This happened 7 years ago, and the company is a third the size, with 80 to 90% turnover since then, and the fallout still weighs on the studio. I totally understand the ire of the person that leaked, but rather than sticking it to management, they screwed everyone at the studio for the better part of a decade." After a year or two on the market, support for Nintendo's Wii U console famously began to dry up somewhat. Due to a combination of factors like hardware power and sales performance, games from third parties became increasingly hard to come by. One of the system's biggest supporters earlier on, in 2012, had been Ubisoft. Before it was released, they had originally pledged a number of exclusives to the Wii U like Rayman Legends, Rabbids Land, and Zombie U. Although as time went on, the company's enthusiasm for the console faded. They were devoting less resources to it, and some of those Wii U exclusive games were ported to other platforms. Ubisoft hadn't given up on Nintendo's machine entirely though, as noted by their CEO Yves Guillemot in 2014. Speaking to Polygon, he revealed they had an unannounced game for Wii U that was completed and awaiting release. For a time, fans avidly speculated about which game this was, but as the months went by, there was no announcement to speak of. The project's release never came, and its identity was never officially disclosed by Ubisoft. With an investigation that will take us into the heart of the company, I'll be sharing with you a look at this game and why it was finished but never released. Ubisoft's aforementioned Wii U game came to be back in 2011. The industry was entering a transitional period as the next generation of consoles beckoned. Nintendo was first in line for a hardware update, winding down on its hugely successful Wii and preparing to usher in its successor, the Wii U, codenamed Project Cafe. Ubisoft had taken a liking to the console, privately pledging a number of games to it and letting their teams run wild with the possibilities of its centerpiece, the gamepad. With new innovations come new IPs, and Ubisoft was looking to their Paris branch for one that would properly take advantage of the new controller. The studio had seen plenty of success on the Wii as they shepherded the Raving Rabbids series and were responsible for Just Dance, placing them high in Ubisoft's estimation. A key figure at Ubisoft Paris throughout all this was Nicholas Normandon, who had been with them since Rayman 3 Hoodlum Havoc in 2003. When the publisher found itself searching for new games to join their Wii U lineup, Normandon was quick to step up to the plate with ideas of his own. Ubisoft had been looking for projects that would be built around the system's two-screen setup, but up until that point, solid ideas about how to do that were in short supply. One of the only projects going that did plan to fully take advantage of the gamepad was Ubisoft Montpellier's first-person shooter Killer Freaks from Outer Space, which used gyro aiming and off-TV play. Normandon's concept took a very different approach from Ubisoft's other Wii U projects. It was a multiplayer game based around social interaction with the gamepad at its core. Generally speaking, the idea was that it would be a series of games about how well you know the people you're playing with and what you secretly think of one another. Players would discreetly answer questions about each other on the gamepad's touchscreen. Eventually, the game would reveal the results of those answers in a surprising or humorous way on the TV. Its name was Know Your Friends. It was pitched to Ubisoft via an interactive slideshow presentation as opposed to a Wii U prototype. They were receptive to the ideas, however, and the project was quickly greenlit. It was planned to be a low-budget affair developed by Ubisoft Paris with a short production schedule. Nicholas Normandon was placed in charge of it. Early on in its lifespan, the Paris studio began to deliberate over which engine the game would run on. They were able to narrow it down to a number one choice, the UbiArt framework. They wanted the game to have a simple, approachable art style, and it was thought that hand-drawn art brought to life by UbiArt was the right way to go. At the time, UbiArt itself was still under development. It was being made by a relatively small team at Ubisoft Montpellier and would be showcased for the first time in Rayman Origins. It was garnering praise from all over Ubisoft, and it was expected that more games would soon take advantage of it. The Know Your Friends team at Ubi Paris hoped to be among the first to work with it, and asked the Montpellier officers for access to it. However, according to former Ubisoft workers, this request was swiftly denied. They claim that during this time, some of Ubisoft's different branches had become intensely competitive with one another. The Montpellier studio had apparently grown protective of the new technology and therefore forbid the Know Your Friends developers from using it. This was despite the fact that Ubisoft Paris was actually already working with UbiArt. Just one floor below the Know Your Friends team, another group of people was supplementing the development of Montpellier's pet project, Rayman Origins. With the UbiArt framework off limits to them, the team had to rethink their art direction for the game. They soon arrived at the idea of a cutout art style, reminiscent of early South Park episodes. Almost everything on screen used cut-up pieces of real-life photography thrown together like a scrapbook, and character animations were directly inspired by the Muppets. As production got underway, the developers were able to further experiment with the capabilities of the gamepad. The title would join the ultimately short list of games to make use of its front-facing camera. Every time a new player joined the game, they could create an in-game avatar for themselves, and it would be saved as a passport for future use. The player would capture a picture of their face using the gamepad's camera, which would then be mapped onto a character in the game to represent them. It worked similar to Nintendo's Mii's in a sense, and the game would automatically fit your character into a variety of comical outfits and quirky animations. Every aspect of the game was designed to play upon social dynamics in interesting and usually humorous ways. Some questions would intentionally embarrass players, others would reveal more about their personalities and habits. Know Your Friends wasn't just about having prior knowledge of your friends, but also learning more about them as you played. In some of the modes, players would answer questions about themselves on the gamepad, such as their opinions on other people and their habits, before the others would have to correctly identify their chosen answers. While some of these questions were fairly friendly, occasionally the game might introduce something more probing and potentially awkward, like asking players for their honest opinions on goods manufactured under poor working conditions, or if they've ever accidentally hit an animal while driving. The next player would then have to guess their answer, and at the end of each round the game would reveal how well you were in sync with one another. The game included a wide variety of minigame formats and options to cater for different social situations. Players could opt for more family-friendly content, or an option for close friends that would delve into more risque topics like alcohol consumption and sex. There were plans to possibly add more adult subjects like politics via DLC packs had the game released. Behind closed doors at Ubisoft, Know Your Friends enjoyed a warm reception, say former employees. Multiple playtests were conducted among staff outside the development team, including some Ubisoft higher-ups, to positive results. They found that the minigames had a quirky charm and humour that clicked with those that tried them. Soon the project was being hyped up internally as potentially being the company's next big thing. An employee from the development team claimed that Ubisoft's management was very excited about its prospects and believed it could even go on to rival the success of Just Dance. As a game made on a small budget, Know Your Friends would not have been a full-price title. Ubisoft believed that hitting that sweet spot in price, along with the right marketing approach, could result in a hit among casual players. According to Ubisoft sources, a large chunk of the game was done before the Wii U was even on sale. The vast majority of production on the title was apparently finished by the end of 2012. Further work took place throughout 2013, but one former artist suggests that had Ubisoft wanted to, they could have released it as early as the Wii U's launch in November 2012. Developers described the end of work on Know Your Friends as fairly unceremonious. There was no launch party to mark the milestone, since Ubisoft had yet to lay out their plans for how and when to release it. Convinced of its potential, the higher-ups wanted to wait and drop the game at a more optimal time for sales. At the Wii U's launch, Ubisoft was already focused on promoting Zombie U, a horror shooter built around the system's two-screen gameplay. This was another Wii U exclusive game like Know Your Friends that Ubisoft believed would perform well and possibly mark the start of a new series. Unfortunately for them, the optimistic internal sales forecasts for Zombie U weren't realised. The game flopped, much to Ubisoft's dismay. The whole ordeal left the company cautious of Nintendo's new machine. When sales didn't sufficiently pick up after the 2012 holiday period, they began revising their support for it. Rayman Legends was originally intended to be a Wii U U exclusive launch game 2 before it was pushed back to February 2013 to make further improvements. Fans were eagerly awaiting its release when less than 3 weeks before launch, Ubisoft announced they were delaying it a further 7 months. The game would no longer be exclusive to Wii U, now arriving on Xbox 360 and PS3 as well. In the middle of all this was Know Your Friends, a game now stuck in a post-production limbo state. As console sales fell in early 2013, Ubisoft continued losing confidence in Wii U. They had grown skeptical of its viability as a platform and their ability to sell games on it. Consequently, the decision was made to indefinitely postpone the release of Know Your Friends until the situation improved. Ubisoft hoped that Nintendo could work to drive up hardware sales themselves and that the platform might become more profitable for them in the long term. The developers that worked on Know Your Friends were told that its release was on hold, but it was just a matter of time before Ubisoft would start rolling it out. As the months went by, however, it became apparent to its creators that time was possibly never coming. Some people from the team are said to have campaigned for its release inside Ubisoft in the years after it was finished, although, according to a former artist, Ubisoft's marketing division prevented it from moving forward. Sources from the company claimed that the marketing department was given autonomy from the Paris studio to determine when and if to release it. They had originally intended to launch it in either 2013 or 14, but when their Wii U games failed to meet expectations, all of that was cast into uncertainty. Ubisoft's marketing was left to decide what to do with it, and eventually chose against releasing it. They didn't think that the console had been able to tap into the broader mainstream that the Wii did, and therefore didn't think there was an audience on it for Know Your Friends. They believed that reaching the audience the game was intended for would have been a costly task, including a TV ad campaign. Instead of risking another Wii U failure, the funds that would have been spent marketing it were used to push other games. As it became clear the Wii U game would never officially see the light of day, Ubisoft Paris briefly attempted to get it released on other platforms. They suggested a downloadable version on the PSN store, as well as ports for iOS and Android. The mobile version made the most progress, ex-developers say, receiving a playable prototype before Ubisoft shot down the possibility of developing it into a full game. After a lengthy internal battle over the fate of Know Your Friends, this was when any lingering hope for it was finally extinguished. Wii U sales never picked up to Ubisoft's liking, and thus their stance on the project remained unchanged. Know Your Friends was never officially announced, despite being completely finished and even receiving a rating from the ESRB. The vast majority of the team from Know Your Friends at Ubi Paris went on to co-develop the Nintendo Switch exclusive Mario + Rabbids Kingdom Battle. That game was produced by Xavier Manzanares, the producer of Know Your Friends. Nicholas Normandon, on the other hand, joined Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Wildlands as a senior programmer.
We've covered numerous RPGs on Region Locked. Often, these games remain in Japan because they're a brand new IP that perhaps hasn't garnered the audience, or possibly the translation effort alone would be too much of an undertaking to bring it westward. However, in this video, we're covering the sequel to the now beloved cult classic RPG, Earthbound. Finally, we're talking about Mother 3. Developed by Nintendo subsidiaries HAL Labs and Brownie Brown, now known as 1UP Studios, Mother 3 released for the Game Boy Advance on April 20th, 2006. Mother 3 takes place sometime after the events of Earthbound. The game's story spans multiple characters, each with their own plot, and a variety of them joining the party only temporarily. The main focus of the title is Lucas, beginning when he is just a young child in Tazmily, a small village located in the Nowhere Islands, which doesn't have any form of currency. The villagers are all happy and work together to provide for one another. Twins Lucas and Klaus go with their mother, Hinawa, to visit her father in the mountains outside of the village. While there, the boys spend their time playing with the wildlife, Dragos, small dinosaur-like creatures. It doesn't take long for aliens wearing pig masks to appear and begin throwing explosives and setting fires in the forest. The boy's father, Flint, helps to protect the village and its inhabitants. Rain extinguishes the fire, and it's at this point that Flint finds out that his family are yet to return from the mountains. Flint sets out to find his wife and children, and the villagers split up, working together to find them. In the mountains, Flint comes across pigmen, creating bizarre creatures, amalgamations of both organic and robotic material. He finds their notebook, revealing that they think animals suck, and that they want to make them tougher and rougher. Flint then finds his children have been discovered by the villagers, who are keeping them warm by a fire after they fell into the river and had been washed ashore. After a short rest, a villager runs to Flint, informing him that his wife has passed away. She had been found with a Drago fang having pierced her heart. Flint, distraught and unable to contain his rage, grabs a log from out of the fire pit. Lashing out in front of his children, frightening them and the villagers, he attacks several citizens of Tazmily before being knocked unconscious. When Flint awakens, he finds himself in prison for his violent crimes, being the first person to ever be sent to the prison in Tazmily village. After Klaus breaks him out with a nail file hidden inside an apple, he sets out to find his wife's grave. There, he finds an emotional Lucas, who reveals that Klaus has gone to seek revenge against the Drago. On his journey to find Klaus, Flint meets the Magypsies, a collection of people who have been hidden from the world for a long time. They are neither human nor animal, man nor woman, capable of gifting people with psychic powers. They reveal that they have assisted Klaus, providing him with a powerful psionic attack, and have set him on his way. Flint finds the Drago that killed his wife, and after a fierce battle with the creature, he refrains from killing it for the sake of its child. Flint, however, did not end up finding Klaus. These events set the adventure in motion, not with a triumphant victory, but rather a tragedy of anger and death. The game follows the same gameplay as Earthbound for the most part, with the addition of hot springs throughout the world to recover health, and saving being facilitated by speaking with frogs. A new feature of Mother 3 over earlier releases in the series is the inclusion of being able to perform combos during combat. When performing a standard melee attack, the player can attack an enemy multiple times by pressing the A button in time with the rhythm of a battle's background music, which differs between enemies. The player is able to attack up to a total of 16 times through this system, and if they are unable to determine the music's beat, they can put an enemy to sleep to make the beat more distinct over the melody. Series creator Shigesato Itoi had plans for a third entry in the Mother series as early as 1992, something he recalled in an interview with Famitsu that year. "I thought of it in the middle of the night. It was enough to make me rush and call my friend about it. Plus there's sort of a hint to it in Mother 2. I can't name any specifics because it's about the next game, but we're doing a CD-ROM for the Super Famicom." The sequel to Earthbound was first announced to the public in 1996, with the project being developed for the Nintendo 64. It did not take long for work to shift from the Nintendo 64 to the disk drive expansion, the Nintendo 64 DD. It was expected for the game to launch alongside the DD, but because of the team's lack of experience working with 3D and the new hardware, the title was continually delayed. 4 years after being announced, the game was cancelled in August of 2000. Satoru Iwata claimed the game was 30% done, while Shigeru Miyamoto said that it was about 60% finished, but neither wanted to release the game without it being 100% completed. The game was a huge undertaking for the N64 DD. In a discussion with Itoi, Miyamoto, and Iwata, the group divulged their extensive plans for the game. It's an RPG with 12 chapters, so each person has a different playing experience, something I'd never do now. But at the time, my ambitions were really out there, so I had ideas for how to run each chapter. I'd have one chapter work as a normal RPG, another chapter of just cutscenes, and another one with a game that had overlapping timelines, having 3 of the chapters made completely of still images and text to act as transitions. More information was slowly released as the game was being produced. It was planned to have more than 10 playable characters, each used for different chapters, with some main characters returning in other chapters as side characters for the party. The game was hoping to achieve a unique playing experience for each player. For example, a character could plant a seed in an earlier chapter and then find it has grown into a tree in a later one, helping them reach the top of a cliff, whereas another player might find an alternate path. A player might drop some food from their inventory in a certain location, which would then later attract enemies. The game was hoping to use the 64DD's internal clock, having night and day reflect what was happening in real time. A demo of the game was showcased at the Nintendo-sponsored Space World 1999 event, under the name Mother 3: The End of the Pig King. It contained playable sections in which the player took control of Flint, such as navigating a desert canyon, engaging in classic turn-based battles, riding a pork bean, exploring a snake-filled dungeon, and a town in which the player can interact with townsfolk. Several cutscenes were also shown, including footage of a band playing a song, Boney the dog running through rain, a character riding a dragon next to a bullet train, and a minecart scene with Lucas and Klaus speeding through caves and dungeons. IGN claimed this scene was clearly the visually most impressive sequence. Iwata blamed himself for the first cancellation of Mother 3. He said he wasn't available through much of Mother 3's production and spent a total of 3 months going back and forth to America. Both Miyamoto and Iwata claimed that the start of production for Mother 3 was unusual due to a lack of the trial period normal games go through by prototyping a rough version. Believing that the team from Earthbound would just transfer across all of their knowledge from the previous game's development, they jumped straight into the project, requiring new staff to be brought in to work on the game that hadn't had experience from the previous title. With these extra people on board, HAL Laboratories had to produce more games to have the funds to pay their staff. In the same interview, Iwata said that when creating Earthbound, the team managed to break past any proposed limitations the SNES had. The same mentality was carried forward to the N64 when creating Mother 3. This meant the production got out of hand, and with Iwata not on site for a lot of the production, when he returned, he spent 9 months going over what had already been produced, rather than progressing with the development. Iwata was even hospitalized at one point from overwork and stress on the project. Different measures were taken to try and get the game released for Christmas 1999, including bringing on some of the staff that had worked on Pokémon Stadium. The team tried to get the game down from 12 chapters to just 7, but this still did not help. The date of release was moved to the following Christmas. However, by August 2000, the decision had to be made as to whether to sacrifice all of the other games that HAL had in the pipeline, or to simply just cancel Mother 3. Though it seemed like Mother 3 would never be completed, Miyamoto, on the day of cancellation, was already contemplating what format Mother 3 could take instead, such as being adapted into a film or book. He even proposed shifting development over to the Game Boy Advance, though this idea was shot down by several other producers. However, this idea came to fruition 3 years later in 2003, when brought back to life with the team going back to working with 2D graphics on the Game Boy Advance. The main inspiration for Mother 3 was Le Grand Cahier, or The Notebook in the West, by Agatha Christoph. It's the first book in a trilogy about twins surviving in World War II. Itoy claimed in an interview with MyCom Inc., it's similar to an RPG and it has an incredible presence. Lucas and Klaus, the protagonist twins from Mother 3, are named after the twins in the book. Itoy also claimed in an interview with Nintendo Dream magazine that the David Lynch TV show, Twin Peaks, and J.J. Abrams' Lost, which he was watching at the time, were the main inspiration for Tain Island. It was his intention for the island to reflect the player's worst nightmare, and the temporary dialogue which was used during development was so unpleasant that he had to rewrite it in order to tone it down. What started off as a glitch during development actually ended up being used. When Mr. Saturn gives the player the Franklin badge and leaves, bidding farewell, he ends up sitting only slightly off screen. While this was not done intentionally, Itoy found it to be amusing and so wrote dialogue for him and kept it in. There's also a large volume of unused content in Mother 3's data, including a favorite food item which would heal a party member for 300 HP. A bizarre unused image of the Summit Inn Cafe that is located on Route 66 in California can also be found in the game. It's assumed that this was to test the GBA's graphical capabilities, but some have speculated that it may have been the inspiration for the Dirty Cafe in Chapter 5. The game is littered with many references to music, so much so that we can't list them all, but here are just a few. The song Mr. Batty Twist is a clear reference to the Batman theme. And Enter the Pig Masks has a similar tune to a section of the Godzilla theme. There are also multiple references to classical music. The track Lieder Gymnopédie is a cover of Satie's Gymnopédie No. 1. And Ode to Ancestors' 8th movement is a medley of various tracks composed by Bach, Vivaldi, and Handel. The enemy, Gently Weeping Guitar, is a reference to the Beatles track While My Guitar Gently Weeps. The 7 Magypsies, a tribe of humanoids who guard the 7 needles, were named by the game's composer, Shogo Sakai, with each one a reference to the 7 modes in music. Ionia is Ionian, Doria is Dorian, Phrygia is Phrygian, Lydia is Lydian, Mixolydia is Mixolydian, Aeolia is Aeolian, and Locria is Locrian. The GBA contains a CPU dedicated to playing Game Boy and Game Boy Color titles on the Game Boy Advance, which Mother 3 uses in order to play 2 tracks in the game, an 8-bit variation of No Eating Crackers in the Cinema and Porky's Porkies. There were actually 2 music albums released for the game in Japan, Mother 3 Plus and Mother 3i, as well as a digital release on iTunes in North America, though it has since been removed from the store. Mother 3 Plus released on November 2nd, 2006, and contained music from Mother 3, as well as some tracks from the original Mother and Earthbound. The album was composed by DCMC, also known as the Crazy Ken Band. Lyrics were added to the game's main theme, We Miss You, Love Theme, performed by Taeko Onaki. The song was created late into Mother 3's development in December 2005, just 4 months before the game was released. The Pigs theme was originally considered as the game's main track. Itoi requested a more emotional piece be used for a crucial scene towards the end of the game in order to give a greater impact, and wanted the track to be simple enough to be played with just one finger. Much like 8 melodies from the first Mother, which ended up in school music textbooks for children to play, he envisioned the same thing happening with the love theme from Mother 3. Mother 3 Plus was number 1 in Japan's Oricon indie chart on November 13th, 2006, and was 26th in the soundtrack chart for 3 weeks. The CD was also originally released with a Mr. Saturn mobile strap. Mother 3i was released just a few months later on February 6, 2007, and was composed by Shogo Sakai. It contained different tracks to those found on Mother 3 Plus, but across both albums, not all of the staggering 250 tracks featured in the game have been commercially released. While Mother 3 never saw release in the West, both Lucas and Klaus appear in Super Smash Bros. From Brawl onwards. Lucas was initially intended to replace Ness in Melee, but Sakurai decided against this after the continuous delays. Their appearance in the Smash series makes them the only playable characters to be from a game not released outside of Japan. Despite the online presence and popularity of Mother 3, Nintendo has continually teased the idea of the game receiving localization, but never committed. The reasons behind this decision have never been made fully clear, and so fans have made a number of assumptions as to why this might be. Above all else, people look to sales of the earlier released Earthbound on SNES. The game was notorious for its advertising, which many blame for its lackluster sales, as well as the fact that it was released while focus was moving away from the SNES. Despite this, the game has a strong Western following, and has shown reasonable sales through digital re-releases. Mother 3 was also created for the Game Boy Advance at a time when Nintendo had begun to focus on their newest handheld, the Nintendo DS. During 2006, several games were published by Nintendo for the GBA in Japan, but only 2 other titles were released in the US, Pokémon Mystery Dungeon and Game Freak's Drill Dozer. As well as this, some themes and scenes in the game would likely require altering for any sort of official release, but this might be an issue considering they are integral to the game's plot. A number of controversial subjects play central roles in the game, including the acceptance of death, animal abuse, and scenes of violence. Some important sections of the game also make reference to drug use, as well as a portion of the game that displays male-on-male kissing. A fan translation was created by a number of fans of the Mother series, led by Clyde Tomato Mandolin. The effort was sizable, with a large group coming together to not just hack the game to make the translation work, but translate the roughly 1,000 pages worth of script. The translation came about after fans tried their best to show an interest in the game internationally, but to no response from Nintendo. A few months after release, Nintendo announced that the company had no interest in translating the game. It would be only a few days after this statement that the fan translation was announced on the Earthbound community site starmen.net. It took the group 2 years to have the translation completed, with the patch downloaded 100,000 times in its first week. Co-founder of Starmen and general PR representative of the project, Reed Young, has stated that higher-ups at Nintendo of America were aware of the work being made. In an interview with Ars Technica, he stated, "Nintendo definitely knew about the project. We're not real comfortable discussing the details, but word of the project reached the highest levels of the company, at least at NOA. For whatever reason, they never interfered. Even now, we don't know if that makes us happy or sad, because we made it very clear that we would end the project immediately if they made any kind of announcement about their plans for the game's future." The translation is of significantly high quality, being released alongside a 200-page full-color player's guide created by the team of translators, comparable to the likes of commercially released guidebooks. Only a few alterations were made to the game, such as changing the name of Yokuba to Facade, altering some graphics to be more fitting with the Western release of Earthbound, and changing the dialect of some mice from Japanese to Cockney English. The group even made a public offer to Nintendo to use their translation, granting the company permission for full use without charge, though it seems to have been to no avail. The game saw a re-release on the Wii U Virtual Console in Japan in 2015, which sparked many in the community to push for Nintendo to also publish the game in the West. Despite some staff at Nintendo having made it clear that they are aware of the interest surrounding the title internationally, there has yet to be any official statement on the game's lack of release, or that it may be released in the future. Whether it will ever happen continues to remain a hotly debated topic, with the community divided, some claiming that its localization will inevitably happen, and others saying that it never will.
Come on, Reggie, give us Mother 3!
How about this instead?